In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. I know I did. Sometimes you gotta get away. I gotta get away. I gotta get away. I had a fabulous surprise getaway on this past weekend, and I'm wishing you all the same. Thank you all for being here. Have a happy start of your week. I hope everything goes well with you. I hope all goes well with you. And let's get into the news. Why don't we? Did you guys see this? How Donald Trump ruined that? It was initially sponsored by a group of people. They called it 250 something, 250 fair or something of that sort. Now this group has been together for 7 years, planning, coordinating, and getting all the things in step to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. But you know what happened? Obviously, you know what happened. Donald Trump came in and launched this phony-ass committee to make it pretend like this was his idea. And he called it Freedom Fest or something 250. So understand, these people have been working 7 years to do this big like state fair. But no. Donald Trump administration denied all of their permits, and instead they permitted this trash that they presented as some, they always have to put some fake patriotism in there. And now you have newscasters at Fox News sitting up there talking about thousands of people have showed up. I don't even think that there was 1,000 people that showed up. They had a booth for every state. There was no representation of human beings in many of these booths from many states. They were, just like museum exhibits that had a little corny shit that the state is famous for. If it was Idaho, they had pictures of potatoes and all of this dumb shit in there. They had a big it wasn't even a big Ferris wheel. I've seen bigger Ferris wheels at street carnivals that are bigger than that shit that they had at that farce of a fair that Trump gave, and it was broken down. The electricity kept going on and off, on and off. Food was spoiling. There was no entertainment, because this is the fair that all of the artists who found out that this, in fact, was a Trump event as opposed to the event that they thought it was, and they all pulled out. And you know who didn't pull out? The only person who didn't pull out was Vanilla Ice. He was in all the way. They finally had to tell Vanilla Ice thanks, but no thanks. Now, they said Vanilla Ice was the last one. The last I remember, it was Vanilla Ice and Kid Rock. So maybe did Kid Rock have enough shame in himself to say, this is bad for my brand? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. But I do know the last that I heard, Kid Rock and Vanilla Ice were the last two performers scheduled to appear at this farce of a fair. Did you guys see any footage of that fair? Did you guys see any footage of the fair? Because Fox News tried to make you believe that you were seeing something that your eyes were lying to you. They had a whole camera set up with the background of that Petley fair. And then come yesterday, which was the 4th day. Now, this is supposed to be a 16-day fair that culminates on the 4th of July with a Trump hate rally. Doesn't that sound exciting? It hasn't the nation come so far in 250 years? He said, well, since no one wants to perform, I'll just have a Trump rally. Now, day one of this event, this opening of this boring, this snooze fest of an event, Trump was there. And Trump was addressing the public that showed up. Now, day one, there were over 8,000 people that showed up, but it was still a piddly amount of people that showed up. So what did your president do? Your president started doing a stupid stump speech, repeating all of the few things that his ass can remember. And then you see the people pouring out, leaving in the middle of him speaking. And look at this stupid triumphant Trumpian arch that he has. This arch that is reminiscent of the arch that Hitler wanted to put up in Germany. Reminiscent of the Hitler arch. It's not reminiscent of the arch in Paris. No, it's reminiscent of the arch that Hitler wanted to put up for himself, in my opinion. There is that. Good morning, Nappy Child. Good morning, Foot Soldier. It is good to see you, ladies. Yes, the arch, the triple. What is triple? The triple. I don't know. The triple E. No, that's no L in there. Yes, the arch, the the arch, the fake Trump. The triumphant, that's what I thought, was built by Napoleon. Now, So you see that he actually had a replica of this arch built. Now, you see the disturbing part about this, the most disturbing part about this is that this shit cost the U.S. taxpayer $80 million. $80 million. And I'm curious. Now, they said they were selling hamburgers for $30, hot dogs for $20, all of this type of stuff. You, the president, now this 250 committee that has been working on this for years had procured all of the people from all of these famous state fairs, like what is it? I think the Iowa State Fair, all of these huge state fair venues were slated to come and show up as they show up for their own state fairs. And now you had Trump pimping the people out and trying to empty your pockets for a $30 hamburger at a poorly put together event. It is stated that this event was put together by what else? Of course, no bid contracts. The venue was given to his friends and buddies to, go ahead and make that happen. And they made shit happen as usual. They made shit happen. You haven't seen the Hitler arch? You didn't see the arch that Hitler was trying to create for himself? I'm not being funny. I'm very serious. Let me grab that for you. Let me grab that for you. I am not being funny. Yes, the Hitler arch. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you, since I don't have it in my files. I do have it in my files, but I don't know what number picture it is. But I'll share my screen with you for all of you who don't believe that, yes, Hitler did want a arch built for himself. Let me share this with you. Let me remove this. That's why I say it's oh, you're mad? You're mad? You mad? You mad, baby? He wouldn't screw you. It don't even look like you have all of your teeth. Okay, so let me remove this. If you are unaware about this, here we are. Google it. This is Hitler right here. This is him presenting a markup of the arches that he wanted built in Germany. Right here. This one right here. If you didn't know, well, now you know. Yes. Does that seem to be the same thing that your president continues to demand for himself? I didn't make that up. This is actual and factual. So y'all didn't know about the Hitler arches? How could you not know about that? Let's let me bring this to you so you can really see it. How about that? We'll do that. Okay. Hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. Let me add this for you guys to see up close and personal. How about that? Because I'm just here to give you some information that you may or may not be familiar with. Now, the Trump arch down there, surely you see that arch. You didn't know about this arch? Not made for a city, but made that was to be made for a individual. You were unaware about this arch. You didn't know about this arch. You know about that arch? Well, obviously you haven't watched my show. Ever since he's been talking about this triumphant arch, or whatever he wants to call his arch, I've been showing you that this man right here with the balloon pants on, with the riding pants on, with the little center mustache. Yes, that was the arch that he presented, that he wanted built for himself. Sounds familiar? A lot of things, a few things more are about to sound familiar to you. Hey, Melissa, it is good to see you. And when those, let me see, what are you saying? You're right. Obama didn't pay his contractors. Oh, he didn't pay his contractors. Okay. Well, file a lawsuit and have them pay. You are the only one who is in here off topics. It's not only the arch that is weird, it's the fact that when you look at Trump's political career, he has copied Hitler in so many ways. January 6th was his hall putsch. What is hall putsch? I don't know what hall putsch is. People have been building arches since Roman times. Many have built arches centuries before Hitler's. But can you tell me who has built an arch dedicated to themselves? Were these arches built in dedication to one individual? Did the individual that the arch was dedicated to was the one who commissioned an arch to be dedicated to himself? That's what I'm curious about. I'm very curious about that. You can see arches all over the world, but you can't see what's in front of your face. Chaba. Racist galore. Let's see. You're right. Oh, I thought you were saying something different. I thought you were agreeing with that comment that I did not highlight. Oh, okay. So here we go. Let's play this. Obama didn't pay his contractors, his own people contractors, and you're right. Obama didn't pay his contractors. The federal government did because they were the ones who hired those contractors. Trump stiffed contractors as a private citizen. Now, you notice the contractor that Trump is paying. You notice that Trump has not complained about a shoddy job. He's paying that mob boss looking contractor that he is known since he was in contracting in New York City. He's paying that big fat mob boss looking guy with the nothing. It has to be obviously money grubbing little young wife. He's paying her. He's paying him, I mean. Now, how is it that he is paying? There's no overruns. There's how it says everything's on time, and there's no overrun. Paying somebody over $13 million for a job that was bidded at 1.2 or $3 million. How is this person paid? And then less than a week later, the water turns green and full of algae. And less than 2 weeks later, the bottom of the lining is peeling up. How is Trump, who don't pay his own contractors, who always finds work with contractors on his own personal private projects, and they have to go back and forth for years trying to get their pay? Well, how is this a contractor getting paid? Because he's getting paid with your tax dollars. So Trump doesn't care. Just do you think that this man is getting all of this $13 million, especially since he's caused? I don't think that Trump has any embarrassment, especially since he's caused a backlash on Trump's poor decision making, to the effect that Trump is sitting up there lying and said that they're vandals and they're criminals and they criminals in this Washington D.C. That he had cleaned up, and everything is so safe and everything is pristine. Take a walk and they don't have to worry about this and that and the other, since he put the National Guard around in D.C. But now all of a sudden, when it is obvious that he has slipped millions of dollars to one of his friends in a no bid contract that this man wasn't qualified to do, now all of a sudden, all of the problems that arise from him doing so is because of Antifa. They could have 250, 350. Pretty soon, it's going to be. They could have slid all the way around the whole perimeter of the pond, because every time he talks about it, the cut, grows 100 feet. You know, kind of like the price on the ballroom. It's going to cost $200 million. It's going to cost $300 million. It's going to cost $400 million, until he stopped talking about the price. And then when the next time you heard about the price being talked about publicly is when they tried to put some amendment through Congress to get $1 billion. $1 billion of your tax dollars to go to funding the ballroom. But y'all mad at Obama? Stay mad, bitch. Stay mad, bitch. But your life was better under Obama. Nobody cares that you mad about Obama. The fact that you bringing Obama up just says more about you. Okay. And then when those contractors sue him, he would drag them in court until they were bankrupt. We know this because Trump bragged about it for decades. He bragged about it himself. But what contractor is not being sued? Did you ever hear him blame that shoddy work that was done on that reflecting pool on the actual shoddy company that he hired to do it? And with overruns of over $12 million? No, he paid them. He paid them because it's your tax dollars. That's why he paid them. And you guys are sitting up here fainting out over this type of person. But it just shows the character or lack thereof of yourselves. It just shows what type of people you really are. Did not Trump say he loves the ignorant, the dumb voter, the uneducated voter? He loves the ignorance, the ignorance that you people who continue to write in my chat, you just show exactly who his voter is. If you convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him someone to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon Baines Johnson. That's what you prove. When you come in here talking, trying to spread lies about Obama instead of facing the truth that is sitting in front of your faces. That's the only thing that you prove. Okay. Shall we continue? Let me see what else you guys are saying. Yes, I got that. I saw that comment and I just ignored it. Who's a dingbat? Who's a dingbat? Exactly whom is the dingbat? You're the dingbat? Okay. Let me catch up on the Beach Hall Poosh. Okay, here it is. Beach Hall, I can't say that. Pouche is when Hitler back the 1920s had a rally where he whipped the people into a frenzy against the government and sent them off towards the government where several got killed. Oh, so you're saying January 6th was Hitler's a beach hall Pouche. Thank you for that information. Thank you for that information. But we're to believe we don't see what's going on right in front of our faces. Memorial arches were around way before Hitler. Arches are not a Nazi thing. I didn't say arches. I said this arch is. Because much like Hitler, Donald Trump is commissioning his own arch. That's what I said. I thought I was speaking English. I thought that I was speaking real clear English. That's what I said. Much like Hitler, Donald Trump is commissioning his own arch. Are we clear? Are we clear? To himself, for himself, in memorial of himself. It's not a memorial arch if the guy who wants to build it for him is still alive. Thank you. It's not a memorial arch, it's a shrine. Thank you. Hey, Fred Shields, it is so good to see you. Money laundering. You think that guy who did that pool got all of that $13 million? Okay. Because the guy who messed up the reflecting pool wasn't a contractor. He's a Republican donor who created a bullshit company to get the return on his investment. Ironically, the name of the company was called Greenwater. Greenwater. Yes. Oh, Mark, you're mad. You're angry. But I noticed, Mark, you're not talking about any of the topics. I noticed that you cannot e- effectively talk about the actual topics of this conversation. You have nothing to say about that, but stay mad, Mark. What about how he lied about Powell? Put the man through all those accusations on live TV for overage. Uh, did you see me show that? Did you see me show him and or what is from South Carolina? Tim, who's like Rudy from the Cosby. I cannot ever remember his name. Yes, I played a clip of that, of him saying Jerome Powell did all of these overages and he just needs, too late Jerome Powell, he needs to cut interest rates when the new Fed chair has said that by the end of the year that he foresees the interest rates increasing 3 times. 3 times he expects the interest rate to have to be increased. When your president was asked about that, oh well, I don't know. I trust the guy. If that's what he says, I trust the guy. But Jerome Powell was so horrible, so bad, because he wanted to get that another sycophant in the Federal Reserve, in a Federal Reserve seat, actually vote on interest rate. Why do you think that Lisa Cook, a governor at the Federal Reserve, was fired from your DNI, the new person over DNI, Bill Pulte, who was over housing that discovered some trumped up charge on Lisa Cook, the governor of the Feds, and they fired her because she allegedly told a lie on her mortgage forms that were not even accessible to this man, that this man had no right of going through, even if she had irregularities in her mortgage fund. A guy who just got over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, who had someone else go into Letitia James. We're going to talk about her too. Adam Schiff and Lisa Cook, and had them going through people's mortgage paperwork and pulled these people out because it was expedient to try to put them on trumped up charges. They didn't put Lisa Cook, who was the governor of the Feds, they didn't put her up on charges. They just took her fucking job because they wanted a Trumpian in her seat. Let's be real clear. But they tried to send Letitia James to jail on a case that was laughed out of court. Not one, not two, not 3 times, because nobody in the DOJ wanted to try it again for the 3rd time. They laughed that shit out of court. And the person who was responsible for saying if it was a case or not, said this is not a case. After Bill Pulte, who was thrown out of his family home building business, this Nepo bitch baby, who donated to Trump as well, and that was his reward of getting a job in. Hey, your family has built houses all your life, so let's put you over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Now, Bill Pulte is still over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and he's over the DNI, Department of National Intelligence. DEI is over the DNI. He's a DEI hire. You know that thing that they hate so much? How is this man doing anything in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Oh, he don't have to do anything in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac because there are no homes selling in the United States because people can't afford to buy homes in the United States in a large part. So this man, if he did that in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, now he's over all of our 18 intelligence agencies, all 18 of our intelligence agencies. And this man has no experience in intelligence. Well, why do you think that he's over all 18 of our intelligence agencies? Oh, because maybe he'll have access to all of the information that is in all 8 of our intelligence agencies, and he will be able to garner that information to have somebody who can go through whatever paperwork that he wants in those agencies, and then masturbate it and manipulate it into some type of crime. That's why he's over all of the intelligence agencies. And they have not said from the time that they put him in if he even has a security clearance at all. But they are very well aware that he has no intelligence agency training in 0 ways. But y'all want to talk about Obama? Y'all want to talk about Obama. Y'all want to lie about a black man while you ignore what this white man is doing to you. Why is Bill Pulte over the DNI? In my personal opinion, and in Trump's own words, well, he wanted to nominate him for the permanent position that Tulsi Gabbard gave up. He wanted to nominate him. And then he, after people start talking about how ridiculous it is to have no intelligence experience and to be lofted to this high position. Then he said, well, I'm just going to leave him in there temporarily, for a little while these elections going on. Who knows? Maybe he can find something there. How is he going to find something there when he has no experience in finding anything? He couldn't find any cases on Letitia James, but he had somebody in the department that knew how to go through the mortgages. He didn't even know how to go through. He didn't even know how to get to what he was trying to prove about Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Adam Schiff. He didn't even know how to access this information. So he had an underling access this information. He has gone into the Department of National Intelligence, and he has immediately started firing people. He started last Friday, not that Friday before last, but he went in a day early, and he said, I just came in to see who I am going to have to fire. And when he came in that Friday, they said he started firing a bunch of people. Do you think that he is firing good people who take their job seriously? Do you think that he's firing pliable people that would do anything that is required to keep their job? Do you think that he kept people who are skating in their jobs, and their job is hanging over their head, and they'll do anything to keep their job? Or do you think that he fired solid people who take securing this nation seriously? I'm curious, who do you think he fired? You think he left a bunch of people who are willing to show that they are partisan hacks in this job? Or do you think that he fired people that don't give a fuck about the politics of anything? They care about securing this nation. I'm just curious. Who do you think he fired? Oh, but nobody wants to talk about the obvious in that. Nobody wants to talk about that. Good morning, barn dog. It is good to see you. Which people? Because the only people benefiting under a Trump administration are the billionaire class. The redneck voters base are feeling good about themselves, but they still live in a shithole. Correct. But hey, you give them someone else to look at, and they think that they are winning. This is clearly not a MAGA channel. I swear, these dumb cultists, MAGA nuts, have no chats to go to. Grifters, just grifters. So now there are a couple of serious things that I also want to talk to. Billy, who you talking about? Let me see. I didn't even see what Billy said. Billy, who you talking about? I know it's not Don the Con Trump. Have you seen these prices, or do you live on Jupiter or somewhere? Let me see. Billy typing in all caps. That's not true. He's dismantling the corruption. Lord, Billy, Billy. Please don't stand up too quickly. Obviously, you have no blood circulating to your brain. So there's that. Please, if you need to get up and go from one place to another, get down on all fours and crawl, because we don't want you to injure yourself any further, because you have no oxygen running to your brain. He's trying to give the country back to the people, and they are too stupid to realize. Now, see, Billy. Well, when you want to talk about people being too stupid to realize something, I think you're speaking of yourself, because you yourself, who's writing in all caps, mad and trying to call other people too stupid to realize. If you weren't stupid, that you would already know it's not T-O, too stupid to realize, it's T-O-O, too stupid to realize. So, isn't it ironic that you're calling people stupid, and you don't know how to use the correct form of the word "to"? Because you're stupid. Okay, let's continue. So, what does Obama being half white have to do with anything we're talking about here? What does Obama himself have to do with anything we're talking about here? Oh, so you think that you are giving everybody information that Obama is half white, and you think that everyone else is stupid? You think that people are all across the world don't know that Obama had a white mother and was raised by his white grandparents, but you think everybody else is stupid? Oh, okay, stupid. Let's continue. Okay, let me let me see what else I'm missing. Trump is dismantling the welfare scammers. He's giving it to his buddies. That's who is scamming. That is who the welfare scammers. Would those be the people of these billionaires that are standing in line, hoping that when he privatize Medicaid and Social Security, those scammers. Since you brought it up, let's move on to my real discussion that I wanted to have today, because you may get your own feelings hurt when you find out what else your dear Führer has in store. The other big scam. See, I told you guys. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. If you don't remember me talking about how the Department of Homeland Security was overpaying by 1,000% for all of these empty warehouses all across the United States. And if you don't remember, I told you that this is not for undocumented immigrants. There is no reason to be spending this amount of money on warehouses to hold 15 and 18,000 people in said warehouses. So we know what these private prisons spread all across the United States do. They enrich people who are already rich. We have seen the private facility detention center that they are holding of these ICE detainees in. This is a private facility where they are on a hunger strike because there's mold and worms in the food that they are serving them. These millionaires who get into detaining people, these millionaires who buy up places to detain people that they don't want seen in the streets of America. That type of shit. Who pay, who take the lowest bid for healthcare in these facilities, for food prep in these facilities. The only thing that matters is who has the lowest bid to bring in food, healthcare, and other services into these facilities. That type of shit. You know where I told you how in Utah they are building a private facility where they are taking all the homeless people. If you have nowhere to go, you are going to have to go to this facility in Utah. If you don't remember it, you should have been watching me a long time ago. You should have been watching me a long time ago. Y'all remember that? And these people were going to have to work for their beds. This private facility that is going to make people actually do all of the cleanup. Everything that is done in this facility is going to have to be done by the homeless people. What did they used to call that? When America was great for some of these YT people, they called that slavery. So this is the solution that they have put in place for homelessness. But what solution does Stephen Miller allegedly want to put in place for disabled people? They want to do the same thing for people with disabilities. Fuck giving people with disabilities a disability check. No, let's just lock them up in a facility. Who do you think is going to get a first dib on these facilities? Why do these people on disability need to be locked up in facilities? Oh, because they don't want to pay them a disability check. So are these facilities going to be run for free? Oh no, we're gonna give them in no bid contract to our billionaire buddies, and instead of paying you your disability money, they are going to receive a check for taking you in. And how are you going to be, as a disabled American citizen, going to be treated in these private facilities that only wants you in because that was a good grift to get money from the government? How are you going to be treated? You're going to be treated like every other detained person that they want off the street, out of sight in the United States of America. They are going to get the lowest bid on food. They are going to get the lowest bid on health services for you there. What you think they're going to treat you good? Do you think that they are going to treat these disabled people good? Let's get into it. If you are unaware about this, Stephen Miller said to drive wait a minute. Hold on. I had to get back to it. Stephen Miller is said to drive the DOJ memo eroding disability rights. Stephen Miller, the same person who had the bright idea about undocumented immigrants. See, now, all the while, you had bitches sitting up here talking that what was going on with these ICE raids, with what's going on in these detention centers. That's not our fight. That's not our fight. Because they don't have the mindset to know that these were the test cases for everybody that they want to put in detention facility. That is my position on it, and I'm staying with it. They weren't just doing this. This was the tenderizing the minds that, oh well, it's okay. And you had some of you Americans out here, oh well, it's okay because, oh well, it's okay before, oh well, it's okay. See, you know how they used to do police brutality, police beatings, how they tenderize your mind, police killings, they tenderize. Well, they must have been a gangster. Well, they must have been a thug. Well, Rodney King, he did his pinky did twitch when they beat him 5 times with that baton. So I understand why they beat him 17 times more. And after they had 17 times more that they beat him with the baton, his right heel did roll over to the side, so he didn't stop moving technically. That's how they tenderize your stupid mind to this shit, this ungodly shit that you see them doing to human beings. You know, like they tenderize your mind to say, to continue to say that Israel has the right to defend itself, while not stating that tens of thousands of Palestinians were killed after October 7th. And you have people in this bought and paid for media, bought in large part by Israeli supporting billionaires. That Ellison guy gave millions of dollars to the IDF soldiers, the army. And now he is running one. Now he will be owning CNN. Well, his son, media company, is going to be owning so much media. And you don't, and so all you hear your for-profit news media tell you is, well, Israel has the right to defend itself, and as Israel is knee-deep in another country, taking head shots, belly shots, groin shots at children. But your media don't want to talk about that. Okay, so do you think that all of and you sit around and you say nothing? And you say nothing, so because too many of you are so caught up on bullshit and think that it can't happen to you. Why do you think they are doing this? Because they want to see how much you will accept. And now that people are waking up, and now that people realize what real genocide that happened in Palestine. I've been talking about what was been happening in Palestine for years. For years. And a lot of people had no comment. A lot of people didn't even know what I was talking about. Blowing up reporters. Why do you think there's so many people who was trying to real reporters trying to get the word out that happened in Palestine? More independent reporters were killed in Palestine than all of the world's wars that have been fought by America. More reporters have lost their lives. Why do you think that there's not these large news conglomerates trying to get into Palestine, since they are allegedly have a peace agreement? Had you seen any reputable they're not reputable. Any large news company trying to get in and see Palestine? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because they're sympathizers to the genociding Israel. So they don't want you to see it. They want you to continue to walk around, skipping around, talking dumb shit like it's not going to happen to you. Why are they doing that? Because they understand that most of you are stupid. They understand that most of you don't care about anybody but yourselves and your whiteness. That if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's why they don't bother to show you this shit. That's why they try to otherize their depravities. They try to otherize it like, oh, well, it's happening to these undocumented people. Oh, all of Palestine is terrorists. Well, they're using their population as human shields. But God forgive if you strike in Tel Aviv, where Israel has one of its largest military installments. Is Israel also using their civilians as shields then? Has anybody ever said that Israel is using their civilians as a human shield? I'm curious. But what do they tell you when they take down a whole apartment building? Oh, well, when they was taking down those hospitals, and in one picture there was no weapons, and then the next picture there are all these weapons. What they told you, they said that the terrorists were hiding under the hospital, so it's not their fault that they tore up whole hospitals. Your ignorance, tenderizing your ignorance. Well, here comes what was Hitler's right man's name? Goebbels. Stephen Miller has been equated to Joseph Goebbels in many instances. This is not me saying it. This is me telling you. This is the Goebbels in this administration. So let me give you this information. And I want to know if you learned anything today. Please support the channel, because this is what I'm here today, is to give you information on things you may not have heard about. Okay, so White House advisor Stephen Miller was the driving force behind the Justice Department recent memo authorizing states to institutionalize people with disabilities rather than fund community-based care, said people briefed on the situation. Miller, the president's powerful deputy chief of staff, was frustrated that the department's civil rights division was still reaching settlements compelling states to transfer those experiencing mental illness out of institutions, added that the individuals who spoke anonymously out of fear of retaliation. They said Miller felt DOJ's agreements, including one reached with South Carolina in December, would increase homelessness and didn't adhere to the President Donald Trump's July executive order pressuring cities and states to move homeless people into treatment centers. Y'all don't remember that? Y'all don't remember me reporting on one of these treatment centers for the homeless? Yeah, Utah. Look it up. The June 18th DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion concluded states may disregard decades of Supreme Court precedent and ensuring regulation mandating integration of individuals with disability into home or community settings. Spokespeople for the White House and the DOJ denied Miller played a role in the memo. The Civil Rights Division leadership team initially pushed back on the memo draft legal arguments, but the OLC's end product nevertheless would wound up reflecting the desires of Miller and his team. Excuse me. The people said the DOJ civil rights head Harmy Dillon. You know Harmy Dillon. Y'all remember Harmy Dillon, who wanted to charge Don Lemon on the Ku Klux Klan Act for actually doing his job? That Harmy Dillon. She's over the Civil Rights Division. And this is what Harmy Dillon is doing over in the Civil Rights Division. So, to let you be clear on who Harmy Dillon is. A DOJ civil rights head, Harmy Dillon, who's been vocal in promoting her realignment of the division's mission in pursuit of Trump's agenda. The realignment of the Civil Rights Division in pursuit of Trump's agenda. So civil rights under Harmy Dillon is going to mean something totally different. Civil rights is only to mean Trump's agenda. Do you hear what is going on here? Well, obviously, if Don Lemon, who is doing reporting, is charged under the Ku Klux Klan Act, what does that tell you that Harmy Dillon is doing in the Civil Rights Division of this country? Let's continue. Where did I leave off at? Harmy Dillon, who's been vocal in promoting her realignment of the division's mission in pursuit of Trump's agenda, hasn't weighed in publicly on the disability rights memo while continuing her steady stream of social media posts. Doesn't it make you feel uncomfortable that these heads of these big divisions are doing all of this social media announcements, that much of our government announcements are shared on social media posts? I don't follow none of these motherfuckers. You think that I follow Trump's Truth Social, Lie Social? No. That's why I always have to get it from other outlets, because I don't want that trash filling up any electronics that I have. OLC's analysis was reached completely independently of the White House or Stephen Miller, said DOJ spokesperson Natalie Blanchier. The Civil Rights Division, including two veteran career officials, supported the White House and the OLC in the conclusion reached in the opinion. Any suggestion that to the contrary is false. So we had two whistleblowers who said that it's not false. The impetus of the OLC opinion had been a mystery to some disability rights advocate, given the broad bipartisan support for government resources facilitating parents keeping their children with disabilities at home whenever possible. So, do you hear that, YT people? Do you hear that, YT people? If you are the parent of a disabled person, these are the persons that they want to institutionalize. They don't care if you want to keep your child at home. They're going to institutionalize your children. God forbid, that's getting rid of them. They don't have to worry about waste, fraud, and abuse if they give you a disability check for your child. So, but they can pay a private facility, who got a no bid contract with the government. They'd rather pay this private facilities with a bunch of strangers having access to your disabled child. Not, I don't see how anything could go wrong there. I don't see how all of these strangers having access to disabled children. No, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? It's a facility. It's a private facility. I'm pretty sure there will be no state standards for these facilities. Hell, shit. It may be even scarier if there are state standards to these facilities. Do you know how many young women who, for some reason, have to wind up in nursing homes? Some of them can't move, talk, or do anything for themselves. And then suddenly, their belly starts getting bigger. Their bellies get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they have children. But they can't tell you anything. They can't speak, talk, or anything. So how well do you think children with disabilities are going to fare with strangers having access to your children? Because Stephen Miller wants to tuck away disabled children. Oh, this don't have nothing to do with us. This ain't our fight. This ain't our fight. Black women, stand down. This ain't our fight. And now that everything has been snatched away from your dumb black asses, talking about what is not your fight. Now, you fight for your children by yourselves. You want to fight for your children by yourselves, black women? Do you want to strike us to fight for your children by yourselves? Because too many of you sat up here and acted as if it couldn't happen to you. You didn't see it coming, as everything has been dismantled as far as civil rights go. The whole reason for having the Department of Education is to ensure the civil rights of every student that goes to public school. That is the whole and sole purpose of the Department of Education that your president wants to totally dismantle. But he had a bunch of raccoons sitting up here acting as if none of this was our fight. Who has been mostly affected by the executive orders of this president, other than black women? And to see another black woman come out and talk about what isn't their fight. Half of you bitches don't know how to fight. That is the problem. Half of you motherfuckers don't know how to fight. You just know how to giggle and lie and be be a backstabbing bitch. So therefore you can't go toe to toe and do a fight. So that's why half of you bitches are talking about what's not your fight. Anyway, let's continue. Let me see. Okay. The impetus for the OLC opinion had been a mystery to some disability rights advocate, given the broad bipartisan support for government resources facilitating parents keeping their children with disabilities at home whenever possible. Many organizations have criticized DOJ for adopting a position that they say threatens long-held community integration protections, and that is contrary to numerous court rulings and to the views of civil rights division of political leaders in Trump's first and second terms. Miller's sprawling domestic and international portfolio included directing DOJ law enforcement surges aims at reducing street crime in Democrat-led cities. So, black women, you gonna fight for your children? Black women with disabled children, are you now ready to fight for your children? Black women with disabled children who thought that what was going on in this administration wasn't your fight. You not even warmed up for your fight. And now your first fight is going to be about your children. How good will you fare in this fight? I would do everything. I do everything for my children. But all of these other fights that you saw, those wasn't your fights. Those wasn't your fights. What is the famous quote about the Holocaust? First they came for the machinists, and I did nothing because I wasn't a machinist. Then they came for the something else. I think it was, I forget the second person. Then they came for the lobbyists, and I did nothing because I was not a lobbyist. Then they came for somebody else, and I did nothing because I wasn't something else. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to protect me. Well, why should there be someone to protect you? You didn't protect nobody else. You didn't protect nobody else. And now you, when they come for you, and you see that there's nobody else because everybody else has already been taken, and there's no one to protect me. Who did you protect as they were taking everybody else? You didn't protect nobody. But now we to believe that you are this big bad ass fighter. Everybody needs to get off of this color shit, because they're coming for all of us. They're coming for all of us. This isn't about blackness or whiteness. This is about the rich not wanting you polluting their United States of America. They want to tuck you away, you and your special needs children. They want them out of sight, out of mind. And whatever happens, happens. How many undocumented people die in ICE detention centers? Oh well, why are you concerned about that? They're just undocumented immigrants. Why should we have to calculate this exactly? They're just undocumented people. Why should we have to count the number of children with disabilities. They're just children with disabilities. They're trying to normalize abnormal bullshit right here in these United States. Now, let's continue. Miller's sprawling domestic and international portfolio includes directing DOJ law enforcement surges aimed at reducing street crime in Democrat-led cities. I didn't understand ending street crime. So, if you live in a Republican-led city, street crime is a-okay. You don't see this for what it is? Democratic-led cities. And cutting. Wasn't Washington, D.C. one of those cities that they cut off this crime? And allegedly Antifa was still able to sabotage that green pool. All of this is bullshit. All of this. Now, how can somebody equate crime to your political party if they are not just trying to criminalize everybody in that party? Anybody and everybody in that party can be criminalized. Why is it that automatically, if let's say if that reflecting pool just happened and was vandalized, how then do these people know that these are Antifa left-leaning activists? How would they know their political leanings? What automatically make them left-leaning people? So you'd mean to tell me there are no right-leaning vandals? After you saw what happened in the in Congress, in the walls of Congress on January 6th? Oh no, those aren't vandals. Oh no, they get their sentence commuted. Oh no, those weren't vandals. Those were very good people. Okay, that ain't your fight. It's all of this is everyone's fight. And poor white people used to be middle class white people. You are going to have the same fight, because now they're not just distinguishing this as color. Now they're going in and saying, hey, you have an inept child. You are inept yourself. You are no longer a use to society. So therefore, we're going to lock you up and throw away the key. Because no one wants to see you and your ailments out here in the great United States of America. We want the United States of America to start looking like that freedom fair. We want to empty the United States of America and give billionaires more room to roam around. And we want the United States of America to look like this Trump 26 event. And the billionaires need more room. We're going to tear down your houses like they did in Gaza, like they're doing over in Lebanon. And what did Jared Kushner say? That Palestine, that's great land, waterfront property, and we can make something beautiful. And I think we should just get rid of all of them, take them off to the desert somewhere. The remaining Palestinians. Jared Kushner said this at a Harvard event. I showed you this when it first came out, and more people start showing this. Some of you poor people live in a property that just needs to be torn, razed to the ground, because this is the mindset of people who are really letting their talents come out and showing you who they are and exactly what they think. Let me did anybody know about this? Remember, I warned you that the gas prices are expected to double by the end of the month. So we're at the end of the month. We are depleting our strategic uh, supply of gas, and the United States is about to be in a world of trouble. A lot of other nations have had their citizens already save gas, only being able to get gas on certain days. Now, this Iran war has blown back up, and you have your president out here talking all of this dumb shit, like Iran broke the treaty, when it was in fact Israel that has broken this treaty. But your president don't want you to look at Israel. Your president has not told and demanded that Israel move out of Lebanon. No, your president did none of that. And when a ship tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz, tried to be like, fuck Iran, we going through. And Iran did what they already told you that they were going to do. Y'all tried to act at awe and in dismay, when in the memorandum of understanding it said that anybody going through the strait had to clear it with Iran. Why are you acting surprised that a ship that went through and didn't clear through Iran was struck? Why are you trying to act as if this was a reason why America needed to strike Iran? Huh? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. We're not supposed to go by what's on the paper. He don't want you to look down at the paper. He just want you to, well, that wasn't a part of the agreement. Well, the agreement is on paper. And we're clear what the agreement is. And we're clear that they did not break the agreement. And we are clear, they told you that what would happen. Now, you notice that your president has not told Israel if they do not leave Lebanon, that they will stop giving them over $3 trillion in your taxpayer dollars that they give them every year. Is it 3 trillion? 3 billion. 3 billion or 3 trillion. You know, I think it's hard. 3 billion. The 3 billion, let's say 3 billion. The 3 billion in, I think it's trillion. Let me, or these 7 billion in weapons that they are going all across their region because they gets an additional 7 billion in American weapons. Let me see. I think it's a billion. The United States provides about $6.82 billion in foreign aid to Israel in the fiscal year of 2024, according to the latest fully reported data from the USAID and the Department of State. The USAID has been crumbled by Elon Musk. Over the long term, the U.S. has given roughly $174 billion in bilateral assistance and missile defense funding to Israel since 1948. When is Israel gonna stand up and be a big child, be an adult, take care of themselves? When is Israel gonna finally pull themselves up by the bootstrap? I'm curious. Adjusted for inflation to $2024, the total is about $298 billion over since 1948 when it adjusted for inflation. Okay, just I'm just. But the Israeli method of treating people, it seems like is about to be normalized in the United States of America. Let me see, where did I leave off? He is widely considered among the most prominent figures in Trump's second term dismantling of the department's decade-long independence from the White House on charging decisions and legal analysis. The homelessness order, which people said Miller believed DOJ wasn't complying, called on the Attorney General to terminate and appropriate cases any consent decrees that thwart the U.S. policy of encouraging civil commitment of individuals with mental illness risk who pose risks to. Oh, this is Stephen Miller's solution. If you are living on the street, as they have dismantled all of these jobs, as they have cut health care, as they have cut SNAP benefits. If you are living on the street and can't care for yourself, Stephen Miller has a solution. Involuntarily commit you to one of these private holding places that they are creating all across the country to hold 15 to 18,000 people. Why do you think that these warehouses they're buying, they have it down to how many teens of thousands of people that can be housed there? And what do you think that they think housing is? Remember the slave ships? How they used to figure out how many slaves they could take on the ship, and how they had the slaves all. You gotta remember. Let me. Uh, let let me make it clear. I remember how they used to figure out how many humans, but they didn't consider them as humans. Let's look at some of these pictures. 15,000 people. How do you get to the point that you can be like, hey, this warehouse can house 15,000 people? Let me share this with you. These are the same minds that said, hey, this slave ship can house this many people. Hey, this slave ship can house this many people. Hmm? We can get this many slaves over to America. Look at how many people. These were diagrams. These were at their own diagrams. Their own diagrams. Hmm? Well thought out. So, how do you think? How do you think that these people who are involuntary institutionalized in the United States of America under the guidance of the U.S. Goebbels, uh, Stephen Miller, how do you think that they are going to fare in these warehouses bought up by Department of Homeland Security? Hmm? I'm curious. No, this wasn't by happenstance. These were well laid out plans to make sure that they got what they wanted, to implement a plan of action that they wanted. Huh? How many people do you think? How do you think the people in these warehouses are going to fare any better? Hey, Very Carrie. Chaz, bye, bitch. Very Carrie told you bye. First immigrants. Now, we're gonna talk about this. Uh, we're gonna talk about the Supreme Court ruling about a temporary protection status being lifted, and all of these white nationalists that are pounding on their chest and just saying the sickest shit out loud. And let's get to birthright citizenship. I can't wait till we get to that. Uh, Now, there have been some elected officials who said that they need to review the 14th and 15th Amendment as well. So, why is everybody so excited about birthright citizenship? Birthright citizenship, which was put in place to guarantee the children of slaves that were born in the United States are U.S. citizens. Why do you think that they are so happy for this Supreme Court who appears in all ways to be racist against black United States citizens? Why do you think that these racists that are pounding on their chests and so happy about just the Haitian and Syrian people losing their temporary protection status? Why do you think that they are so happy about this? Why do you think they're clamoring behind this birthright citizenship? They try to make it seem like, oh no, we're just talking about the Hispanic people who came over here and they had anchor babies. You know, anchor babies like Marco Rubio. You know, anchor babies like the what's his name? The Indian guy who's running for the mayor of Ohio, who was supposed to work, Vivek Ramaswamy. No, we just want to get these anchor babies out of here. In the meantime, you got a whole anchor baby who is the Secretary of State. But we in the Supreme Court because we want to fight against anchor babies being here. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? Okay, so only indigenous people should be here. So if you're going to get away, if you're going to get rid of Hispanic people, just because they were actually born on this soil, and you're going to say that they don't have the rights to be American citizens, then you're getting rid of the white man too. Why they can point at every other race of people, but they can't point to themselves as people who need to get out of the United States. Because they are all of them are anchor babies, and Trump's own children are double anchor babies. So why are we acting as if these things that they are hammering for don't include the white man? You notice how all of this shit that they are hammering for to illegitimize everyone else's citizenship, it only brings a light on how their own citizenship is illegitimate. But no, it works for you and not for me. I'm just saying. You know the crazy thing about the 14th Amendment that it was not intended to establish birthright citizenship. The Constitution already did that. Exactly. The the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to legally define what the U.S. citizen was, because up until that point, there was no official legal definition of a U.S. citizen. Birthright citizenship was based on a British common law, which was also based on more ancient common law. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Please consider hitting the like button, sharing, and subscribing. Melissa, did I miss you? Thank you for becoming a member, Melissa. The hypocrisy is deafening. Deafening. Hold on. Thank you for waiting. I am back. Oh, God. I hate when that happens. I am all the way at the beginning of my comments. Okay. I when I have to come out and come back in, I lose all of my comments. So not all of them, all of the ones I haven't seen yet. Okay, so let's get back to what Stephen Miller has in store for the disabled citizens. And let's really understand that Stephen Miller has made all the policy around the immigration and all of this stuff. So there is that. Let's finish reading this. Let me see. Where were we? Realignment of the Civil Rights Division. Let's see. Where was I? Impetus. Okay. Let me see. The homelessness order. Okay, that's where I was. Okay. There is no evidence cited in the opinion demonstrating the rise in homelessness was caused by the Supreme Court's 1999 decision, Olmstead versus LC Holding, that the Americans with Disability Act prohibits unjustified segregations of individuals with disabilities. In a recent case study, Brandeis University researchers highlighted how states have used their Olmstead settlements to reduce housing costs for low-income people with disabilities. So, why would they do that when they're catering to millionaires and billionaires in this country? Perhaps statements from the White House and DOJ prepared statements from the White House and the DOJ didn't respond to requests to provide evidence that DOJ's prior posture ensuring community living generated a uptick in homelessness. Hold on. Jesus. Your reporting is not accurate. OLC formulates its opinions in a completely independent fashion from the White House, said a White House official in the statement. We have no control over what legal conclusions they reach. Stephen was not involved in any OLC activity. The DOJ legal counsel office has long held outsizing functions, advising the president and executive branch agency on thorny legal questions. As is typical in similar OLC memos, the author of last week's Disabilities Right memo noted that a request from an executive branch official, in this case the counsel to the president, triggered the office's exploration of certain questions. The office has traditionally taken the view that the White House should be influencing the legal analysis conducted by the DOJ lawyers, and a former OLC career attorney said. The former attorney, who was granted anonymity to provide candor, said OLC underwent a shift at the start of Trump's second term from carefully integrated facts provided by the White House to a culture that restricted its independence. Another administration official said that in an interview that the memo's author, number 2 OLC official Lenora Pettit, had considered the issue before entering the administration. Pettit, who arrived at the DOJ last year directly from serving as Texas Principal Deputy Solicitor General. That's a mouthful. Texas Principal Deputy Solicitor General didn't speak with Miller while writing the opinion, the official added. Also, it was her idea alone. The Cicero Institute is a conservative Texas-based think tank with ties to the Trump administration. Also appears to have informed DOJ decision-making. The Institute advocates against housing and community-based care requirements to give states flexibility in the treatment of mental illness to address homelessness. Devon Kurtz, the Institute's public safety policy director, said that White House took an interest in its topic as a policymaker following the outcry from state lawmakers and health secretaries saying that these federal rules are out of step with our needs in our communities. For some people with serious mental illness, the highest need individuals. Hold on. So, who are these secretaries of states and all of this? They're saying, hey, we need to do something about these crazy people on our streets. The thing about it is, they don't want to support the crazy people who are in your home. They don't want to support the people with mental disabilities who are living with their parents. The administration certainly reads what we write about this issue, and we're certainly always happy to talk to them about the issues we're writing about, Kurt said in an interview. So there's that. Trump's voter ID executive order was struck down by a third judge. So there's that. There is the readout on Stephen Miller wanting to institutionalize people with homelessness and mental disabilities. Do you guys know about that? Now, let me talk about these deportations that the Supreme Court has ruled that Haitians of that TSP status can be lifted whenever the president feels like it. It is not the state's job. It is no one's job. It is within the president's purview to lift TSP status for people who have come from war-torn and failed states like Haiti, war-torn countries, not states, countries like Syria. So let's get into this. We may have to watch a commercial. Hold on. Let me share this with you.
Explorers, renegades, pioneers, mavericks. Call them whatever you like. But they've always been drawn here. Because Wyoming attracts a certain type of person.
This is a long commercial.
For those that fit the bill, we say, welcome.
But let's begin with the bombshell ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court this week, which gives the Trump administration the authority to end TPS, or temporary protected status, for immigrants living here who fled armed conflict in their home countries and are here legally, or at least they were. The ruling has sent more than 350,000 immigrants from Haiti and Syria into something of a state of panic as they prepare for possible deportations back to Haiti and Syria, amid questions about how and when the Department of Homeland Security will act. Joining us now is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, who joins us from his home in Oklahoma. Thanks so much for joining us, Mr. Secretary. So more than 350,000 people from Haiti and Syria who have lived and worked legally in this country under TPS. Will you be deporting all of them? Will they be all deported back to their home countries, Haiti and Syria? And when will these deportations start? Will it be immediately?
Well, Jake, first of all, temporary protective status was never intended to be permanent. And there's a lot of people that came over here 15, 20 years ago underneath TPS that's already changed their status. The whole time these individuals have been here underneath the temporary protective status, they could have applied for a visa. They could have applied for a LPR. They could have applied for different directions. But the status itself can be ended in its name itself by saying temporary. So these individuals have a couple of choices. They can try to apply for a permanent residence here. They can apply for a temporary visa if they choose to, or they can choose to go back. And if they want to go back, we'll help them with that. If I'm talking directly to the individuals with the temporary protected status, either try to fill out the paperwork and be here underneath a permanent status, or we'll help you get back to your country. We'll actually give you a plane ticket plus roughly $2,100 to help you reestablish when you get there. But temporary protected status, according to the courts and in its name itself, is not permanent status.
So if the 350,000 temporary protective status holders right now start applying for permanent status, start applying for visas, will they not be deported? Is that a way for them to stay in the U.S. legally?
Well, it depends on if they qualify or not. Underneath some visas, when you overstay your visa, when you have to go back to the country you came from. Underneath TPS, while it is still in order, you're able to apply for different status. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be accepted. There's a lot of things that take into consideration. First of all, have you been here and been charged with a felony, or do you have a criminal background? Do you have pending charges against you? Those won't be accepted. If you've been here and you've been living off the taxpayer dollars, meaning that you're part of social programs, those won't be accepted either. If you've been here and you've had a full-time paying job, underneath some circumstances, those would apply, but you have to go through the regular steps that every other immigrant that wants to come to the country legally has to go through. So I can't say that everybody's going to be accepted, but you are eligible to apply. Nothing prevents you from applying, filling out the application, but nothing's prevented them since they've been here underneath TPS either.
So obviously you're correct that the T in TPS stands.
So what he's saying is that you weren't prevented from applying while you already had status. So you should be applying for a more status. This is your fault. This is your fault that we gave you a TPS status, and that was all. We did no follow up, and we told you that you should do follow up because this could end. This is your fault. You should have been applying for regular status all the time that you were here. As you, some of you went to college. Some of you got jobs. Many of the Haitian immigrants who got jobs in the healthcare industry. Now, the healthcare industry in many states said that they are going to suffer a lot if they unilaterally take away these Haitians, because there are so many Haitian people who are working in healthcare. I know a young lady, she's a second generation Haitian. She used to work regular jobs when she was younger, and she said she got tired of smelling like meat from fast food places. She got tired of smelling like meat when she got home. So she went to college. She got her nursing degree, and then she continued to go on to college because she wanted more. Now she's a physician's assistant. Me personally, except for one Haitian person who is in YouTube, me personally, the Haitian people that I'm familiar with are highly educated and highly employed. That is just my personal experience. I know everyone don't have the same experience, but that has been my experience. Now, it doesn't seem like they can try to fill out the paperwork. Well, why is he keep on saying they can try to fill out the paperwork? He didn't say that they can simply fill out the paperwork. He said they can try to fill out the paperwork. What does this trying mean? Department of Homeland Security Wayne Mullins battled CNN's Jake Tapper Sunday over deportations of Haitians with temporary protective status. In a tense debate on CNN's State of the Union, Tapper quizzed Mullen about the Supreme Court's ruling, which gave President Donald Trump administration the authority to end temporary protective status for roughly 330,000 immigrants from Haiti alone. Okay, we've heard the interview. Let's see what his follow-up is. Now, but do you maintain that it is safe in Haiti to send these people back? He never answered that question. Of course, it is not safe in Haiti to send these people back. So why are we even having this discussion? So this link is in my description box if you want to read it. But I also ran across something that you guys may find interesting as well. About the Haiti situation that is never talked about. Hold on. That the fact that it is because of the U.S. That Haiti is a failed state. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to talk about the things that America does and has always done to ruin nations. Let's get into this, shall we? I think it's down here. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna get into what's really has always bogged down Haiti. Putting in these puppet governments. The thing that the U.S. does best. I think this is the same thing. Hold on. No, this is another part of this conversation I want to share with you. Excuse me. I want to make sure I get everything out. Here we go.
Obviously, you're correct that the T in TPS stands for temporary. The Trump administration's argument
That's right.
Is that this was only supposed to last 18 months. My understanding of how the process works is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security has the discretion to extend it if the U.S. State Department says that the countries that these people are from are still considered unsafe, which is why they...
That would be you, sir. You could extend it if the countries feel that it's unsafe. That's right. It's supposed to be for 18 months. That's right. So the question remains, is Haiti safe to go back to?
Were afforded TPS status to begin with. Is it the position of the Trump administration that Haiti is a safe country to send these people to?
Well, we take a lot of things in consideration. Secretary Rubio, the president, and I have had multiple conversations about this. Obviously, the qualification isn't quite just that simple. And keep in mind, a lot of these individuals haven't been here 18 months; they've been here 18 years. Some of them have been here 20 years. 30.
So, therefore, the question then remains: Is Haiti safe for these people to go back to? It doesn't matter if they've been here 18 months, 18 years. I think that there was such a thing as TSP 18 years ago. Well, yeah, there always has been. But the question still remains. If they've been here 18 years, is the country right now safe to send them back to? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We need to make room for the white Afrikaners over here in the United States of America.
30 years. They've had plenty of time to reestablish their status inside the United States. They just chose not to. Then there's some that's been here underneath the Biden administration that took advantage of an open border. And those individuals didn't really come over here because they needed protective status. They came over here because they were taking advantage of a weak leadership. So what we want, and the president has made this very clear.
Sure, sir. Where's your data that proves that? You mean to tell me that people that are living in Haiti, a failed state, that came here under Biden when it was failing tremendously? You mean to tell me they just came over here and they didn't need protection in their country? You mean to tell me that these people just came over here to the United States, but they needed no protection status? That it was safe for them to remain in their country? Is that what you're telling me, Mark Wayne Mullins? With this word salad and stuttering and bullshit that you're talking? Is that what you're telling me? But the white Afrikaners are experiencing a genocide. People are allegedly killing white Afrikaners. As your vice president came out here and what the why Haitians are on the radar right now is because of a lie that J.D. Vance propagated out in the public to get Trump elected in 2024. Let's be real clear. Why Haiti is on the chopping block.
Those that are coming to this country legally, they need to be able to contribute to the United States, not be a burden on the taxpayers. And so we are continuing looking at our temporary protective status. Those individuals that
they don't need to be a burden to the taxpayer. They need to. Are you burdened when you take their? Go on it a little bit further now, because y'all don't give a fuck about Social Security. Going on a little bit further. Are you secured? Are you secure when these people go to work and their federal dollars uphold these federal programs that you are always trying to cut to allow that big beautiful bill to give billionaires a tax cut? Are we really worried about money in the United States as we continue to give tax breaks to billionaires? But people in a failed state that comes over to the United States, we want to say that the law's different because these people, are they contributing? Are they contributing? They are. But you want to pretend like they all are on welfare.
Do need assistance because of the country they're in. We're always looking at them. There isn't a more generous country in the world than the United States, but we don't want people to take advantage of it.
Right. But
we don't want people to take advantage of it. As we sit up and see a day after day after day of how billionaires in this administration is taking advantage of the Treasury of the United States of America. Let that sink in. Let that make sense. We don't want the regular people to take advantage of it because we're trying to figure out how to divvy it up for ourselves.
Maintain that it is safe in Haiti to send these people back?
Well, I think, like I said, Jake, this is a decision that's being made from the State Department, from myself and the president. And there's a lot of things that we look at when we take this in consideration. It's not just one factor that plays into this.
Well, first of all, city officials have not.
Okay. So, we remember when Donald Trump went on the debate stage and said the Haitian people in Springfield were eating the cats and dogs. Do you remember this? J.D. Vance talks about immigrants, migrant pet eating claims. So he's asked about this. Now, if you did not know, this is where it came from. J.D. Vance was a senator in Ohio. So J.D. Vance was the first person that put this out. There was a woman, I believe she was in Camden, Ohio, which is over 100 miles away from Springfield, Ohio. Springfield, Ohio, or where a lot of Haitians went because there were jobs available. Because the white people in Springfield, Ohio, they were too sprung out on meth. That they were not accepting the jobs, and if they did get a job, they would half-ass do a job. They wouldn't stay on the job. They'd be late. They didn't care. Now, then these Haitian people come in, and they take the job. And after this debate, where Trump said this, they did an interview with the CEO of a company that he said he had 30 Haitian immigrants that work for him, and I think he said, and I wish I could get 3 times as more because they stay at their machines, they do their work, they're not lollygagging all over, they do the amount of work that is scheduled for them, and they do the job. And I wish I could have 3 times as many of them working for me. But your president and your vice president decided to take a story about this mentally ill woman who, in fact, killed a cat, and they said she was eating the cat in Camden, Ohio. And then he decided to bring the story that this was happening in Springfield, Ohio. And then he also said there was also Laura Ingraham. She said something about she went on a whole racist tirade. Laura Ingraham, you have the audacity to say, go back home. We don't want you here. We don't want your kind here. We built this country. Who is we, bitch? What we are you speaking of? What we was Laura Ingraham speaking of? I'll find that rant. But let's get back to J.D. Vance. But in her rant, Laura Ingraham said something about you guys are out here drunk driving and killing people, and we don't want you here. And the pets thing, the cats and the dogs. So Laura Ingraham, who talked all that shit about Trump, it seems like Laura Ingraham is trying to simp back in to the MAGA juices. She brought up the cats and dogs. She brought up drunk driving, Haitian immigrants killing people. But let's see what's behind her rant. Now, this is a whole bullshit that J.D. Vance admitted to? Well, I should be able to make up things to get your attention. If the media is not paying attention, I should be able to make up things. Now, this is when he's doubling down. He's such a fucking liar. Doubling down with a smile on his face. I just said some black Haitians are eating pets and dogs. So I should be able to tell this lie. Caitlin Collins. Here we go. Here is the development of the cats and dogs lie for those who want to pretend like you didn't know. Wait a minute. Let me see. Hold on. 1 second. Maybe we should do this first. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Okay, here we go. Let's see Megyn Kelly have her racist crash out first. Shall we? We'll start here. Let's start here from the beginning. That is so true. That is so true. And you have to look at who's going to fill the holes. These were factory jobs that they were filling in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. They didn't have any workers to work in these factory jobs. And then these Haitians came in. They started working the jobs, and then they start either renting and or buying houses, and they were upset that they were bringing up the property values so much that these bummy regular people from Springfield, they were mad that the prices of houses were going up and rents were going up because somebody came in and they made their property value rise. Now, you think they be happy that their property value rise. But the degenerates of Springfield were complaining because they could no longer find a decent flop house to flop in for little of money. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh, let's get into this. Let's start here first. Let's start from the announcement of the TPS order being slapped down, in my opinion, by this ridiculously racist Supreme Court.
With our work ethic, go home, get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our...
We built it with our work ethic. Bitch, who built this country? Black slaves built this country. You had no work ethic. If the only work ethic you had and still have is stealing. Is stealing. The simple fact that you say that we built this country because of our work ethics of working slaves till they died in the field, abusing and having children with them, but looking at them as if they were animals, but we still bed down with them and had children with them. Those are your ethics, Megyn Kelly. Those are your ethics. You have no ethic, and you built nothing, bitch. Black slave labor built the whole U.S. economy. You built nothing. And she's mad. Go back home. We know our country is better than yours, but we're going to get on to that too. This dumb bitch.
Our culture and our values. You being...
Our culture and our values. Bitch, what are your culture? Your culture is stealing from other cultures. Your culture is cruelty, bitch. That is your culture. You have no values. You value nothing. The only thing that you value is free labor and manipulating other races of people. That's what those are your values, bitch. I'm not going to say anything else.
Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us.
Hey, I started the first half of the show making a joke about tomorrow being my birthday. That's not the joke. That's true. But I asked if you could subscribe on YouTube and like and follow the Facebook page, Dollemore Daily. And really, I would appreciate it if you would. The birthday thing's a joke. I mean, it is my birthday, but it's a joke that it would be a present to me. Really trying to make this show.
This link is in my description box. Go over there to Dollemore Daily because he has a great channel.
Yesterday with the Supreme Court decision, Donald Trump's Nazi Supreme Court. People don't like when I say Nazi, but, you know, listen. We have a Supreme Court that is replete with white supremacists, Sam Alito, even Clarence Thomas, the black man who's been on the court for decades now, since 91 or whatever. It carries water for white supremacy, bends himself into a pretzel to make justifications for white supremacy policy. So it's a racist court, without a doubt. And yesterday, they gave Donald Trump carte blanche, full power to dismiss from the country black and brown people at his leisure, at his most flighty, whimsical, racist ideas can be brought to against desperate people in this country. Haitians, Somalis. And let me tell you, listen, Megyn Kelly tweeted this absolutely horrific, garbage Nazi shit. And then I'm going to play a video of her. But I want to tell you a story very, very quickly. After Renee Good was killed, 2 days after Renee Good was killed, Brittany Page and I were on the ground in Minneapolis to go protest outside the Whipple Federal Building. We were pepper sprayed by the feds. I was in the face of ICE agents. We protested. We did what was our duty. We felt compelled to speak out against the horrors that were taking place in Minnesota at the hands of masked secret police goons of Donald Trump, murderous execution squads. After we left, they ended up executing Alex Preddy in the street. And we traveled to the city, Uber primarily. And there were several people that we met who were Somalis. And you're going to hear Megyn Kelly say, "Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here. You can't assimilate," and all of this garbage. And the guy we met was a father of multiple children. They all went to college. They played college sports. And he was worried. He was a naturalized citizen, a citizen, no different a citizen than me, other than the fact that he wasn't born in the country. No more right to call this his country of anybody else. And he was afraid. He was afraid of being pulled over and yanked out of his car and maybe murdered by ICE. And just because he doesn't live his life the same way I do or you do, doesn't mean he's not assimilated. He sent his kids to American colleges. His American citizen children went to American colleges. They participated in college sports. They went on to get jobs in finance and other things. It's an American. What is assimilation? If you don't live your life like the white supremacist Catholic Megyn Kelly, you're not assimilated. Am I not assimilated for you because I grew up poor and you're wildly wealthy beyond your dreams, Megyn Kelly? I wanted to say that before I started here because of the fact that what she's getting ready to say is about the most vile attack on a population of people that I've ever heard. It's just mask off Nazi shit now with these people. They feel emboldened because the Supreme Court, after all, agrees with Donald Trump that he can do anything he wants. He can be the Führer of America. She tweeted this. There's another element I'll talk afterward, but Megyn sends a message to the Haitians who lost their TPS today, temporary protective status. And then the quote here. I don't need to read the quote because you're getting ready to watch the video of this vile, sickening representation of a human being. It's hard to tell with all the plastic surgery and the hair extensions and all the things that are gender-affirming care from this transphobe bigot. Very difficult. Watch this, and then we will talk about it on the other side.
And look, this has been going on for over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half of you, won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to fucking Haiti. Sorry. I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio who've been dealing with these.
Okay. I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio. Let's get to it.
TPS Haitians for years now who are drunk driving all over their towns and killing people. This is the whole cats and dogs thing. Like they don't want to live.
This is the whole cats and dogs thing. Okay, let's continue.
Like Americans live. And
no one wants to live like you live. Always botching up your face and you're still a hard-faced bitch. going back and forth of supporting Trump or not supporting Trump. Because you have to blow with the wind to keep attention on yourself, you stupid bitch. Let's. This link is in my description box. This is. We've gotten there. Let me see. Now this is interesting. What you wrote about this Mary Louise person. Jesus. In Mississippi. We're gonna talk about this May Louise Miller story. I have never heard of this. Lord, have mercy. Thank you for giving me this information. I never heard of this. But let me get back to this JD Vance situation. Okay, so she talked about the Springfield situation. What is the Springfield situation? This is where it all started. He bought you the Springfield situation.
Said it's not true. They've said they have. Well, first of all, city officials have not said it's not true. They've said they don't have all the evidence.
They said they have no evidence.
So she's asked him about the claims about Haitians eating cats and dogs. Caitlin Collins said city officials said that it is not true. And he says, well, they said that they didn't say it wasn't true. They just said they don't have evidence of it. They didn't say it wasn't true. This is your vice president of the tool of Peter Thiel, bought and paid for, a consummate liar who is out on the fucking interviewing circuit like a hoe on the track, trying to sell a book about his conversion to Catholicism, trying to talk about religion right now, instead of doing the job of a VP who carries his ass to do peace agreements and can never seal the deal. This motherfucker right here. Let's see what he says. Again, understand what the question is.
Well, first of all, city officials have not said it's not true. They've said they don't have all the evidence.
They said they have no evidence.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin.
The city official says they have no evidence. And he, with all of this, we heard from many officials, of many citizens on the ground, not officials, many citizens on the ground. Now, the woman who initially made the claim that her cat was stolen by the Haitians, a racist ass bitch who obviously, if your cat is missing, of course the Haitians did it. She found her cat.
To both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening.
If someone calls your office and says they saw Bigfoot, that doesn't mean they saw Bigfoot. Why? I mean, you have a sense of responsibility as a running mate, and he certainly does as the candidate to not promote false information, right?
Caitlin, it's a totally fair point, but nobody's calling my office and saying that they saw Bigfoot. What they're calling and saying is we're seeing migrants kidnap our dogs and cats, and city officials aren't doing anything about it.
Senator, officials, the mayor, other local officials have said there's just no evidence of what you're saying, that it's baseless, those claims. Can't you just make your argument about immigration without making those claims, Senator? Why not just make an argument about immigration? Why do you have to delve into repeating these baseless claims that, again, Senator, have been repeated by neo-Nazis?
Kristen, I hear you saying that they're baseless, but I'm not repeating them because I invented them out of thin air. I'm repeating them because my constituents are saying these things are happening. I mean,
But there's
just
no
yesterday,
evidence.
a video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors are out there because constituents are seeing it with their own eyes, and some of them are talking about it. Now, look, we also have to talk about and should primarily talk about the effects that this has had on car insurance rates, on disease rates. Those are the things that I'm spending 95% of my time talking about, Kristen. But again, the media didn't care about this story until we started sharing the 911 call about the geese. That is an indictment of the American media. But the real problem here, Kristen, let me just finish this point, is Kamala Harris opened the border with no plan for how to assimilate 20,000 people. It's made the community worse off. That's what we should be focused on.
Senator, I have to say, though, that the mayor from Dayton in that video that you're talking about and police chief responded forcefully to that new video you just referenced. They say there's absolutely no evidence to even remotely suggest that immigrants are eating pets.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
But we're not done yet. Are we done? Maybe we're done. Let me see. Maybe we're done with that one. We're not done yet. All of these links are in my description box. I just wanted to remind you about what we are really dealing.
This one reporter causes Donald Trump to have a meltdown in his office over.
Hold on. Here we go. We got those two. Let's.
Aiden Clark, who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant.
Okay, so didn't you hear Megyn Kelly talk about drunks killing people? So here's 11-year-old boy killed by a Haitian immigrant. And let's see what his father has to say, as opposed to what Megyn Kelly was running her mouth off about. Let's see what the child's father has to say.
Said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies.
Senator, he's asking for you to apologize. Will you?
No, we won't.
Dana, first of all, my heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they've clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done to Springfield, Ohio, and what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio. And Dana, I think this illustrates the entire contrast between.
So, who else said that he wanted them to stop bringing their name up? What is the girl who they Laken Riley. What about Laken Riley? How they bastardized the name of Laken Riley for their political gain? To the point that they have a Laken Riley law. I believe it was her father. Either one or both parents came out and asked them to stop using her name, but they continue to use the Laken Riley name. I don't know if one of the parents said it's okay and the other said don't use it. Therefore, they're continuing to bastardize the death of her for political gain. So you had you had hard jaw Megyn Kelly out here talking about drunk driving and killing people. And when you hear the father says that this was an accident, but this hard jaw bitch is finds herself in such trouble with the MAGA nuts that she is out here spewing hatred, overt hatred, and lies. And this motherfucker refuses to apologize. So this link is in my description box. I really have a lot of disdain for him. I will let you watch that on your own because he is quite disgusting to me. Now, we're going to finally get to the meat and potatoes of this. You heard him defending this stance, and his constituents were coming out and telling him that they have seen it, and this is why he talked about it, and blah, blah, blah. We may have to go a little bit further on this. I want you to hear him pontificate on and on and on about these migrants from Springfield.
How we're trying to go about this debate and how a lot of the Democrats are trying to go about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there.
They're talking about 12 Proud Boys. They're talking about 12 people from a black hate group. Who needs to talk about that? They're talking about things that have been debunked. But what are you talking about?
To my constituents, and I'm hearing terrible things about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there. I'm talking
the fake debunking of a lot of these stories that are out there. So what he said there, that the 12 Proud Boys, these white nationalists brought themselves to Springfield on the report of these Haitians eating cats and dogs. They're talking about the fake debunking of these stories. So what he's saying is they are saying that these stories have been debunked, but it's fake. The fake debunking of these stories of Haitians eating cats and dogs. He's going in on even after the stories have been debunked, and he said that they are talking about fake debunking of the stories of Haitians eating cats and dogs. Are we clear on the racism that we're hearing? The lies that we are hearing to further this story until you got 12 white nationalists walking through the streets of Springfield, Ohio behind this bullshit lie?
To my Frank Proud. I think this illustrates the entire contrast between how we're trying to go about this debate and how a lot of the Democrats are trying to go about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there. I'm talking to my constituents, and I'm hearing terrible things about what's going on in Springfield, and Kamala Harris's open border policies have caused these problems. The hospitals are overwhelmed, Dana. The schools are overwhelmed. The local services are completely overwhelmed. You have people who can't afford housing. Homelessness has gone up. Murders are up by 81% because of what Kamala Harris has allowed to happen to this small community. I'm going to keep on talking about that. Now, of course, we can criticize violence. We can also still talk about the problems that are happening in Springfield, and we should be able to do both those things simultaneously, Dana.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the firsthand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in spring.
The evidence is the first-hand account that my constituents have told me. No, I cannot say that it's not false. Not right now. But let's move forward in time a little bit. This is all of the bullshit that this lying motherfucker.
Well, first of all,
that's not it.
Well, city officials have not said it's not.
Hold on. That's not it. Is it this one? This one? This one? Let me see. Where is it? Hold on. We're gonna finally. Here we are. I think it's this one.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat meat. If I have to...
But it wasn't...
Yeah, I gotta put my 2 cents into this.
Hold on. I already had it. I apologize. That was it. The original one that I was showing you. Let me go back to mine because I don't want to hear his commentary. I am going to play. I already had that. He is doing a whole word salad around the question. Let's hear the final answer to this question. I hear the final answer to this question. Here we go. Hold on.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time, but the fact is it is the law because President Biden and Vice President Harris are. But I don't want to frankly go down this conversation about policy
Dana,
because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about
instead of about the fact,
Senator,
that
it was
Harris,
your
Dana,
distraction.
Granted amnesty.
You were the one who started
level.
talking about eating dogs and cats.
Level.
You were the one who
Dana,
brought this
my
up.
constituents
The president
were the
said
ones
it to
who talked about
60
eating
million
dog and
people.
cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about
Have
it.
you
and
been
it is
to
my
Springfield?
responsibility to surface their concerns when the American media
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken my
recently,
children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since you've gotten these calls?
Have I been in the last 4 days?
No,
No,
I'm
I haven't
talking
been
about
in the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people
calls
in
from the
Springfield,
constituents.
Dana. and they're telling me this stuff is happening.
Always answering a question that wasn't asked. Have I been in the last 4 days? No, I haven't been in the last 4 days. I always answering questions that had not been asked. Let's continue.
Now, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers to the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this? So please ask a question, and I'd ask you to be polite enough to let me answer it.
Yes, I am, and I think that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were making unsubstantiated claims that had racist undertones about people eating dogs and cats, and they didn't answer the questions about that, then I would have similar interactions with them. As you know, I am very grateful that you come on the show, as I am for other Republicans. But this is something that you're hearing from constituents. I did a lot of reporting. I talked to people in Ohio over the weekend, and they're really worried about these claims. The policies, yes, I am agreeing with you that what I heard is that there is concern that these migrants, there's a lot of them, and the integration isn't being done fast enough and well enough. And that's a totally legitimate conversation. There are other conversations that are happening. Aiden Clark, who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant. You said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump. They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies.
Senator, he's asking for you to apologize. Will you?
Dana, first of all, my heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done to Springfield, Ohio, and what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio. And Dana, I think this illustrates the entire contrast between how we're trying to go about this debate and how a lot of Democrats are trying to go to help him out. But he did not accuse me of inciting a bomb, applying a double standard. This is actually, I think this is an important conversation.
Okay.
Look, the Springfield mayor.
When these bomb threats started, and that baseless rumors about hate you to please stop putting negative attention. He said after the bomb threats,
you're engaged in basic propaganda. Well, what is the implication, Dana? I actually love to have this conversation right now live on air.
Right.
What is the implication when you say you calling out these problems has caused a bomb threat? You accused me of causing a bomb threat. Doesn't that mean you should shut up about the residents of Springfield? Don't you realize you're engaged in basic propaganda to silence the concerns of American citizens?
I was quoting.
Now, the mayor said you're inciting bomb threats. What are you telling me to do? To shut up? To not bring forth the fears of the racist constituents who are saying that Haitians are eating cats and dogs? You don't want me to propagate propaganda? Is that what you're saying? This is where all of this came from. I just need you to remind you. This is where all of this came from. This administration spewing lies about Black Haitians who came from a failed state that have protected status and are about to be have lost their protective status and could be possibly on their way back to a failed state. because of this overt racism and the cheers that you hear about overt racism based on this motherfucker's lies. You notice that he didn't present a constituent? No.
Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
Do you condemn the Proud Boys, even if it's just 12, even if it's just?
We created this the area where you can talk about this. Yeah, you created it. You would not have had to create it if a actual constituent came to you. You said it yourself. You created it.
One marching in Springfield.
Dana, I condemn all white supremacists. I'm obviously not. I'm married to a non-white person. I don't like these people, but I think that we have to keep our focus not on 12 marchers going down the street, but on the fact that thousands of residents have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's policy. I find this very unusual, Dana, that the American media is more interested in a bunch of losers marching down the street than they are in the fact that Kamala Harris has made these people's lives worse. I'm not talking about 12 Proud Boys. I'm talking about 40,000 residents, 40,000 constituents of mine, many of whom can't afford housing and food because of Kamala Harris's open border. That is what I want to focus the media's attention on. We're going to keep on doing it because I think the American people deserve.
They can't afford housing and food because of Kamala Harris's open borders. These same people can't afford housing and food because they didn't get off their white asses and go to work. They wanted to stay at home and smoke meth. They did so the property value improves in Springfield, Ohio, and now he wants to address these motherfucking meth heads who can't afford housing. This is what's going on.
A government that puts their interests first. Can I make just one more final point about this, Dana?
Yes, please.
You've heard a lot of the media focusing on every possible distraction from the story in Springfield. You've heard them focus on these Proud Boys marchers. You've heard just in this interview, Dana, the suggestion that because some psychopath is calling it a bomb threat, somehow we have to then ignore 40,000 Springfieldians.
That's not what I said.
So just because some psychopath told you that there was Haitians eating cats and dogs, we got to go through all of this? Everybody else is a psychopath, except for the unproven person that had you and Donald Trump out here lying about Haitians eating cats and dogs, and the white ignorance of running and carrying with that, to the point that the Supreme Court found it real simple to revoke their temporary status in the United States of America. Let all of this sink in. Remember, all of this is a ruse. This link is in my description box. But Ronnie, was any of that true, Ronnie? Was any of that true? Let's get into it. Of course it wasn't. It was all bullshit, and gave the opportunity for schools to get bomb threats, grocery stores to get bomb threats, all because this J.D. Vance decided to tell a lie against black people because he know how easy and malleable white people are to their racist tendencies. So let's get into it.
CBS News confirmed team has looked into claims by Senator J.D. Vance and Trump running mate and other conservatives that Haitian immigrants in Ohio are eating pets And CBS News confirmed found those claims are baseless. So here's the backstory. Vance posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, yesterday discussing the impact he says undocumented immigrants are having on Springfield, Ohio. He included a claim saying, quote, reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. At last check, the post has been viewed more than 9 million times. Our CBS News Confirmed team talked to a spokesperson for the city of Springfield, Ohio. She said there are, quote, no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed by migrants. A county parks official said the same. It's not clear where the claim originated, but a local newspaper reported that it could be linked to a viral post in a local Facebook group.
But I ordered my coffee and I'm walking out and I see a big flag flying.
But your vice president said that somebody came to him and told him, one of his constituents, and then it became constituents, was the one who informed him about the horrible things that were going on in Springfield. Do you remember him saying that? It came from some posts. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on.
The town of Springfield, Ohio, was thrust into the national spotlight after false accusations quickly spread of Haitian immigrants there stealing and eating pets. The claims were repeated by former President Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance. And since then, many Haitian residents say they have been concerned for their safety. The issue is likely to come up. Walls take the stage tonight. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us now from Springfield. Camilo, tell us how these rumors got started and why Senator Vance continues to promote these false claims.
Hi, Lindsay. It appears that these false allegations about this small city in Ohio first emerged online in right-wing groups and by right-wing figures. And they were, of course, giving a lot of oxygen by Senator J.D. Vance and other Republican lawmakers. Of course, former President Donald Trump talked about this claim during his presidential debate with Vice President Harris. And it is very important to note that despite not just local authorities disproving and debunking these claims, officials here in Ohio, including Republican politicians, have also said that these allegations are not true, including the governor of the state, Governor DeWine, who is a Republican and who's also supporting J.D. Vance and former President Donald Trump for the presidential ticket in 2024. And despite all that, J.D. Vance has yet to correct the record. He has, in many ways, doubled down on these claims, saying that constituents of his are calling his office to report some of these claims. But again, there has been no corroboration. And I'm sure we're going to get to this, Lindsay. There are legitimate policy discussions to have about the migration pressures that towns like Springfield are having in the past few years. But of course, these claims are not just misleading, inaccurate, and false, but they can be dangerous because we did see threats against buildings, including schools here in Springfield, in the wake of those allegations.
Can you please fact check for us who these migrants are, how they're able to be there? I mean, I know that we've heard from the governor. He's been talking to local businesses who have said they've brought some of these businesses back after the pandemic.
Well, this is another inaccurate claim that J.D. Vance has made about the Haitian immigrants in this community. He has called them illegal aliens, Lindsay, despite the fact that they entered the U.S. lawfully and are here in the country legally. They have been able to come to the U.S. legally under two Biden administration programs. One of them allows people who have American sponsors to fly into the country legally and to work here lawfully. And another allows people in Mexico who are waiting for an appointment to enter the U.S. to be processed legally at an official border crossing and then to work in the country lawfully. And most Haitians here are also eligible for something known as temporary protected status. And that is a legal immigration relief program for nationals of countries that are right now undergoing an emergency, a natural disaster, a war, or some other crisis. And of course, we know that Haiti is still in deep political turmoil, and that is the reason that the Biden administration has created this TPS program for Haiti. So these immigrants here are working lawfully, and they are in the country lawfully.
Camilo Montoya Galvez, appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
This is the extent of the lies that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump put out about Haitian immigrants in this country. Let me find one more thing that I wanted to play about this. So are we clear that all of this was lies? We should be clear. Let me find this. Oh, God, I don't know where it is. Hold on one second. I could have sworn I had this already. Hold on. I cannot find it. Unfortunately, I can't find what I'm looking for. I apologize. I will play this for you tomorrow. So let's move on. Let's move on to what I do have to present on today. Jesus Christ. Let me share this with you. This is more on the Stephen Miller memo about the disabled people. Let me share this with you. We were talking about Stephen Miller had a bright idea to put disabled people to institutionalize the disabled, including your children. So they can give contracts to their billionaire buddies and say that they are cutting out, they are trying to save money as they pay billionaires money that would be going to the parents of disabled children to take care of their disabled children in the home. But hey, welcome to America.
The Department of Justice released a controversial memo. It authorizes states to send Americans with disabilities to institutions, nursing homes, psych wards, segregated schools, rather than funding the community-based services that allow them to remain at home. This would undo decades of community integration reforms, including longtime Supreme Court precedent that was designed to allow those with disabilities to live independent, productive lives. This week, we learned that White House Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller was behind that memo, according to Bloomberg Law, who spoke to people who were briefed. And while spokespeople for both the White House and the DOJ denied that Miller played a role in the memo, this attempt to remove folks with disabilities from their communities tracks with his exclusionary vision for this country. Miller is infamously obsessed with demographics, crowing just today about deporting Haitian migrants and refugees. Under his watch, DHS has produced a trove of state propaganda, which experts say promotes white nationalist slogans and iconography. He is also, of course, the architect of Trump's draconian immigration policies. And as the New York Times reports, during a private meeting during the last presidential campaign, Trump reportedly told staff that Miller wants to deport more than 2/3 of this country's population, leaving behind only those who look like him. For its part, the White House denies that reporting, but it certainly seems consistent with an ethos that says, if you can't deport your undesirables, at least hide them away. Allison Barkoff led disability enforcement work at the Department of Justice. She is currently the director of the Hirsch Health Law and Policy Program at George Washington University, and she joins me now. Allison, walk us through what this memo would mean in practice.
So this memo is shocking in its reversal of 50 years of policy by the United States government that states should provide services to people with disabilities in their own homes and in their own communities instead of locking them away in institutions, hiding them away from society. And what this means in this reversal is that the main enforcer of disability rights laws said, we are not going to continue with that work. That's going to mean settlement agreements being undone, new positions in court, and the memo talks about undoing decades-long regulations that have been in place.
So why have there been these regulations that mandate community integration?
Hold on a second. Who is this? House of ill repute. Well, how come all white rural places are double dumps? How come all rural white communities double dumps? Ask yourself that. Let's continue.
And where possible. What are the benefits of that for the individuals who are affected, for economic outcomes? Why has this been such an important fight for the disability community?
The disability rights laws and these integration mandate regulations come from a very ugly history in our country when people with disabilities were segregated away in institutions. RFK's own father went and visited one of these infamous institutions in New York, calling it a snake pit. And that is what led to really a push to create community services. The vast majority of people can and want to live in the community. It's cost effective and it leads to better outcomes. Think about it. It is community services that allow families to keep children with disabilities in their own homes. It's what allows children to go to school with their peers in their neighborhood because of these community services. We have disabled coworkers. We have people with disabilities that are part of all of our community. And that's why these laws are so critical. And people in the disability community have fought for decades. These are hard-won rights that are at risk with this memo.
This is also not the first time that this administration has gone after Americans with disabilities in some way. HHS floated an autism registry. RFK Jr. has made repeated ugly comments about Americans on the autism spectrum never being able to lead productive lives. You have the president and his top civil rights official using a slur for people with intellectual disabilities. Can you put this decision in the broader context of the administration's approach to this community?
And if you don't find it odd that Sean Duffy, who has a mentally disabled child himself, stood up on that empty ass fake fairgrounds and had some type of opening ceremonies and talked about the dim-tards when he has a mentally disabled daughter on the stage with him. These people are unserious people.
It's been a pretty astounding last year for people with disabilities. Just in the same week as the Department of Justice memo came out, the Trump administration announced moving all of the programs that support students with disabilities out of the Department of Education into the Department of Health and Human Services, segregating programs for students with disabilities from programs for students without disabilities. This is on top of a $1 trillion cut to the Medicaid program, which funds the very services that we're talking about that help people live in their own homes and in their own communities. And so people with disabilities are now across the country navigating threats and cuts to the very services that help them stay in their own homes and in their own communities. The president's budget proposes eliminating very important programs that support people with disabilities and their families. And that is just a handful of the long list of policies that are incredibly harmful to people with disabilities and their families.
In the brief time that we have left, I want to drill down on something you said earlier about it being cost effective for people to get these services while they are still living in their own homes. You have been tracking the huge cuts to home and community-based services that states have been undergoing in an effort to save money because the One Big Beautiful Bill cut Medicaid spending. Why are states doing this? Won't it cost them more money in the end if they kick people off of these programs and ultimately have to institutionalize a larger share of the population?
Well, it is true that it is cost effective. We can serve 3 people for every 1 person in an institution. The reason states are cutting these important community services is they know people will do anything to stay out of institutions. We are already starting to see with the states, almost half of states already starting to cut services in response to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, HR 1. And we are seeing people trying to find ways to manage, families having to leave their jobs to fill in and provide those services and supports. We see people who will do anything not to go into a nursing home, people who are making choices about maybe I won't get a shower this week, maybe I won't be able to get out of bed, people who are willing to even die in their own homes to avoid going into an institution. It is an existential threat for the disability community right now.
Allison Barkoff, thanks so much for your time tonight.
Okay. If you were unaware, I just wanted to give you that information. This link is found in my description box as well. Now, that is Stephen Miller. And
the Supreme Court ruled in another 6-3 decision that the Trump administration can strip away protected status from 350,000 Haitian immigrants and 6,100 Syrian immigrants who've been living and working lawfully in the United States under temporary protected status, known as TPS. The program designed for foreign citizens of countries the U.S. government believes are too unstable or dangerous to be returned to, often due to natural disasters or war. The loss of TPS will put hundreds of thousands of people at risk for deportation. This is Caroline Joseph, co-founder of the Haitian Bridge Alliance, speaking yesterday.
Yes, today hurts, but we will continue to fight on behalf of the 1.3 million TPS holders from 17 countries. Today, it is Haiti and Syria. Tomorrow is Venezuela, Nicaragua, and others. So together, we say no to injustice, and we must make sure that we as a country stand on the right side of history.
White House senior aide Stephen Miller, who is seen as the architect of the president's deportation agenda, took questions from reporters after the ruling came down.
Does the administration consider Haiti a safe country?
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haiti?
Yes.
Yes,
so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course, Haitians should live in Haiti.
The case is Mullen versus Doe. The conservative majority ruled the Supreme Court lacked authority to...
So he wants you to believe just because they're Haitians, they should live in Haiti. Well, why is why is Melania living in the United States? If that is the fact, if that is so, why is Elon Musk and Peter Thiel living in the United States? If that is the premise that we go on, huh? If this is the simple premise that we go on, why are all of these non-American born people, including you and your ancestry, Stephen Miller, why are you living in the United States? So racist, so geeked out, look like he is twerking on something. So pleased with himself because he wants to make the abnormal seem normal. Of course, if they're Haitians, why shouldn't they live in Haiti? I don't see the problem. Geeked up.
Agenda took questions from reporters after the ruling came down.
Does the administration consider Haiti a safe country?
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haitians?
Yes.
Despite the do not travel warnings?
Yeah, so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians.
So, and when you listen to this, is Haiti a safe place? For Haitians, yes. It's not an odd proposition that Haitians should live in Haiti. So, you, as a government official, is it safe for you to live in America? Is it safe for you, Stephen Miller? Obviously, if you're an American, you should feel safe living in America. Well, then why does you and your wife live free on an American military base in housing that is for high-ranking military officials, Stephen Miller? Can you tell me that? This is a motherfucker who has himself and his family in the United States living on a military base because they say that they don't feel safe. Because there was some chalk, no threatening words, because there was some chalk writing just happened to be in front of their house. And now they live on a whole military base. But Haitians, you should feel safe in a failed state that has no government whatsoever. The audacity. He works. He is the right-hand man. He's the Goebbels to Trump's Hitler.
To leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course, Haitians should live in Haiti.
The case is Mullen versus Doe. The conservative majority ruled the Supreme Court lacked authority to review how the president or Department of Homeland Security used their authority on TPS. He also rejected the idea that racial prejudice was involved in the decision for Haitians. In her dissent for the liberal minority, Justice Elena Kagan said it was, quote, plain to see that race played a role, writing, quote, the evidence includes statements by the president so repellent and racially inflected that the majority declines to print, Justice Sotomayor said. For more, we're joined by two guests, Guerline Joseph, co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, joining us from Washington, D.C., where she held the news conference yesterday. And with us in New York is Lupe Aguirre, deputy director of U.S. Litigation International Refugee Assistance Project. Guerline, let's begin with you. Respond to the decision and what this means.
Thank you so much, Amy. As I mentioned several times yesterday, the community was devastated, but we continue to make sure we push through. This decision literally means that we have over 350,000 Haitians and 6,000 Syrians whose lives are in the balance, at risk of deportation, family separation, detention, cruel situations where we are continuing to see, knowing the conditions on the ground. In the narratives that the government is using against the community, we know very well that it is truly based on racial
slur that, again, we continue to see happening even after the SCOTUS decision yesterday. That's why we continue to push and asking the Senate to uphold and vote in favor of extending TPS for 3 years for Haitians that is currently on the floor of the Senate. But the reality is that the decision yesterday is devastating. I cannot tell you how many people have been calling, not knowing what tomorrow will bring. Are we going to be deported? What will happen to my children? We have people who have been in the United States for over 10, 15, 20 years that have been able to not only support themselves, give back to the United States, but also supporting those back at home for the past 10 and 15 years.
And Darlene, in terms of the impact in the United States itself, there are estimates that as many as 1/3 of Haitian TPS holders work in the U.S. healthcare system. If all of these folks in the next few months or a year are suddenly declared no longer documented and can't work, the impact that might have on the U.S. healthcare system, that's being completely ignored in this, isn't it?
We have been talking to several hospitals, healthcare providers, and they tell us that they are afraid that the workforce will be eliminated. Currently, as you mentioned, one third of the Haitian TPS holders are our healthcare givers. They are in the hospitals, they are in the home healthcare, in addition to understanding in places like Mississippi and Ohio, where they continue to not only invest in the communities where they have been able to live peacefully with their neighbors, going to church, but we have industries, the healthcare industry, the hospitality industry, the meatpacking industry, also the farm workers also be a part of that. We are looking at the catastrophic deficit
Refugee Assistance Program, IRAP.
As simple as quite literally just living in peace. So not only I'm facing the possibility of most likely
Syrian TPS holder, a member of the LGBTQ community, who submitted an anonymous audio recording to the International Refugee Assistance Program, IRAP, in response to the Supreme Court ruling.
When I've heard the Supreme Court's ruling this morning, I've been just honestly going around in circles since then, feeling anxious, scared, and honestly confused about what might come ahead. With the reality of going back to Syria being closer than ever, I just don't know. The Middle East is up in flames. Syria has just came out of a 5-decade dictatorship, and it's more unstable than ever. So not only I'm facing the possibility of most likely facing all sorts of violence, from mental to physical and sexual, and I have to hide my identity once again, but I'm losing the things I have come to appreciate here in the US. Things that I would tell everyone are things that you would consider normal, as simple as quite literally just living in peace with others, feeling supported by your own community. So I just tell that to everyone. Don't only think about TPS holders, but rather the ripple effect that this will have amongst Americans and everyone here, on the economy, on the psyche of society here.
So Lupe Aguirre, Deputy Director of the U.S. Litigation International Refugee Assistance Program, IRAP, can you respond to this audio message?
Absolutely. First, I just want to comment on the strength and courage and resiliency of all the TPS holders from various countries. But what he said is absolutely right. There are ramifications beyond this community, ramifications that will impact the U.S. society, our healthcare industries, our economies. We have one plaintiff who is a highly sought after doctor that patients travel miles to see. But that didn't matter to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court held, regardless of whether the government is following the scriptures of the TPS law, that we have no, the federal courts have no review power over that decision making. And that's absolutely the wrong and immoral decision. They chose ideology over our promise, our rule of law, and our promise to provide refuge to people who are seeking safety.
And Lupe, I wanted to ask you, the Trump administration is constantly saying that they are directing their dragnets around immigration to the worst of the worst, the criminals. But in reality, what has been happening here is a total 180-degree turn on U.S. policy toward immigration in general, because we're talking not just about the refugee system, the reductions there, the attacks on TPS, the increased fees, almost a doubling of the fees for people just to apply to become U.S. citizens, or visa fees. It's an attempt to completely shut the country off from legal immigration, not just from undocumented immigration. Wondering your thoughts about that.
That's absolutely correct. This is just part of the Trump administration's efforts to feed the detention and deportation machine and essentially halt immigration. Even when people follow the rules, apply, are vetted consistently as they have been under the TPS laws. And so it is not about it's about maintaining their campaign promises to root out people that they see as undesirable, even though they are valuable contributors to our society.
I want to thank you both very much. Of course, we'll continue to follow the effects of this. Lupe Aguirre, Deputy Director.
I was on mute and I was just talking earlier. But what is missing in this whole conversation? What is missing? What is missing is the fact that They are people who are actually employed. They're trying to make it seem like these are people who don't want to work. I want to show you another snippet from Democracy Now! About who this is impacting and why. Let me see. I think it was. Where is it? I think it is here. How Haiti.
The Supreme Court ruled
how Haiti has been impacted by American policies to the point that President Clinton has come back and apologized for the policies that he used in Haiti's too late type of shit. I think this is
Thursday in a 6-3 decision that the Trump administration can turn back asylum seekers at the border and that doing so does not violate federal immigration law. The turnback policy, euphemistically called metering, allows immigration officers at border crossings to block asylum seekers from setting foot on U.S. soil. The policy is not officially in effect. In fact, it was rescinded in 2021, but the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to overturn the 2024 appeals court ruling that found the practice unlawful. And the Supreme Court then agreed to hear the case. The case is Mullen versus Al Otro Lado. Erica Piñero is the executive director of Al Otro Lado, the lead plaintiff in the case. She joins us from Mexico City. And Melissa Crow, litigation.
English or Spanish. So we've been helping those individuals, but I would say
to a port of entry on. She drew from a quite eloquent amicus brief submitted by the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, HIAS, that was involved.
No, that's not the one. Let me find the one, please. Please wait. Please bear with me. I think that it is important. Where is it? It may be here. Hold on 1 second. Nope. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I want to find it. I definitely want to find this. It can't be there. It can't be here. Maybe it is here.
Enshrined in both federal administration to end Supreme Court's rulings later in the broadcast. Duty to warn.
Now, I've been talking about this Roundup thing as well. I've been talking about this Roundup. Do you know the Supreme Court rule that cancer patients, their claims have to be excluded in this Roundup thing? This Roundup lawsuit that has been appealed up into the Supreme Court, and you know that your president has allowed for whatever use a facility wants to use unfiltered use of this cancer causing weed killer.
Consumers about potential cancer risks.
So it basically Bayer has won this.
From its popular weed killer Roundup. We'll have more on the Supreme Court's rulings later in the broadcast. The Trump administration's agent who shot Renee Good in Minneapolis the missed call and agreed to the U.S. Postal Service to deliver ballots only.
Oh, yes. Your U.S. Postmaster General has sat before Congress and said that he will follow 4547's demand that if a state has not turned over their voting rolls, that the post office will not deliver mail-in ballots to anyone in that state. Did you guys know that? Were you aware of that? I'll bring back the other story about the effects of the policies that the U.S. has had on Haiti because I can't find it right now. But let's go into the things that I do have ready for you, shall we? Let's hear your Postmaster General say, even though there is no law that says that he is the arbiter in any way over ballots or elections, this man still says that no. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to make a decision about who gets a mail-in.
He's a crook. Obama's a crook. All these people broke the law
because Donald Trump wants me to. Let's hear from our Postmaster General getting questioned, shall we? It's very interesting. Also, did you hear about how they are downplaying the severity of the injuries of our U.S. military forces who are over in Iran? Some of them, it is expected that they have traumatic brain injuries and concussions, and your military, who have them over there fighting at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu, from what it appears, have not even seen neurologists. Some of these people are having round-the-clock headaches and stuff, and your military is not giving these war fighters, these lethal war fighters, medical treatment. And they're trying to hide the numbers of the people who have gone back into duty. Being in a hospital, they are classifying these war fighters as back to duty, as if they are A-OK and back on the lines for fight. And these people are laid up in hospitals. Did you know that? Are you aware of that? This is what's going on in your government. As they telling you that everyone else is creating fraud. Let that sink in. Let's get to the Postmaster General being questioned and saying he will not deliver your ballots. Here we go. Hold on, that's not the one. I'm coming. Here we go.
Senator Blumenthal.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to interrupt your eloquent closing by making my entrance before now. Let me ask you first a question which I think applies generally to your performance in the job. Will you commit that when we have specific questions about post offices, about postal service in Connecticut or elsewhere, that you will respond within a timely period?
Absolutely, and I hope we've been doing that.
And I know you've probably been asked about that in the past. I want to ask you about the recent executive order. I'm sure you've been asked about it so far, and I apologize. I've been in a Judiciary Committee meeting. But the United States Postal Service is not an election administration agency, is it?
No, absolutely not.
And you have no constitutional authority to review ballots or deny postal service to someone mailing in a ballot, do you?
I don't remember my constitutional law class that well, so I would have to defer that to lawyers.
Well, I think you know enough constitutional law to answer this question. The United States Postal Service has no role whatsoever in reviewing balloting or mail-in ballots under current law, does it?
I'm not trying to be obtuse here, but reviewing, I'm not sure what you mean by reviewing.
Well, the president's
I'm not trying to be obtuse here. I'm just a Trump loyalist dummy that's going to do whatever he says. And I want you to hear what he says he's going to do.
executive order says that the Postal Service...
But reviewing, I'm not sure what you mean by reviewing.
Well, the president's executive order says that the Postal Service should somehow review voter lists and then refuse to deliver mail, in effect.
No, we don't review the voter list. So the voter list for us is like a manifest, right? And so the state gives us the list of voters that they want ballots to go to, and then they give us the ballots. We match the ballots with the list, and we can tell the state, yes, all the ballots that you say are going to the right people are going, or no, different ballots are going, or maybe you missed some ballots. You know, it's what I said earlier. It really is trying to help the state make sure that the ballots that they send to the voters actually get there and get to those voters. And so it's strictly a manifest for us to make sure that the right ballots are going to the right people.
And do you have authority to deny delivery of ballots?
Not under the current rules. Our proposed rules would say that if we don't have that manifest, that we can't move the mail.
But you're not going to deliver, you're not going to refuse to deliver ballots to a voter that the states say is registered.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And you're not going to review the legitimacy of whether someone is properly registered.
No, not our function. We deliver mail.
And what if states say to you, we would just as soon you not do that kind of review?
Do the manifest and the ballots?
Correct.
Under the proposed rule, we would then not deliver that mail.
Well,
no, sir. We deliver mail. Under that proposed rule, if that rule goes through, we will not deliver your ballots. He wants you to believe, oh no, shucks, we just deliver mail. That's all we do. But under that proposed rule, we are already set up to not deliver ballots. Are we clear? Are we clear?
You would refuse to deliver mail if states would prefer that you not do the matching?
Yeah, if they don't comply with a valid rule, again, as you know, the rules, they're proposed rules, they're not final rules. We have a comment period that we're looking at, but under the proposed rules, that would be correct.
Okay. He keeps using this word rules. Under the proposed rules. Under the proposed rules. But you understand that voting is a state function. You understand that voting is not a federal function. And are we real clear that the post office rules cannot override the fucking law? He's talking about his rules. Like your rules mean something. How many times have you watched these auditors? Have you ever watched an auditor go into these public buildings where you don't need permission to film in these public buildings. And these people call the cops and piss hissy fits and all of this type of stuff. Well, we have a rule here. To the point that the post office had to put the rules on the wall as part of all of their post office rules, that there's no expectation of privacy in the post office. And people can film in the post office. When they come upon one of the auditors, and those rules must be displayed in the public area of the post office. See, these are not rules, these are laws. So the federal government cannot make up rules that goes against the law. You understand? You see that he keeps talking about all of these rules and shit?
Agree with the proposed rule?
I think what I think is that we need to be efficient and accurate in moving ballots. When you look at what we've suggested to states now for years and years and years and years, it is exactly this rule. If you look at it, whether it's Connecticut, Michigan, California, we have something we call Kit 600, and we have a lot of people that educate your folks in the state as to how to do it. The Kit 600 recommends unique barcodes, unique envelope.
Well,
so
if,
this is not
if the
something
state
we
of
haven't been doing
Connecticut says
for
to
years.
you, we want you to deliver mail-in ballots without conducting your purported, supposed, so-called review, which is unconstitutional, you will deliver the mail to Connecticut voters. Is that correct?
I'm confused. Under the proposed rule or under current rules?
Under the Constitution of the United States, you have an obligation. You run the postal service. You deliver the mail. You don't review ballots or registration. Nobody said you should. The founding fathers didn't envision that kind of review. This proposed rule is bogus, and I want your commitment that you will deliver the mail, including mail-in ballots, to Connecticut voters without conducting this bogus sham review.
Yeah, look, we'll deliver every piece of mail that meets our then current regulations.
Well, your regulations should not include a review or second guessing the state on who its electors are, correct?
I think that our proposed rule is, as you know, subject to litigation. We'll see how that all turns out.
Well, I guess we will see, but it will probably be in court. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's go back. I think there is
Senator Blumenthal.
I think there is one more questioner of him. I did watch this hearing. Here it is.
Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think you've heard in a bipartisan way the importance of the Postal Service, particularly to rural Americans. It's a lifeline. And I just, hearing you talk about there's going to need to be reductions in service because you don't have the cash. When most Americans have just watched us, launch a war that we think is going to cost at least $80 billion. You can imagine how that hits to someone who said.
But here we are now. We're going to have to get rid of people because we don't have enough money to pay the people at the post office who delivered mail, who has what is his name? Oregon Democrats are trying hard. Isn't Oregon the one that does almost universal mail-in voting? what is his name? Are you, I don't know what your name is. Are you serious? It looks like, oh, that's your name. Anyway, like you were saying, the post office had been very, very profitable. What agency has to fund their pension 75 for 75 years and is still expected to remain profitable? That is what they did to the post office. I forgot. I did not remember it was 75 years, but it was not until they demanded that the post office fund their own pension. And they had the money sitting there. And pretty soon, like Social Security, do you think that these people in government will borrow from the money and not pay it back and then act as if they're surprised that the funds is unsolvent 50 years before it is supposed to be unsolvent? Okay, so let's get into this question. What now? This man is telling you that they're going to have to lay off workers because they don't have any money. But your country just went to war for absolutely no reason. Spent close to $2 billion every day. And now the war is heating up again. See, this is the shit that you're not paying attention to. People who have worked in a profitable business, who were able to climb up out of poverty with little or no education, with just experience and hard work and showing up at work on time, being able to keep a job, were bought up into middle class, able to buy a home. And see, now the thing about these type of jobs. Think about these type of jobs. They try to belittle and make it seem like these are insignificant jobs. Oh, it's just the man who bring you your mail. These jobs have pulled so many people up out of poverty into the middle class. Good union working, good paying job. But they want you to believe like, oh no, we can do so many different things. We can take this over to the private sector, and everything will be okay. Who needs these postmasters? Most of the jobs are going to Black people anyway, so it is really time to get rid of those jobs. When it becomes time to get rid of jobs, when non-white people are not the majority of the workers. That's when it's time to get rid of good paying, respectable, good jobs. That's when it's time to get rid of these jobs. I digress.
How do we not have the ability to fund my rural postal delivery so I can get my medication or vital information in my post box? But we somehow have money for everything else. So I encourage you to advocate and push back where you can. And we want.
Hold on. Bronco, please be sure you hit the like button on the way out. Since you're such a fan, hit the like button on your way out. Toodles. Okay, let's get back to what I was
want you to succeed. We want the post office out or my rural postal delivery so I can get my medication or vital information in my post box. But we somehow have money for everything else. So I encourage you to advocate and push back where you can. And we want you to succeed. We want the post office to succeed. But I want to follow up on some of the lines of questioning that we had on this side of the aisle, particularly from Senator Peters, on the role of the U.S. Post Office in our elections. Because I can't think of something that's more important than our democracy and making sure we have free and fair elections. But the U.S. Postal Service is now part of this bigger story of this president desperate to federalize our elections. He has tried every which way to say that if he and his party don't win in these November elections, they were rigged. He said it in the State of the Union. And now we have this new rule that you've put out saying that states have to turn over their voting rolls, and you, the U.S. Postal Service, will decide, okay, who's approved to send their ballot through the mail. It's just another backdoor way of trying to influence this election. And to show the level of obsession that this president has, he's literally left the leader, Mr. Thune, Senator Thune, on the stage right now and canceled the signing of a housing bill like 8 minutes ago until we pass the SAVE Act, this obsession he has, which will disenfranchise a huge number of voters. So he's obsessed with this, and he's pulled in the U.S. Postal Service. Have you ever voted by mail?
I have not.
Do you believe that a piece of mail that's put in a mailbox should be sent no matter what?
However, the president voted by mail, and when they asked him, "How did you vote?" I voted by mail. Well, I'm the president. I should be able to vote by mail. You're also a convicted felon, so if anybody was going to do anything criminal via voting by mail, who would it be? A non-criminal, a regular citizen, somebody who's serving in the military, a senior person, or somebody who just want it to be more convenient for them? Who is more? Do you look at with one eye voting by mail? The 43-time convicted felon, or just a regular Joe Blow who wants convenience, a senior citizen who is homebound, who needs the convenience? Is this what we're saying? Is this what we're saying now? Let's continue.
Do you believe that is your obligation?
We have a lot of different rules. I mean, if you want a yes or no answer, I'd say no. I mean, obviously, if it's dangerous, if it doesn't.
I'm not talking about an inflammatory thing. A letter that is not a threat, just a piece of mail that is not a weapon. It's not a threat. It's a ballot. Do you believe right now it is your obligation to send that ballot to its intended recipient?
Yeah, we send every piece of mail that we send in accordance with our regulations and the mail mandate.
But the state of Michigan's about to start mail-in voting end of June for our primary. If a 60-year-old woman in Grayling, Michigan puts that ballot after June 25th into one of the U.S. Postal Service's mailboxes, as she's done for May election, will you direct the Postal Service to deliver that ballot?
I don't have to direct the Postal Service to do that because we do that every day. That is exactly what.
So then why are you demanding actually that for Michigan's voter rolls in other states to be presented to you? The president has sued us, okay? We're in court right now. He sued us and a bunch of other states for our voting rolls. So he's obsessed with this. The Constitution gives the right to states to execute elections. So you are a pawn in this, unfortunately. I don't think you're a bad person from what I know of you. You run a big company, but you are part of a much bigger story that's playing out literally on a stage right now. And so if you don't get Michigan's voter rolls for the general election in November, will you move those ballots in your mailboxes?
Remember, right now, we only have a proposed rule.
The answer is no. You see how they avoid very simple questions. You didn't have to even wet your tongue to give the answer to this, but you want to pontificate on a question that was not asked of you. to say yes or no. Yes or no, bitch.
So there are no new rules.
But have you proposed it? Bigger story that's playing out literally on a stage right now. And so if you don't get Michigan's voter rolls for the general election in November, will you move those ballots in your mailboxes?
Remember, right now, we only have a proposed rule, so there are no new rules.
But have you proposed it?
We will move those.
You've proposed it.
We did.
Okay, so
we will move those ballots in accordance with whatever rule is in effect at that point in time.
So, but you proposed it. It's your rule, right?
We did, yes.
Okay, so you want it to pass?
Yes. I mean, as I said before, this is not something that's new. This is something that we've been recommending for.
My new rule isn't new. This isn't something new. It's a new rule, but it's not new. Got it? You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
Many, many, many years. And again.
But you proposed it. It's your rule, right?
We did, yes.
Okay, so you want it to pass?
Yes. I mean, as I said before, this is not something that's new. This is something that we've been recommending for many, many, many years. And again, it's a process that is followed by a lot of states already. States like California and Oregon. States like
I
Florida.
think you're conflating, I think, some of the things. I have no problem with a barcode being put on a piece of mail and following it like that. But I just think it's important to understand, especially since you are a lawyer, not this kind of lawyer, but you are a lawyer, that you are being used as part of a much bigger story that this president is trying to play out, where he does not believe elections that he loses are valid elections. He's willing to do just about anything to show that he's actually a big winner, no matter what he does. And I just ask you, as a professional, as someone who's done serious things in your life, please push back on being a pawn in this authoritarian playbook. The Postal Service is one of the most important institutions in our country. Don't taint it with the obsession of this one man. Please push back. Yield back.
Is there one more? Oh, there may be one more. Let's go right here.
Proposed vote by mail rule published on June 2nd at the direction of the president, as I mentioned in my opening comments, I believe should concern every American. This rule marks certainly an alarming departure from the Postal Service's long-standing tradition of neutrally delivering all types of mail. You get a piece of mail with an address on it, you make sure it gets delivered to that address in a timely fashion. You don't ask any other questions. What this basically rule will do is going to turn the Postal Service, however, into a ballot verification agency that's would control basically a master database of every American absentee voter. It would also give the Postal Service new power to determine whose ballots get delivered. I think the Constitution is clear. Elections are to be administered by the states, not the federal government. We have a tradition of our local communities and states administering these elections. And once again, not the federal government. So my question for you is, under what legal authority can the Postal Service regulate who and how people can vote by mail?
Yeah, you know, as you know, our regulations are proposed regulations, not final regulations. You know, as to the authority, I used to be a lawyer, but I was a business lawyer, not a constitutional lawyer. And so I would have to defer that to the courts to understand the authority.
Well, I think it's clear that there's nowhere in the Constitution, there's no federal law that the Postal Service is authorized to create these types of voter databases, ballot verification systems, or mandatory standards. It just simply doesn't exist. It's hard to interpret a law when it doesn't even exist there, which is what we have. Just because President Trump wants to do this does not make it law, doesn't make it right, doesn't make it constitutional. There is certainly a massive difference between general mail requirements and regulating elections. Routine changes to the postal network can have a small impact on election mail, but this effort is a power grab to swap constitutionally mandated state control for what the president wants. I think it's very clear. So last year, Mr. Steiner, you issued a rule that explicitly said that the Postal Service has, quote, no role in administering elections. What has changed?
I don't think anything has changed. You know, Senator, I'm not a political person, and the Postal Service is not a political organization. We, as you said, I think you quite aptly said, we deliver mail.
Well, if that's true, why are you bending yourself into a pretzel talking about that you need to compare some list to the mail that you get in, the ballots that you get in from a state to send out to the people of that state to vote? If you are so apolitical. Yeah, you don't like it when the truth is laid bare in front of you. And now you want to pretend like you're some apolitical motherfucker. Well, the rule has been thought about for a long time. But mysteriously, the rule just presented itself in 2024 when Trump stood up and said if the Democrats don't win the midterm, the election was rigged. We all heard it. Now all of a sudden he can tell you it has been the rule has been mauled around for a long. He can't tell you since when. A long time. How are you counting this time? In seconds and minutes and hours? What denotes a long time for you? Years? If you count it in years, it's been mulled around since last year. If you count it in minutes, that appears like you mulled it around for a year. Count it in minutes. That's a long. This is bullshit. This man should be ashamed of himself.
That's what we do. We deliver mail. And that's what ballots are. Ballots are mail. Now, they are a special kind of mail.
No, they are mail. Ballots are mail. Now he's going to, that's what we do. We deliver mail, plain and simple. That's all. That's it. And that's all. That's all we're trying to do is deliver mail. Now he's trying, there's a special type of mail. Now he's going to try to do a carve out for why ballots need to. Now I could really see if the United States had a big problem, a proven problem with illegal voting, but they cannot point to any big problem with illegal voting. All of this is bullshit. It's a whole lot of words about bullshit. Because if illegal voting was a problem, do you not think that they would have charts and graphs and signed affidavits about all of the illegal voting that has gone on here, there, everywhere? Don't you think that they would be pinpointing it? Don't you think that they would have a drone flying over the voting place that got 7,000 voters, and you see about 20 people went to the voting place in that day? If it was real. We live in the day of high technology. Now, all of the alleged voting fraud cases have went through the court system. And none of them were found to be valid. Now, here it is 4 years later. After finally saying that Biden won, here it is. Now we are again. That his ass is in a motherfucking his ass is unpopular in everything that he has done in this second term, trying to say if the Republicans don't win the midterm, I may be in trouble. How many times have this people in this administration or close to this administration say if they don't win a election that they themselves may go to jail? Didn't Elon Musk say that? wasn't it reported that Elon Musk said that if Donald Trump didn't win the election, Elon Musk said he was going to be going to jail? Huh. Does it seem like Donald Trump has any interest in actually running this country? I'm very serious. The campaign tagline was "Make America Great Again." Does it appears to anyone that Donald Trump is trying to make America great again? Does it appear to you that Donald Trump is trying to make America great in any way, as Donald Trump has made America the laughing stock of the world, the whole entire world? Or does it feel like Donald Trump is some old fool stuffing his pockets on his way out the door with one foot in the grave and the other one on a fucking skateboard, as he stuffed his pockets with the Treasury's money and the money of foreign countries? I'm curious. What about this presidency make you believe that he has any intention of making America great again? As China, who had some of the I talked to you guys when I talked to you about the BRICS. As China, who had the largest population of poor people, while your politicians are telling you why unions are bad for you. You know, the unions that make sure you get good pay, make sure you get good vacation time, make sure you get good overtime. These unions that fight for workers' rights, the last 30 and 40 years, your government has been telling you why unions are bad for you. They take your dues and they donate it to political parties that you may not be aligned with. Now that you're not aligned, now that you're not getting money taken out of your paycheck and it's going to people you are not aligned with, you don't even have a paycheck to get. Because all of the jobs that used to be union jobs, what did they do? They gave them to undocumented immigrants who were coming over here in the United States. So they wouldn't have to pay overtime. They wouldn't have to pay taxes. They wouldn't have to pay workers' comp insurance, all of that shit. And all of the money is going in their pockets. But you know what they were doing over in China? They were uplifting their poor people over in China. Over in China. They got the largest amount of people out of poverty in China. You look around the United States of America. You look at all of the skylines in the United States of America. The United States of America looks like a trailer park compared to China and its technology and its architecture. It is utterly embarrassing because no money has been put into making America anything. All it has been put in is these greedy politicians' pockets who want to run away and act as if they are working for you. And you are so stupid that you don't see the crumbling of our nation. The large percentage of our United States bridges that are in disrepair, that needs repair, that people are driving over every single day. These antiquated bridges. But y'all think that Donald Trump is trying to make America great again? This motherfucker is trying to hold on position so him and all of his children, all of these children that he had by various, all of his 6 children or 5 or 6 children that he had from 3 baby mamas, a ghetto ass white boy, hood rat ass, a ghetto ass white boy with all of these baby mamas. He's trying to make sure that they are okay. Trying to make sure they are okay. And then pushing this stupid bitch out, Erica Kirk, who is sending your kids, your high school kids. We're going to have a turning point in every high school across the USA. And then they send this fake bitch out telling all of these young white boys who sperm count, it is at a all-time low because of all the poisoning in the bodies and in the systems of American people. You didn't know about that? That the sperm count is extremely low. Why do you think they are telling you to have more babies? This dumb bitch Erica Kirk comes out and says, just have a lot of babies, even if you can't afford them. Even if you can't afford them. Why, bitch? Bitch, I understand you didn't work for your money. I understand that your parents were wealthy. But I understand that you wanted to pretend like you were some Christian ass virgin who didn't drink, and as you slung your pussy over reality show after reality show, trying to get a mate and some fame and some third rank baseball player, third rate baseball player. But now they got Erica Kirk, of all people, who pretend like she is such a Christian, telling your young people to have as many babies as you can, even if you can't afford them. But isn't it miraculous that bitch can afford a whole lot of stuff? Is Erica Kirk telling you to have all of these babies? What's going to happen to these babies? Are all of these babies that people can't afford going to be orphaned off? You know, like that orphan that Erica Kirk went over. You know, where was that? I forget where it was. Where a lot of children are SA'd and trafficked. Is that why Erica Kirk wants you to have more babies than you can even afford? Where was it? Where was this? I'll think of it sometimes later. Are these people trying to make America great again? Is my question. What is great about America? Now they're trying to hoodwink these poor white trash into having more babies than they can afford. It seems like the lack of regulations have regulated the number of babies that these motherfuckers are going to be able to have. We're going to get into the low sperm count of Americans. We're going to get into that. Could it be because they want no regulations, that they allow everything to be dumped into our air and water, that our bodies are poisoned and feeding upon themselves and not being a viable place to actually grow sperm and grow a child? Could that be what's going on in America, as they want to pretend like they are making America great? As Trump has allowed a bear to release, however, what is glyphosate into the water, the atmosphere, that cancer-causing additive that is a part of Roundup. Why? Because this is what big business wants to use. Why? That's why. But they want you to believe that they care about the children, like they the trick daddy of politics. Trick daddy care about the children. Trick daddy love the children. They don't love no children. They not like the trick daddy of politics. They like the Snoop Dogg of politics. We don't love you hoes. They don't love you hoes. When are you going to realize this? I digress. We're talking about male.
Obviously, they need special care. And so years ago, we recommended what we call Kit 600. In Kit 600, the fundamental premises of Kit 600 is a unique barcode and a unique envelope. That allows us to move those ballots more efficiently, more securely. That is what our proposed rules suggest, is that we have unique barcode, unique envelope. And that is not something that is new. That's something that's been being used by states throughout the country on both sides of the political spectrum. So California has followed it. Oregon has followed it. Arizona has followed it. Florida has followed it, among many other states. And so, to me, it's not a political question. It's a question of how do we most efficiently and securely move ballots. We've been recommending this for many years. All this does is make it a requirement.
Well, certainly best practices are different than having a mandatory requirement. You can follow best practices to deliver it more efficiently without having control of vast voter rolls and having the ability to have that data. This is basically a backdoor way for the federal government to get voting information that states control under the U.S. Constitution. So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail. Some states, that's all they do. Oregon is completely vote by mail. If they say, no, we control the list, the states control the list, we're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed Kit 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
This is a different issue. This will be a lot different issue. You're telling these states either give the federal government this information, trust the federal government, trust the Trump administration. We'll take good care of these. And if you don't do it, you can't mail absentee ballots. You're going to make a decision that people cannot vote by mail. That's unacceptable.
Well,
Thank
all
you, Mr. Chairman.
all that does, Senator, is make sure that we match the ballots that a state believes they're sending out to what actually gets sent out, right? And so all the state gives us is a list of here are the voters that are supposed to get ballots and here are the ballots. We then compare the two, make sure that the ballots that are supposed to be sent get sent. If Maryland had followed that, they probably wouldn't be in the problem they're in today. So it is a much more efficient, a much more effective way to make sure that states, I would think that states would want the information to ensure that the ballots that they think are sending out are the ballots that are actually being sent out.
Well, they do know what they're dropping mail. I think they can understand that. They think if they put an address with their voter rolls on a piece of mail for a ballot and give it to you, they do expect you're actually going to deliver it. You don't have to say, we want all of your information. We want that information in our control. You mentioned Maryland. I think that was a printing error. This regulation wouldn't have done nothing to fix what happened in Maryland. The states control their own elections. That's pretty clear in the Constitution. And an effort by this administration to nationalize elections and have the federal government having this information is incredibly dangerous precedent. You can imagine sharing this information with the Department of Homeland Security and using these lists for a variety of nefarious purposes. We need to protect the integrity of the voting rolls. We need to protect the separation of elections from federal government and ensure that our state and local governments are the one administering their own elections. That's what this is about.
Period, point blank. Now, let's move on.
Senator Pete.
Let me see. Let me see what this is right quick. I don't know what this one is. I don't have this marked. Let's move on. Sometimes I get a little nosy. Let's move on to some things that I did want to talk to you about. I kind of touched on them. Let's talk about Texas. Y'all want to talk about Texas? Let's talk about Texas. Why don't we? Many of you, if you have been over here watching my channel, I gave you a preview of how of what was happening with this Texas law. Did y'all know about the new Texas ruling that they are celebrating over there in Texas? And it will not be Mary J. Blige, even though this is what you're seeing at the top of this. No, they're not celebrating Mary J. Blige in Texas, maybe in Houston and Dallas. But no, that was just a commercial. Hold on. Let me get my glasses together. And I'll show you what, in fact, they are celebrating in Texas. Oh my goodness, where is it? Where is it? Did I? Hold on. Oh God, how did I lose this? Let me go back and find it. Right, 1 second, because it is imperative that we talk about this. I brought up Eric Kirk, so let's talk about this as well. Open a new tab. Okay, I got it open. Let me close this tab and let me get us to where I need to be at. Excuse me. I appreciate you for waiting on me. Let's talk about Texas, shall we? Yes, this is the one. Okay. Texas becomes first state requires students read the Bible with required literary tests. Let me see. Did you guys know about that? As they bow their heads and put a hand over their heart in all of this to demand that Texas schools have to have Bible lessons as part of their public education curriculum. Did you know about that? State Board of Education member Jill Pickin praised during the invocation before a meeting on social studies standards at the Barbara Jordan building in Austin. Okay, the State Board of Education on Friday gave the final approval to a literary test that will require students to read a dozen passages of the Bible, enshrining Christianity as part of classroom instructions. Why only Christianity? This is not a Christian state. You have noticed these white nationalists come out and make all of these commercials. Your elected officials and some of the Trump appointees come out and proclaim that the United States is a Christian nation when in fact it is not. The State Board of Education on Friday gave the final approval to the literary list that will require students to read a dozen passages of the Bible, enshrining Christianity as part of classroom instruction for all 5.5 million students in Texas public schools. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? The Republican-led board passed the reading list at a 9-5 vote. The board also continued to debate new social study requirements. This is not only reading. Now they want to put the requirements of the teachings of the Bible. They want to incorporate it into social studies, but they haven't quite figured out how they're going to do that as of yet. The board also continued to debate new social study requirements for kindergarten to 8th grade, with a final vote expected late Friday evening. Biblical concepts and figures are embedded in both plans, which are among the most aggressive efforts to mandate the teaching of Christianity in the country. The read list will be worked into an annual standardized exam and will be rolled out into classroom in phases beginning with elementary school in the 2030-2031 school year. Republicans trumpeted the new standards as a victory for Judeo-Christian values and classical ideas. Judeo-Christian values. What values? Be specific. The only way that you could teach values in school is based upon a one particular religion. So what you saying that there are no teachable rules about values in Judaism, in Muslim, in being agnostic or an atheist? You cannot find as an educated teacher, as a whole school system in a whole state, you cannot find any other ways to teach any type of values other than your religious values. Are these going to be white nationalist Christian values that you're teaching? Because this Judeo-Christian values, maybe I don't want those values. Maybe those are some values that I don't agree with. Okay, proponents say that the Bible infused provisions, including required lessons on Jesus, Abraham, and Moses, are designed not to evangelize, but to help children develop moral compasses and appreciate America exceptionalism. Make that make sense. It is to develop a moral compass. Well, maybe you should make that demanded reading for the president and his cabinet. Maybe that's where we should test this out before we start testing it out on students. And American exceptionalism. Where in the Bible does anything happen in the West? All of the things that happen in the Bible actually happen in mostly Muslim nations. So how are we going to learn about American exceptionalism in a book that is broadly take place in the Muslim hemisphere? I'm curious. I'm really curious about that. But we're not teaching Muslim. We're not teaching Islam. I said Muslim. We're not teaching Islam. We're teaching Christianity, and to help them appreciate American exceptionalism. Make that make sense. Okay, where am I? Okay, we are bringing the Bible back into schools this week for the first time in 60 years. SBOE member Brandon Hall, Republican of El Dorado, said during a prayer session outside the hearing this week. One Republican, Evelyn Brooks of Frisco, voted against the list, saying it would remove autonomy from teachers. Critics said that the board has pursued a narrow view of history and literature through the lens of Christianity at the expense of radical and religious diversity, eliminating a world culture course and trimming down lessons on the stories of Blacks, Hispanics, and other minority groups. Some said that they believe the dictates violate constitutional principles, separation of church and state, forecasting potential legal challenges ahead. So instead of being able to teach about the people who actually live among you, the history of literature through the lens of Christianity is at the expense of racial and religious diversity. They don't want to teach about any racial diversity or religious diversity. No, well, they just want to hone in on Christianity, that none of them live. No, I'm not going to say none of them, but to put your religion on somebody by force. What kind of shit is going on in Texas? This is the shit that is going on in Texas. They are eliminating a world cultures course and trimming down lessons on the stories of Blacks, Hispanics, and other minority groups. So we're not going to teach you. You don't need to know any. You just need to know the Bible. That's what why you need to know about these Black people. We're going to get all the Hispanics people out of here. Why you need to know about Black people? Just throw that Bible upside a Black person's head and tell them that life is going to be better on the other side, because this is what we used in slavery to manipulate the Black people to keep them in line. This is what we use. You don't need to learn nothing about them. We need to reteach them about our version of the Bible. Let's be real clear what's going on here. Okay. If you guys were not aware about this, this is going to be in my description box under Texas. Under Texas, the title of Texas. Now, let me see if you guys have any comments on that, or if you guys even knew about that. Let me see what you guys are saying about that. Oh, I'm way behind in the comments. Hold on one second. Let me see what you guys have to say. Oddly enough, if the Sermon on the Mount were interpreted literally, the entire Department of Defense would be abolished. I believe in teaching of Jesus. I have nothing against you believing in the teaching of Jesus. That's why they have church. That's why they have churches. That is not what a school is for. That's what Sunday school is for. Can't go to heaven unless you accept. Okay. That's not your call. What is not your call? I'm missing something because I'm going backward. Okay. $6.3 billion will burn in hell for not accepting Jesus as their personal savior. $6.3 billion? Who told you that? Where you get that number from? Where is the word problem so I can make that calculations? How did you get to 6.3? It's only a matter of time before superintendents and priests start arguing who has a better interpretation. Oh God, only a matter of time. Ronald Reagan didn't do shit for the people either. The Republican hero worship some cult leader. Wait a minute, I can't. Let me see. Ronald Reagan didn't do shit for the people either. The Republican hero worship of some cult leader stinks for the future of our country. I concur. So that's all you guys have to say about that? Trump, Republicans always electing some false bravado, tough guy, and then pretending that person is cut from the same cloth of Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Let's continue. Now, if you were unaware of how this all came about, when they were having the argument about this, I actually played for you a little bit of the argument that was going on in Texas behind this law. Y'all want to revisit that with me? Shall we revisit that together? Now, the person that introduced me to that argument, how I got introduced to a Congress person, a state, was he a state congressman or a state senator of Texas? I think it was a state congressman, James Tallarico. This was my first introduction to James Tallarico. I was quite impressed. Let me share this with you. This is the woman who wrote the bill and was presenting the bill, and they voted on the bill on the last day of Congress because she kept on, in my recollection, she kept on sidestepping and trying to get out of having discussions on the bill. So this was my first understanding of James Tallarico, and I was quite impressed. Christian Representative Noble, this woman standing at the podium right here, this is her.
Representative Noble, I know you're a devout Christian, and so am I. This bill, to me, is not only unconstitutional, it's not only un-American, I think it is also deeply unchristian. And I say that because I believe this bill is idolatrous. I believe it is exclusionary, and I believe it is arrogant. And those three things, in my reading of the gospel, are diametrically opposed to the teachings of Jesus. You probably know Matthew 6:5, when Jesus says, "Don't be like the hypocrites who love to pray publicly on street corners. When you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret." A religion that has to force people to put up a poster to prove its legitimacy is a dead religion. And it's not one that I want to be a part of. It's not one that I think I am a part of.
Now, he was saying put up a poster. The reason why he was talking about putting up a poster is because this woman also wants the 10 Commandments to be posted in every public school classroom. The 10 Commandments. Posted. They must be.
You know that in Scripture it says faith without works is what? Is dead. My concern is, instead of bringing a bill that will feed the hungry, clothe the naked, heal the sick, we're instead mandating that people put up a poster. And we both follow a teacher, a rabbi, who said, don't let the law get in the way of loving your neighbor. Loving your neighbor is the most important law. It is the summation of all the law and all the prophets. I would submit to you that our neighbor also includes the Hindu student who sits in a classroom, the Buddhist student who sits in a classroom, and an atheist student who sits in a classroom. And my question to you is, does this bill truly love those students?
I'm going to go a different direction than I think you're trying to lead me.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay. Here's a little longer debate on this. I thoroughly enjoyed this. This was my first understanding or hearing or seeing James Tallarico. I was impressed. That's all I I must say I was impressed because at this time he was saying that I think he was in some type of study to become a actual minister. Actually impressed. If you guys missed this, let's revisit this. Texas has made this law.
And you and I have had several conversations about this bill over the years, and you know how important the Ten Commandments are to me, and you know how important my faith is to me, and we have an honest disagreement about the role of the government in this kind of policy. So I just want to have a conversation about that. I think you answered this in the first sentence of your layout, but why do you want to require the Ten Commandments in every classroom?
Because they are foundational to our American, both educational and judicial systems.
Do you think the Constitution is foundational to our country?
I do. And I'm so proud that in the Declaration of Independence, that God is mentioned in the first the two opening paragraphs and the two closing paragraphs. So it was really foundational to our forefathers, even in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah. Why doesn't your bill mandate teachers post the Constitution in every classroom instead of the Ten Commandments?
That might be a great bill. It's just not this bill.
Would you accept an amendment?
If you want to write that bill, I would JA it with you, but that is not this bill.
Well, we may have the opportunity. Would you accept an amendment to require the Constitution be posted next to the Ten Commandments in every classroom?
It actually would blow up the bill because that does not fit under the caption of this bill.
I've already checked. It would be germane.
You know, she doesn't want to answer that question because she know that what she's asking for is unconstitutional. And she is afraid that students from kindergarten through 12th grade in public schools will see how unconstitutional that what they are forcing them to do is. Even a child who is being taught well will be able to look at these two contrary ideas and understand that what Texas State Public School wanted to do or is now doing is unconstitutional.
Because the bill is regarding Ten Commandments being displayed in classrooms.
Your amendment would be a different thing, and no, I would not accept that.
We would require.
But you know what? Next session, if you want to do that, I would be happy to help you with that.
We would require that the display of the Ten Commandments just happen next to the Constitution. So certainly,
Let's slow up. Also, I forgot to tell you. You notice he's standing there alone, and look at this man behind him disgustingly shaking his head and making it seem like, hey, I want my time at the podium, and marching around and giving no answers with its body language. But I also want you to look at the scene that we have here.
Be germane because the bill is regarding. I've already checked. It would be germane because the bill is.
The caption of this bill. It actually would blow up the bill because that.
I want you to see this picture right here. This woman could not answer any questions without reading them off of a paper. Now, this is her bill. This is her bill. And the whispering of answers in her ear. There's 3, 6, 8 people. And there's going to be more people that is going to join her to answer one man's question. I don't think that Tallarico even has, he does have some papers in front of him. But she needs to get fed her answers. Let's get back to it.
It has nothing to do with this. This bill is specifically about our heritage and foundational truths in our education and judicial systems.
I promise, Representative Noble, it's not a gotcha question. I was just trying to establish that the First Amendment forbids the government from establishing a state religion. Is that something we can both acknowledge and agree to?
I will agree with the fact that we don't want government telling religion what to do. We came very close to that during COVID, and that was a very dangerous precipice. And I agree that that is not something we should be doing as a legislature.
Let me just do it this way. the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Is that?
Some argue that the Establishment Clause and the free exercise clause of the First Amendment are often in conflict, and that strict adherence to the Establishment Clause can undermine the rights guaranteed by the free exercise clause. So we're not going to debate that today, because I think you're getting into some debate that has nothing to do with this bill.
I promise, Representative Noble, I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I'm just making sure you understand that's the plain text of the First Amendment.
Again, I don't think that's relevant to this debate.
So do you acknowledge that's what the First Amendment says, or do you disagree?
I acknowledge that there is both the Establishment Clause
Okay.
and the free exercise clause.
Do you know who authored the First Amendment to the Constitution?
Does this have something to do with my bill in particular? Because we're talking about the 10 Commandments, and I do know who authored the 10 Commandments.
So it was James Madison who authored the First Amendment to the Constitution. And in 1819, he wrote that the civil government functions with complete success by the total separation of the church from the state. Do you agree with James Madison?
I'm going to tell you, our founding fathers quoted the Bible themselves so frequently that it's clear that it had a significant substantive.
I'm going to avoid the question and read a pre-read answer. I'm going to act like you never even asked me that question. And I'm going to read look, I got 3 stacks of paper. I don't have one. I got 3 stacks and 8 people whispering the answers to me. And this is my bill.
Influence. They referenced it, they quoted it, they cited it, from profoundly theological reasons to literary and historical reasons. It was viewed as sacred to them, and it was an authoritative text to them. And that is why this is important, to return this foundational document to our classrooms.
And again, Representative Noble, you can quote.
It's important to return this foundational document to our classroom. How are you? You mean to tell me that the Bible was previously studied in Texas? She said it's important to return it to our classroom. Now, there are 2 more people. If you look over in the corner in the far right and down front, in the far left, there's a man. You'll see his cuffs and his sleeve jacket. And there's a woman with a printed blouse. So that went from 8 people? Now she has 10 people giving her answers.
Scripture, as I often do, and still believe in keeping the institutions separate and honoring the First Amendment. Do you believe there is a separation of church and state in this country?
I love that you keep bringing that up, because the same man that you quote that was in a letter, right? That same gentleman had so many other quotes that
let me did I go wait, let me find my answer to that. Let me stall as I look through my paper and look at the faces on these people behind her. And this bimbo right here in the purple, she is a mouthpiece for Donald Trump. I think she she had some job as some type of a spokesperson for Trump recently. No one pays her any attention.
Let me find them, because I love that you're mentioning that.
Representative Newell, just simple question.
No,
Do you
it's not a
believe in
simple.
this?
There's not a simple answer to it, because
She can't answer the question. Do you believe it is correct the separation between church and state? Well, she needs to find the answer. Let me find it. Let me find it, because there's no simple answer. Y'all don't remember this, dumb bitch.
By the way, Jefferson, here we are. Here we go. That you're talking about a letter he wrote.
Talking about James Madison, but yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Madison. I thought you were talking about Jefferson when you were talking about that quote.
James Madison is the author of the First Amendment.
Oh, well, you had switched to the you had actually just registered.
No, he didn't switch to anything. You were the one who initiated. Oh, you're talking about the letter. You were the one who said that. Because you're a dingbat.
For instance, Jefferson, when you mentioned the separation, that is not from
I was
James
quoting.
Madison.
I was quoting James. For sure, Thomas Jefferson also talked about the separation of church and state. I'm quoting here James Madison talking about how the civil government functions with complete success by the total separation of the church from the state. And I was asking if you believe, like James Madison, that there is a separation of church and state.
I do not believe James Madison ever said anything about a separation of church and state. You're actually voting Jefferson with that, and that was in a letter he wrote. And I would like to point out that Jefferson also said, and I'll quote Jefferson in a separate letter. This was a letter from Thomas Jefferson to Reverend Samuel Miller, dated January 23rd, 1808. He said, "The power to prescribe any religious exercise must rest with the states." He actually said that, and so if that's where you're going, I want to make it very clear that if you're sticking with Jefferson quotes, I can keep going with those.
Again, Representative Noble, I'm quoting James Madison, the author of the First Amendment, in his letter to Robert Walsh, talking about the separation of church and state. And I'm asking you, as the bill author, if you believe there is a separation of church and state.
I believe that we as a body should not be telling churches they have to shut down during COVID. I do believe that as members of churches, we absolutely should be involved in government.
Do you believe schools are for education, not indoctrination?
I'm going to refer you to the stack of books that are on my desk that are the Founding Fathers' actual textbooks. And if you want to go look through and decipher education and which is indoctrination, I contend that those books that are full of the Ten Commandments, are full of scripture references, were not indoctrination. Indeed, they were the educational foundation of our founding fathers and many, many Americans that have gone before us.
Representative Noble, it's a pretty simple question. Do you believe that schools are for education, not indoctrination?
I just answered that question.
What was the answer?
The answer is, come with me to read through those educational
I'm just looking for
documents.
a yes or a no rather than going with you to your desk.
I do not believe that telling students what was foundational to our nation is indoctrination in any way.
I would agree if you agree as well that schools are for education, not indoctrination. I think the difference may be that I don't believe Texas teachers are indoctrinating students. As a former teacher myself, if we were able to indoctrinate our students, they would turn in their homework on time and raise their hand when they want to speak in class.
I'm a former teacher myself.
Right.
And we're not asking teachers to be theologians. We're asking teachers to display the Ten Commandments.
I think what I'm trying to get at is anytime a teacher has a rainbow outside their classroom, we have politicians in this body crying education, not indoctrination. But now you're bringing a bill that literally forces religious indoctrination to our classrooms.
I disagree completely.
So my question, Representative Noble, is why is having a rainbow in a classroom considered indoctrination?
That is outside
but having
of the four
Ten
corners.
Commandments
Please confine
is not.
your remarks to the subject of the bill.
The subject of the bill is the Ten Commandments. I'm asking, why is the Ten Commandments being posted in the classroom not considered indoctrination, but a rainbow in the classroom is?
So if you were referring to a rainbow as in the story of Noah's Ark, is that what you're referring to?
I'm saying that there are teachers who have a rainbow in their classroom and it's been called indoctrination. I'm wondering why that same standard is not applying to literal religious indoctrination.
That is not the contention of this bill. This bill is about our foundational education and judicial system being founded in this document and other documents, but this bill is about the Ten
Representative Noble, do you believe in parental rights?
I do believe in parental rights.
Do you believe religious instruction for children is the job of parents and pastors or government employees?
I do not believe that there is a parent in the world that would not appreciate their child being taught to respect authority, to respect others, to not steal, not kill, not lie, and keep their word. I guarantee you that our teachers are just crying out for this kind of instruction in their classrooms.
I'll ask again.
Can you answer the question that was asked, bitch?
Do you believe religious instruction for children is the job of parents and pastors or government employees?
Again, we're just talking about a display of the Ten Commandments here.
You see how she cannot answer the question because they all know that this is wrong. All of these disgusting people who are shielding themselves under the guise of Christianity and being good Christian servants. They want to push this on children as a way of control and control totally and completely. As who did your president endorse to run against the man who's asking her these simple questions that she can't answer? Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton, who was friend with a guy who admitted that he SA'd a child, a extremely young child. This man admitted it. And Bill Paxton was I think he was a DA. And Bill Paxton wanted to brush it under the rug. The child was extremely young, not a teen, not a preteen, extremely young child. Bill Paxton, who's running against Tallarico, was endorsed by your president, and he wanted to give this man 1 day in jail. This is an elected official. But he has been in trouble so much himself. Check out Bill Paxton in your own time. He wanted to give this person that SA'd a child 1 day in jail. He would not have to register as a SA offender. None of these things. But the plot got out, and everyone was appalled in Texas. Everyone in Texas was appalled that Ken Paxton wanted to give a SA abuser of a one child 1 day in jail. So when it got out, they had to change things around, and the SA of the child got 30 days in jail and did not have to register as a SA offender. Where's God in that lesson, Texas? Texas. Where is God in that lesson, Texas? Huh? This is what I want to know. And this is who your president has endorsed and who is the Republican opponent against James Tallarico right now here today. And the thing about this, thing about all of this is, the thing about a lot of this is, Texas gerrymandered out Jasmine Crockett's district. Now, James Tallarico was already running for Senate. There was another man who was running for Senate. I forget his name. A black man who was running for Senate in the primaries against James Tallarico. And then they gerrymandered out Jasmine Crockett's congressional district. So and this is why the DNC, the Democratic Party, this is why you get in so much trouble. This is why you fuck shit up on the regular basis, but you never fuck up giving money to Israel. All of you Democrats who are in bed with the Israeli lobby, you always get that shit straight. But the simple shit that benefits the American citizen, you always fucking shit up. So, Jasmine Crockett, they eliminated her district, and then they give the guy who's running for Senate against Tallarico, the Democrat Party taps in on the back and says, "Hey, guy, Jasmine Crockett, she has a bigger name than you, and she's more recognized than you. It is what it is. It is what it is." So why don't you and her trade places? Why don't you run for Congress? Because you do live in this district and people are familiar with you. I think it was already a congressman. I forget his name. Don't fault me. I ain't from Texas. I don't give a fuck about Texas. So they switch places. So now James, this guy goes and run for Congress in a district that he can run in. They gerrymandered Jasmine Crockett out of her district. And so now Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico are running head to head for the Democrat nomination for the Senate seat in Texas. And Jasmine Crockett loses to James Tallarico. I don't know why people were surprised. And also in that election day in Texas, a whole lot of hanky-panky going on because they gave the Democrats an extension because of all the districts that were wiped out. They could not vote in those old districts during the primary either. So a lot of people didn't know where to show up because once they erased those districts were gone. Even though the seat is not gone, even though Jasmine Crockett shows up every day in Congress. Well, not every day, because she ain't got to show up every day, because Mike Johnson gonna close down Congress for weeks and weeks at a time when anything embarrassing comes up to be talked about Trump. So you know that's every motherfucking week. So Congress is shut down on the regular. But Jasmine Crockett is still showing up in Washington D.C. in her elected seat that she still holds right now until January the 3rd or something like that. But as soon as they took those districts out, they also took away the polling places in those districts. So time for the Democrat who was going to be the Democrat nominee for Texas, a lot of people went to their old polling stations and they were no longer there. So it was a lot of confusion in the voting for Texas. So they went to the I think it was went to a court to get a stay to allow the polls for now understand in Texas it's not a whole election where they are voting for Democrats and Republicans. This was the primary and it was only the Democrat primary that what they were voting on. They weren't voting on the Republicans and the Democrats. I don't believe. It's just a Democrat primary. So James Bill whatever Paxton, he calls in and so they got to stay to extend the election for 2 hours because it was so much confusion, because as soon as they rewrote the map, they did not allow the people who were in the districts that were erased to vote in their old polling places. You understand what I'm saying? Even though the representation that they had voted for at those old polling places would be in effect until January of next year. So Ken Paxton then took it to the Supreme Court and said that the Democrats shouldn't get more time to vote because why should they get more time to vote? And so the Supreme Court said, well, we're going to put an injunction in and we're going to close the polls at 7 o'clock. And you guys take account of how many people who come after 7 and blah, 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 blah. So Jasmine Crockett lost to James Tallarico. So I understand that you have a lot of certain YouTubers are upset. Certain YouTubers are saying, well, Texas, you got what you wanted, so deal with it. I hear that Tallarico's not doing good. Hold on. A lot of people want to blame this on Tallarico. Tallarico was already in the race. prior to Jasmine Crockett getting in the race. Tallarico is running his race. Now, I haven't heard anything Tallarico said derogatory about Jasmine Crockett in any way. I haven't kept up on it that much, but Tallarico was already in the race. The Democrats thought it would be a good idea if they changed the candidate that was running for Congress versus who was running for Senate against Tallarico. So Jasmine Crockett would have a viable place to run. Okay. And James Tallarico, he just kept running his race. Let's be real clear about it. So I remember I have a couple of people who were birthed to people who are my parents' brothers and sisters. I think they call them relatives. I had a couple of them who was just so someone did something. You weren't expecting this? Were you not expecting this? So it is what it is. So what we're gonna do now? So now you have YouTubers trying to shit on James Tallarico as the Republican Party. J.D. Vance and the fucking what's that coward that ran out of Texas? Ted Cruz have the nerve to be challenging the masculinity, saying that James Tallarico looks like he's transsexual. Of all people to be challenging James Tallarico on anything, especially masculinity, it would be J.D. Vance and Ted Cruz. Are you fucking kidding me? And if you're challenging him on his masculinity, that means you have no other challenges for him. They want you to look at James Tallarico as some trans person. What did J.D. Vance said that he eats vegetables? Well, J.D. Vance, we understand that you don't understand anything about eating vegetables with your big Ozempic head having ass. But maybe that's how he stay in shape. Some people stay in shape by eating fruits and vegetables, and some people lose weight quickly by using Ozempic. We see you, big bobblehead bitch. But I digress. So understand that they are not saying anything about Ken Paxton, who their president, their Führer, who their fearless leader endorsed against James Tallarico. See all of this talking about the sexuality of a man in a election. This is all smoke and mirrors, baby. But they're not talking about a man who wanted to let a man off on a prison sentence for one day. Give him 1 day for battering a child, essaying a child, and he wanted to give him 1 day. And you would be mortified to find out that this person only got 30 days. But then to further find out that they only Ken Paxton only wanted to give him 1 day in jail. But they ain't got shit to say about that. But they want to tell you that, ooh, look at him. He's a transsexual. He looks trans. He looks like a tranny to me. Really, bitch? Is that what we're doing now? Let me tell you something. Democrats, y'all ain't got the leisure to be on no bullshit. You don't have no leisure to be on some bullshit. Be mad at who you supposed to be mad at. Be the fuck mad at who you supposed to be mad at. See, that's the problem with some people right now. But I hear James Tallarico ain't doing so good. Texas, this what y'all want, so that's what y'all got. But what is best for the Democrat Party? I'm just real curious. So, this is Texas. Always, always, always. Hey, Fred Shields, you still here? I didn't see you. You must be moving around. I understand.
In committee, when we were discussing this bill, your goal, you said, was for students to, quote, be curious and wonder about the 10 Commandments. Do you think a child, let's say a first grader, would have questions about the 10 Commandments if they're posted on the wall of that classroom?
They might, and I would hope that the teacher took that as an opportunity to teach a child to be respectful of authority, to respect others, to keep their word, to not steal and not, you know what I love about the 10 Commandments is that they're other focused. In a world that is so self-centered and self-focused, they talk about how you treat others kindly and right. And I love that. It is time for that in our classrooms. And I don't know a parent in the world that wouldn't want that.
So I think the only reason politicians in this body would be micromanaging what posters are put up in a classroom is if we want children to read the posters. And so in between posters of the, let me just finish my question and I'll give you a chance to answer.
I'm sorry.
If in a classroom we're putting up the 10 Commandments in between the colors and the ABCs, we're going to have students ask questions, as you said in the committee. Do you think students will have questions about the 10 Commandments like, what is adultery?
Again, I told you how I taught my children about adultery. It's you keep your word.
No. Bitch, no one cares about how you taught your children. So now when you have a word up there about thou should not commit adultery, thou should not fornicate. So you are not only are you saying that they must put this on the wall in kindergarten classroom. Now, of course, what is adultery? What is fornication? Now, you are going to be giving your kindergartner sex education to a kindergartner. Is that what we're doing? We're giving kindergartners sexual education, moral recommendations. Is that what we're doing? Huh? I'm pretty sure that Texas was one of those regressive states that have actually took sex education out of schools for age-appropriate children. Thus, so many children in red states are trying to say themselves as a virgin and winding up with a whole lot of anal warts because they're allowing their boyfriends to enter them unprotected anally because they have no sex education that is being taught in their public schools. You want kindergartners and first graders to start asking you about fornication and adultery? Is this what you want to do, Texas? Because God knows that these motherfucking high schoolers running around in these states that don't teach sex education to keep these children healthy from getting communicable diseases shot up their butts. It's not working. Look it up.
So you keep your word when you make a promise, especially in a family. You keep your word. I think there's more that we need that more in our society and not less.
And so you're okay with teachers discussing adultery with kindergarten and first
as a
graders?
former kindergarten teacher, I would be very comfortable with that.
Okay, that's good to know. Would you be comfortable with adding language requiring parental consent from all the parents of students in the classroom before putting up a religious document on the walls of the classroom?
No, I would not.
So you're against parents having a say in their students' religious instruction?
I'm against that proposed amendment. Yes, I think that we need to return to the foundational truths that our forefathers took, that until 1971 was was on the walls of most classrooms and definitely in most textbooks if you want to come by my desk and look through those textbooks. That we are going back to what was there and was stripped erroneously and has now been corrected in the court. So we have this opportunity to return something that was erroneously stripped.
Texas Public Schools serve a lot of Christian students, but are you aware that schools also serve students from many other faith traditions?
Yes, I love that about Texas.
Muslims, Hindus, Jews, Buddhists, Sikhs, atheists, all kinds of students, correct?
That is true. None of those, however, are relevant to this bill because this is talking about the foundational education system and judicial system.
Well, I think
that is where we started and where we're ending with this bill.
I think all students are relevant in
No,
Texas
I'm talking
public
about
schools.
our forefathers.
How do you think it makes a Hindu student feel to have a poster in every classroom that says, "Thou shalt not worship any god before me"?
Again, if they have come to the United States and they are living here, they're born here, they're citizens, then they would probably enjoy celebrating what made our forefathers so different from every other nation in the world.
I consider Hindu students, Jewish students, Muslim students, atheist students, all students to be my neighbor. And you and I are both, as Christians, called to love our neighbors.
Absolutely.
And in my opinion, forcing our religion down their throats is not love. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 10 under Rule 4, Section 18B on the grounds that the bill's witness list is inaccurate.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Believe you me, that is not the whole hearing. You will find out that Tallarico asked her, isn't part of the Bible is honoring the Sabbath? And then she said, yes, you're supposed to honor the Sabbath. And he said, what is today? Today is a Saturday. Yes, it is the Sabbath. But since you didn't want to do something, now we're here voting on this bill on Sabbath day. Ain't that a coinky dink? I want to put the religious workings of the Bible into K through 12 grade schools, public schools. But I don't honor what I want to put into this public school in my own real life. That was a doozy when he caught her in that. But let's talk about the fair. Y'all want to go to the failure of a fair? Let's go to the fair. I'm gonna take y'all to Trump's fair. Let's go to opening day. Let me find it right here. Hold on. I think I'll be able to find it easier. Right here. Let's go to this. Hold on. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let's get into this. Let's go to the fair. Since I have it on my thumbnail, I want to take you guys to the fair. Let's see what happened at the fair. Russia is burning. All hell breaks loose. It seems like with or without the help of the Americans, Ukraine is giving Russia the what for. Let me see. Where's this? Here we go. Here we go.
Also, the power was down. The Ferris wheel wasn't working. The ice cream had melted. The food was rotting away. But folks, it gets much worse. I'm going to show you what it looked like yesterday and early today when this so-called Great American Fair opened back up. We're also hearing from people who work at the Smithsonian who are saying what this event was supposed to be like before Donald Trump and his despicable regime destroyed it. So Dean Cain, a MAGA guy who often goes on state regime media, which calls itself Fox, he posted the following image yesterday. View from atop the Ferris wheel at the Great American State Fair. This is a MAGA guy. This is a Fox guy. Here's what he posted. Take a
Dean Cain, the fat, bloated Superman, you know, the unpopular Superman who was on the TV show, he posted this picture on top of that empty Ferris wheel before the Ferris. Thank God he was able to get down because later in the day, the Ferris wheel broke down. And this is his aerial shot. How embarrassing.
look. You can literally probably count maybe 33 to 34 people wowing the massive crowds with Raphael, the turtle ninja. I feel like a mere mortal next to these icons. Okay. So this was one of the main performances that was taking place yesterday. Not quite sure why there is an American flag and an Israeli flag in this tent, but that's what exists. And Stephanie Mensimer explains, I guess no one at the Great American Fair wants to listen to the Jesus music on the mall. So this was the big concert that was
Okay, they had Jesus music at the mall. And you know what else they had here at this Great American Fair? Guess what else you were able to do at the Great American Fair, honoring the 250th anniversary of the United States of America? Any guesses? I need y'all to guess. Any guesses? You were allowed to get baptized. They had an actual baptismal pool, so you could get get your soul renewed. You could wading in the water, wade in the water, wade in the water. Did you know that you could get baptized at the fugly, fucked up American Fair? Yes, they had a baptismal pool to baptize you. Is America great again yet? I am not lying to you. I must tell you. Let's see if we can hear some of the acts.
Supposed to take place yesterday. Let's take a look at the big concerts. You can see for yourself. Play this clip.
Yahweh, 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 Yahweh.
You see the American and the Israeli flag. Can't touch this. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa, that's not ice, ice, baby. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Look at this shit. Look, they spent 80 million taxpayer dollars on this. For whom?
But the Trump regime propaganda has posted the following photo. It's American aircraft that our taxpayer dollars pay for, which has been used by the Trump regime to engage in lots of war crimes and murdering people off the coast of Venezuela and war crimes in Iran, for which I want to see people tried at The Hague for their war crimes, just being blunt about it. But here's what the White House posted. Locked in. Patriots in control. In control of what? You can't even put together the Great American State Fair. I mean,
there we go, guys. Can you hear me?
John Arvisis, I'll play you this clip right here.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So there we go, guys. Can you hear me? I'm on the mall at Trump's state fair thing he did. This is the thing that he did with his own people because he refused to use the accredited one, the actual one that presidents have used for decades. And he set up his own state fair. It's terrible. I mean, first of all, look at the crowds, right? There's nobody here. I did some separate videos. Actually, I may walk in and show you guys. Actually, I'm going to show you the food court. So he set up a copy of his little NZ arch. Absolutely horrific, this thing. The Ferris wheel broke down yesterday. It's working now.
More from Arvisis right here as well, just giving you insight into what he saw going down. Let's play this clip.
So far, these states are very, very boring. I'm going to now go over to Alaska and see what they've got because I spent a lot of time in Alaska.
And the funny queer thing about this is why did the North Carolina tent every state was represented? Why was there a Confederate flag flown held somewhere in the North Carolina delegation little booth? They have these little booths. These all along the sides are little booths with representation from every state. They actually have the Confederate flag in the North Carolina booth. Wasn't the Confederates enemies of the state as we celebrating 250 years? They have is that what we're celebrating? Okay.
If Alaska's boring, I'm going to be very disappointed because how could Alaska be boring? Not a ton of people here either, by the way. You can see the crowds, the wild crowds. It's a cast of thousands. Not. And for some reason, nobody can figure out there's a line for Arizona. Only Arizona. No.
These are where the different states are lined up around there. Arizona must have some weed in their tent. They must be giving away free gummies, bags of weeds or gummies or something.
No, there's a line. So this is very sad. Alaska and Hawaii have nothing. I'm not quite sure why. Hawaii, Democratic state. Alaska, Republican state. There's nothing here. Very weird. All right, so this is the food court. Yeah, it'll Soviet Union-ish, but that's okay. We'll walk down and see, but as you can see, it's
Don't that look
not the
don't that look fun? Doesn't that look like a great world fair?
I don't know. This is it, guys. This is literally the food court. See, they're like trying to get in. Don't go, run. Wow, Express Hibachi. Okay. I guess they can't afford lights in here. Wow. I mean, this is it. Also very crowded too. Obviously not. Wow. That's just kind of sad. And then here's some like cowboys or Mexican cowboys, which would be actually a little surprising if they were Mexican cowboys. I'm going to guess they're not Mexican cowboys. Maybe they got, no. I don't know. Yeah. Not really. Well, maybe a little bit going on there. Okay, so this is kind of a bust. There's nothing going on. They've only got the booths of the states, and as you saw, they're boring.
Again, very, very sad indeed. Julian Andriani going on there. And then I saw a lot of this going down. Free Manny. MAGA was talking about Free Manny, and apparently this guy was involved in an incident. So I wanted to dig deeper because all the MAGA...
Oh, I forgot about Manny, the one who was jerking his turkey neck and arrested. It ain't like there was nothing else to do. Maybe he was trying to stay awake.
People were saying Free Manny. He was set up, not guilty. I'm like, okay, who is this guy? He's a MAGA streamer.
Isn't it interesting how MAGA and the right is always one? There's 0 degree of separation from these type of perverse people, and now they want him free.
Big Trumper, deep in the big MAGA circles. MAGA fan accused of masturbating at Donald Trump's Great American State Fair. Latest setback in embattled event. So here's this guy right here. His real name is Gian Racitelli. He goes by the name Manny. He was charged with lewd.
Gian Ratchet, not Ratchetelli, Ratchet MAGA.
Indecent and obscene acts. Apparently, he went over to the Cirque Mechanics acrobatic show where there were female performers. And according to the police report and eyewitnesses, he was vaping and then he started to, you know what, and people were horrified, and he was doing it in front of the Cirque dancers while nobody was there to begin with. This is who Trump is. This is what the Epstein class is. This is what these gross and disgusting.
Hey, MAGA. Hey, MAGA. Just as expected. Let's see. I see a long lie social. Oh, no, that's not a lie social. This sounds like it would have been awesome. Instead, we got Trump a Fry Festival, a Great American State Fair with one ride that's broken. One ride. That is true. Why I only saw a one ride, and they paid $80 million. They want you to believe. For what? They had a lame ass Ferris wheel. What did the $80 million go for? Huh? On what? I need an itemized receipt.
Horrible propaganda fest for himself that makes Fire Festival look like the most incredible event. I work at the Smithsonian, specifically raising money for the 250th. What I want people to know is we secured millions of private philanthropy to host a month-long folk life festival on the mall. The Festival of Festivals was going to feature well-known festivals like Burning Man and Farm Aid, the Grand Ole Opry, as well as more smaller and local regional festivals from across the United States and territories. The goal was to feature truly the best and most beautiful creative expression of music, dance, arts, and craft traditions, food, community, etc. Can't name names, but plan was to have headliners every night for free concerts. Think the types of names who might be affiliated with the aforementioned large festivals. Stars were willing to perform because it was under the banner of Smithsonian. It was all prepared, but it had to all be scraped because the administration would not release permits to host on the mall. The money went elsewhere, but our nation was robbed of what would have been a once-in-a-generation cultural moment. And I just think about it.
So let's be real clear. This administration fucked it up because they didn't want to give them permits, and they would not giving them permits allowed them to be the only people who were able to use the venue that was empty because they refused to give permits. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And now on the 4th of July, the president says he's going to do a whole big Trump rally for the 4th of July. Now, let me show you something else. Here we go. Let's see the grand opening, grand closing. Oh, it seems like the fair is falling apart. Let's go through a little of the fair. Let's go through a little of the fair here. Let's see how Fox News covered the fair. Y'all want to see how Fox News, they were glad to be there to cover the fair. Did y'all see Fox News use the fair as a backdrop to cover their news show to get totally embarrassed? I don't think Fox News has any shame at this point, actually.
of a fair is not at all what was supposed to be presented to the American people. For years, almost a decade, there were genuine planners who were envisioning America's 250th anniversary as something on the scale of a modern World's Fair, a month-long celebration nationally showcasing every single corner of the country. It has since been hijacked and perverted into this campaign rally where Trump puts his thumb on the scale and has people that he has campaign rallies and basically controls a lot of this, which means it turned to shit. Almost everything Trump touches turns to shit. I made a deeper video earlier about the World Fair happening today, but this one is going to go a little bit more in depth on the secret behind this fair and the corruption that actually exists behind it. So check out that video. It was a rather funny one. We walked through a bunch of crazy shit happening, but this video is going to be a bit more serious. On screen now, you see the turnout for the fair on day 3, and it does not look good at all. If you appreciate these videos where we bring the truth to you and the American people, make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe. And I guess let's just start off by showcasing the British experience in the United States. This UK reporter went to the fair, and I think this is a perfect encapsulation because you get to see it through fresh eyes and just how bizarre it is. From there, we will jump into the corruption aspect of it and how Donald Trump hijacked this event from a serious group, a very serious group, and then recreated.
So he's just going to go into the fact that they wouldn't allow the permits. So let's move forward a little bit. Here's the North Carolina.
Instead, we have North Carolina with a Confederate flag.
Really good at it. Say what, bitch? Say what, bitch?
There's one Confederate flag, and then
say what, bitch? Representing North Carolina, and they actually have some people there talking to themselves to bore everybody about North Carolina.
There's 2 Confederate flags. You know, when I think of America and when I think of the celebration of America, I don't think of celebrating the quote unquote country that seceded in order to declare war on America. Is that not just traitorous? It's incredibly traitorous. Let's see what's actually in these booths. Eric Flack TV did a pretty good report here. Check it out.
President Trump wants all 50 states to come together here at the Great American State Fair to show their pride.
North Carolina planned to skip this, but the Freedom 250 organizers asked the Winston-Salem company that built their tractor trailers to step in. Their exhibit is a race car and some North Carolina potatoes.
Oh, he missed the Confederate flag that was there. We'll continue.
Arizona had the longest line to get in for a black light star experience and a free cactus pen. Maryland is featuring a different local artist every day and a photo booth to go back in time. DC has a positivity tree. Virginia has a photo.
Was that just an AI generated photo booth? Is it just AI slop? What is Maryland State Fair about this?
DC has a positivity tree. Virginia has a photo op with letters made out of stuff that grows there. Connecticut and Maine are sharing a space and basically just put up some chairs and their state logos.
Bruh, what did Connecticut and Maine do to deserve this? What?
Connecticut and Maine are sharing a space and basically...
I am concerned. Isn't Susan Collins from Maine? I am concerned. They should have had that bitch in there. She don't do shit else.
Just put up some chairs and their state logos. Michigan has a fake cow you can milk. Wisconsin has a real Harley you can sit on. And this guy definitely wins for best t-shirt.
Okay, that gives us a little bit of an insight into what's actually happening.
His shirt says, "My farts smell like freedom."
Here, you know, for many Americans, the anniversary of 250 represented a rare opportunity to celebrate the country's future, what the country could be.
Okay, that's one aspect of it. I want to show you something else. That's I think we have the opening day when people are just piling piling out of the fucking.
My most favored nation agreement on drug pricing. We are delivering the
People are fleeing en masse as he rants and raves like a lunatic about how the economy is in an A-plus position.
500 and even 600%.
All right, this is kind of brutal. Half of the crowd began to walk off as Donald Trump was halfway through his America 250 kickoff speech, in which he was lying about the state of the country, the state of the economy, the state of the war that we're in, the state of the ICE raids that are going on, lying about everything, piece after piece after piece. This comes on the same day that Donald Trump decided to nuke a housing bill because the Democrats and the Republicans in the Senate and the House decided to pass a war powers resolution attempting to rebuke Trump's war. It's not actually going to act as a check because there is no enforcement mechanism for this, but a lot of people are now on the record voting against this war, and some of them are on the record voting for this war. So before I show this to you, I just want to break down this absolutely absurdly delusional rant that Donald.
So this was opening the night of the failure 250th fair that was taken over by Donald Trump. And he decided to do that stupid ass lie speech where every sentence come out of his mouth is a lie. Like people in the United States are not living under the ruins of America that he has us sitting in. And he goes out and tell these lies and try to insult reporters who ask him substantive questions about what the fuck are you going to do to turn all of this bullshit around and how you ruined this country. And he wants to get mad at the reporters for asking him very sound questions.
Donald Trump went on. I think the onus is on us. I think the onus is on people like you and I to make sure we stick up for the truth and the facts at a time when our president is speaking like this. And if you agree, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. Let's start.
Go over there to Adam Mockler. All of this is in my description box. You can see these under Funky Fair. All of the links are linked in my description box under Funky Fair.
This video, and I appreciate each and every single one of you, genuinely.
Greatest. Tonight, as we stand on the edge of our 250th year of independence, I am thrilled to declare that America is back.
That's the word.
Bro, we keep for real here. Donald Trump has taken unemployment has gone up. Inflation has gone up. He started a new war.
It's the lowest unemployment in the history of America. We are sitting in the lowest unemployment since America has been on Earth. This is what not only Donald Trump is telling you. This is what Scott Bessent is out here lying and telling you how few people are unemployed. They're out here lying and telling you that wages have increased. Lying every fucking day.
This cost us hundreds of millions of dollars, zero benefits from this war. ICE raids have killed people, and Donald Trump has cut life-saving cancer research and Medicaid in order to make money or make space for tax cuts for the richest of the rich. America is back to what? The Gilded Age? A pre-constitutional era in which the president is able to give and receive gifts with no holds barred?
As you know very well, a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected.
We're the hottest target anywhere in the world. Even our allies don't like us anymore. We're the hottest country in the sense that people don't want to touch us like hot potato. All of our allies are moving away from us.
By everybody. Nobody's laughing at us anymore. 2 years ago, they were laughing. Now, we're the most respected anywhere. Think of it, anywhere in the world.
You don't want to know what this is, like genuinely. This is delusional, grandiose narcissism. Donald Trump knows he's bullshitting, but I'm pretty sure at this point he's bought into this lie that he repeatedly tells that the country is doing great. I mean, hell, he's insulated from all of these problems. He doesn't understand the problems of average Americans. So he comes up here and he lies about the state of the economy in a rather transparent and sickening manner. And look, the people in the crowd are cheering and screaming and laughing. If Joe Biden would have spiked inflation and said the economy was the hottest in the world, people would rightfully so call him out. Donald Trump is just lying. To continue, Trump then tries to lie about the Iran war. Just take a listen.
Things, we're once again putting a thing called America first. And last week we signed a historic.
Where in household, for example, give me one example where you're doing that at. I'm waiting. For example,
agreement to end the conflict with Iran fully.
For example, you're decided to end the conflict with Iran. Where are we today? Where are we today? A full-fledged on war with Iran right now today. The war has been accelerated because your president don't have the fucking cojones to tell Benjamin Netanyahu to cut it off. Why? Because it has been reported that in drop site news that indeed, Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent.
Open the Strait of Hormuz and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done.
For some reason, my grandpa watches these speeches.
And people are cheering because that make America first. How? I'm curious. How does any of that make America first? He said, "Oh, for example, we're putting America first again. For example, and these numbnuts, these simpletons, out there cheering that shit on."
He's a huge liberal, but he just likes to make himself mad. And he texted me, "My God, this great American opening speech by Trump is disgusting. I've never seen anybody lie more in my entire life. How can anybody support this pathetic fuck?" My grandpa's pretty passionate about this, and drop a like for that. But I just want to let you know, everything he said in this clip was a lie. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. There's no passage of ships through it. Other presidents have been able to achieve a nuclear deal without a war. And Iran isn't even farther away from having a nuclear weapon. As Zachary Cohen from CNN says, even if you ignore what Trump says here about the Strait of Hormuz and ending the conflict, which was started by the US and Israel, his claim about Iran's ability to acquire a nuclear weapon is, as of right now, still certifiably false. I mean, I want to address the claim that this guy is even America first. He literally shot down a housing bill that would have helped Americans because he was pissed that Republicans voted against his brutal Iran war that is failing for us. Here is Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana explaining that he will not be bullied and he will not back down.
The president was wondering why people would vote for the War Powers Act. I asked him if that would be a rhetorical question or a real question. He said real. And so as we began to speak, the president didn't want to hear my question, interrupted me. I didn't care to be interrupted. I felt like I was trying to get answers for the American people. And I'm not going to be bullied when I'm trying to get answers for the American people. And so it escalated from there. At some point, it de-escalated.
We're told the president called you a lunatic?
Can I imagine if the president called me things that would be said on a playground? Yeah, I can imagine that. Does it bother you?
Why is this important? Why did I even bother to play this? Because this numbnuts is the same medical doctor from Louisiana who was the final vote in placing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over our Health and Human Services. And after all of this talk that I'm not going to be bullied, what happened? He changed his vote. And who else? Rand Paul. They both changed their votes, and these were the last two votes of the War Act. The War Act vote. They changed their votes. So now even though it was toothless, These numbnuts had voted against it and voted for it, and then they voted against having a war act implemented that Trump would have to seek congressional approval. So I talked to you about the I talked to you about the bill that was going to prevent private equity firms from buying up all of these single family homes, something that I have been talking about for years, which was the reason why they were trying to make American citizens just 100% lifelong renters to ensure that they could seep off of the backs of American citizens, and American citizens couldn't build up any personal wealth because they would just be paying all of their money to these rich corporations and hedge funds who would suck the average person dry with fees. And they had a whole, you guys probably heard about it. They had a whole big setup where Trump was supposed to sign it. And then he ran down to Congress and started lightning to ass behind this War Powers Act that was approved. And there has not been any more talk about signing that bill where hedge fund managers and people in hedge funds can buy up single family home. But he wanted to come out there that day and talk about America is first again now. So hold on 1 second.
He went after Leader McConnell, wasn't here to defend himself.
If there's somebody I know who's got thick skin, it's Leader McConnell.
And I mean, do you believe that this is the way the president should be conducting himself in a meeting with colleagues?
I'll let the president's actions speak for themselves.
Did you refer to him, we're hearing reports that you referred to him as brother at one point, and there was that sort of contentious.
I don't think that's really important to the story.
And I mean, I'm sure I know the answer to this, but you don't regret at all your vote for the War Powers resolution yesterday.
As I said, and I've said before, that once I start getting answers.
So the report was that Bill Cassidy, the senator, said, brother, this war is failing. This memorandum sucks. And Trump said, don't call me brother and sit down. He snapped on this guy. So for Trump to then go on stage and claim to be America first in any capacity when he can't stop talking about the war that he started,
And the fact that Bill Cassidy sat down like a little bitch when he was told to sit down and shut up. The fact that Bill Cassidy changed his vote for a man who already endorsed his somebody who was going up against Bill Cassidy in the primary, and then all of a sudden the man who was backed by Trump won against Bill Cassidy in the primary. So Bill Cassidy's political career is already done data. And Bill Cassidy's still going to take his simple ass back and change the vote that would benefit American citizens. And Bill Cassidy is a senator from poor ass Louisiana. Let all of that sink in. A whole bitch.
he keeps lying about the economy. It's the opposite.
And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, today Iran has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity, no.
So this was Thursday night. No Navy, no
no Army, no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity. What the fuck have they been hitting over in all over in the Middle East with since they have nothing? What have they been striking back with? Huh?
Missile launches, no manufacturing.
This is some crazy.
No missile launching, no manufacturing. Were they throwing these missiles? Did they throw that missile into the Strait of Hormuz and strike that oil tanker that tried to sneak through the Strait of Hormuz? What they throwing them off of their backs? Is that what they doing? They got a good left hand that they throwing these missiles into these boats, huh?
Lying. If they have nothing at all, why is the strait still closed? Spoiler alert, it's because they do still have missile capacity. They have the nuclear material. The enriched uranium is literally still in Iran, just buried under rubble that will be hard to access, but not impossible to access.
And their leadership has been obliterated. And for the first time in 3,000 years, we are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East.
Bro, he said that during his first term, and it never happened.
Answers. Our American ancestors fought and won the most vicious battles.
Good
They
one, buddy.
explored and settled the most dangerous frontiers and let no challenge ever break their spirit or their pride.
I want to show you what happens as he continues to rant and rant. I want to show you what happens as he continues to rant and rave. People begin to
The
walk.
largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined. And under my most favored nation agreement on drug pricing, we are delivering the
People are fleeing en masse as he rants and raves like a lunatic about how the economy is in an A+ position.
500 and even 600%. Who would think down if you took down 0.5%? Somebody said you were.
I honestly don't blame them. I mean, number one, herd mentality is very common with MAGA. So once a few people start leaving, I'm pretty sure everyone just follows the herd. Number two, this dude is ranting and raving. His voice is hard on the ears, and everything he's saying is a verifiable lie to anybody in the audience who is struggling financially. Imagine having to watch the golden surrounded president with an orange makeup on.
Gold prices are going down 500-600%. Before we get to the Trump arch, it seems like the Trump arch actually fell in upon itself. But before we get there, I need you to see them throwing them out.
State fair on the
From an empty field on the National Mall. All right, on screen now, you can see the attendees of Donald Trump's National State Fair being kicked out and escorted to leave. All 27 people that decided to show up for day 4.
No, not another day of shame for us. Get out. We can't take it anymore. We've already been embarrassed. No, leave.
Or had the rest of the day canceled, postponed, moved due to inclement weather, due to rain, due to flooding, due to poor planning, poor turnout, but most importantly to me, due to the fact that Donald Trump hijacked the original America 250 celebration that was going to happen and decided to create his own knockoff version, a parallel organization called Freedom 250. I mean, literally on screen now, you can see somebody pointing people out to the exit before the event had even really started for the day. I mean, even more sad, you have Caroline Levitt, who posted right before this, "Fun day at the Great American State Fair. How cool is it that we are alive during this historic time and we get to experience America's 250th birthday? Looking forward to making more lifelong memories." But if you zoom in on the picture below, you can even see in this picture that there is nobody there. The dozens of people that did decide to show up today got completely rained out, including Caroline Levitt. I'm assuming she got kicked out as well, along with everybody else. And honestly, again, the biggest tragedy of it all is that we had a bipartisan committee approved by Congress, both sides, that were going to throw a national festival of all festivals. They were going to turn it into the most grandiose parade since America's 200th celebration. And Donald Trump tore that up for his own narcissistic reasons. Now we have video after video after video of the fair being entirely rained out. Watch. Amanda Moore says, I've been asked for a vibe check at the Great American State Fair today. So here you go. Just to give you guys the context of this Freedom 250 versus America 250, I covered this in another video, but this says, I worked at the Smithsonian, specifically raising money for the 250th. What I want people to EEDOM 250 on social media. I mean, Trump supporters are so illiterate, they're not going to get to this point anyways. But if they did get to this point, they would be sent to the wrong social media account, the wrong website, and won't even be able to get updates about Donald Trump's failing fair that cost us money and is now being rained out. Can I really quickly just pivot to show you some hope for a second? Because while this was happening in DC, we had pride parades across the country kicking off. We've seen them throughout Pride Month, of course, but in Chicago today, where I live, in New York, and in other cities, there were some really massive pride parades. And I think it's interesting to look at the side-by-side between the turnout, the vibe, the overall atmosphere, and the mood of these pride rallies versus the vibe, atmosphere, and mood of America 250, or as Trump calls it, Freedom 250. As always, if you appreciate the videos on the Adam Mockler feed and you want to help boost this message, a message of hope, returning to a human dignity-centered America where everybody can reach their full potential without Trump stripping away our rights, then make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We just filmed our weekly debate show that comes out Wednesdays at noon.
So let's not be mistaken. When you see them send you to this website, Freedom with 3 E's, 250, and you get sent to a wrong site, understand that these planners of this event were paid $80 million for this dog shit. So, last thing I wanted to share with you, it seems like the arch didn't fare so well. Did you know that?
The wall behind her is entirely fake. It's like a Looney Tunes cartoon. It's just not real at all.
That is happening during 250, that is happening during the FIFA World Cup, which has a fan zone right over there.
Wait, they're showing a crowd from a different event. This is from a FIFA event in another part of DC. All right, everybody, as much fun as it is to watch Donald Trump's national fair get very little turnout day after day after day, there is something much more cynical and dark going on that I want to break down throughout this video. Over the past few days, we've been covering this and putting together the pieces, the thinning crowd that is basically non-existent, the exhibits that are incredibly stripped down to the core and look very cheap. I mean, for Maine, it was literally just 2 chairs in front of a sign.
So you mean to tell me that they are trying to commingle pieces of footage from 2 different events and try to present this as if this is what's going on in DC right now? Seems like, excuse me, I didn't even get a chance to watch this one. Seems like that's what they're doing.
That says Maine. And all of this together in totality makes people wonder, where the hell did the $103 million that was supposed to be allocated towards this fair go? This is not a $103 million fair. It is nowhere near. And that's what I want to talk about in this video. Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's press secretary, is currently at the fair on Fox News in front of their booth that they set up to cover this. And I'm pretty sure the Fox News people thought this was going to be some huge momentous celebration with like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people behind them. But day after day after day, they've had to go on air with a clean green field behind them, a lot of green behind them, because you can see every single inch of the empty field. But I digress. The real problem here is, where did the $103 million go? And the difference between a no bid and a competitive bid contract means the world here and the reflecting pool, the ballroom, and all of Donald Trump's projects that he started over the past 18 months. I'll explain what all of this means in just one moment. First, make sure you drop a like if you want to help boost this video. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We are leading every single day with coverage of this, the Iran war. We have a new debate format and much more. So subscribe below. And before we jump into this Caroline Leavitt clip, I just want to show you what the fair actually looks like. Anarchy Princess posted this video yesterday of the pillars and the buildings that are built for the fair. And as you watch this video, for longer and longer, you realize that everything here is entirely fake. First of all, this pillar is not even touching the ground, and there's nothing on top of it as well. Second of all, the bricks that you see right here look kind of real, but they're not real bricks. They are 2D drawings of a brick wall. Let me play for you this video, and you can see the pillars that are fake. Even the pillars up top are entirely fake. I believe the person recording this video continues to zoom in on the walls, and you can see it's all just 2D. It's even entirely falling off due to water damage, it seems. So all of this is entirely fake. It's like a Roadrunner cartoon where they paint the tunnel on the wall and they want you to believe that it's a real tunnel. But they spent $103 million on this, and it is entirely falling apart. It looks like there's another video right here of the ark that was built. And in this case, I find it to be even more odd and eerie. Here's a photo that Caroline Levitt posted in front of the arch just yesterday. This photo in front of the arch looks sweet. You know, she's with her son. I hope the son is doing well, of course. But the thing is, the crowd is non-existent. The arch behind her looks much different than what it was supposed to look like in the drawings. We literally had $103 million allocated towards this fair because Trump was going to build a massive arch. He was going to build a bunch of huge, grandiose ceremonies. And where did it go? Where did it all go? This arch looks nothing like what Caroline Levitt is standing in front of, and it's leading me to believe
that's fine. The Trump MAGA voters are dumb. They won't notice the difference. Who cares? We're just putting it on for a bunch of dumb MAGA people. Do whatever. I don't care. It's okay. It's hot. It's hot. We're the hottest country in the world.
this is potentially all a part of a money laundering scheme. Let me explain. Let me explain my rationale. The rationale here is very, very tight. And after I run through the facts and the timeline of this fair, I think you're all going to agree with me entirely if you the timeline, the no bid contracts that Donald Trump sent out to his friends, and how the
Adam, everybody see this for what it is. Of course it is. Now, I said $80 million. Now he has added $23 million more dollars to the cost of this fair. Now it's $103 million for what? I have seen better fake buildings done at a little street fairs that pop up every now and again. Let's continue.
$103 million seems to be allegedly reallocated in a corrupt manner. Okay, so let's back up. In 2016, Congress created a commission called America 250. America 250 was a bipartisan commission, meaning Democrats and Republicans put aside their politics and decided to create a commission in order to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Now, they spent the past decade fundraising money and creating plans. The rumor is they were going to collaborate with the Smithsonian to create a historical festival of all festivals and have the largest names, huge arts and crafts exhibits, and cultural monuments, and all of this put together. Whatever we have now is quite literally the opposite. Look at it's falling apart at the seams, and it's all entirely fake. But America 250 had spent the past decade in a bipartisan manner building up the infrastructure to host this fair until Donald Trump took office and decided to create a competing organization called Freedom 250. He even named it kind of close to confuse people. Freedom 250 is made up of a bunch of Donald Trump's close buddies and allies funneling money into the organization. Donald Trump then proceeded to deny the usage permits to America 250, which remember was the one from a decade ago created by Congress, and he decided to rewire all of the land permits and give them only to his organization. That is where America 250 essentially got sideswiped by Donald Trump's Freedom 250, but that is not the only part that we want to pay attention to. We then want to pay attention to the process by which these contracts were handed out. It's important to understand the difference between a competitive bid, versus a no bid contract. A competitive bid is usually the better one because it allows multiple vendors to submit proposals, and then the government or the private company can pick the best proposal and pick the one that will turn out the best for everybody. It's good to have competition because it creates the best version of a product, right? But a no bid contract is when you just hand a contract directly to a single vendor without any process like that whatsoever. It's usually a little bit less reliable unless you know that somebody specializes in this thing and they're the only one that specializes in this thing. But I'm assuming there's a bunch of different companies that could have put this together. And what Trump did was give all of this money to his friends. So as I was researching this more, I came across this article from Public Citizen. A report from Public Citizen and the Revolving Door Project says, MAGA 250, $103 million in federal contracts flow to Trumpified Freedom 250 events. So to add even more insult to injury, the original America 250 that was created a decade ago was hijacked by Trump. The contracts were given to Trump's friends, and then he turned it into essentially a 16-day Trump rally where he kicked it off with a rally, and now he's going to be doing more Trumpian stuff. This says Donald Trump and his allies have seized control of the bipartisan 250th anniversary celebration and substituted it with Trumpified events at the public's expense. The Trump admin has awarded nearly $103 million in federal contracts and grants for the 250th anniversary celebrations to a network of politicized entities under the control of the Trump administration officials and political allies. Holy absolute shit. This is crazy. The recipients include entities.
Okay. So, if you want to know what's going on, you don't listen to this kid. If I want to know what's going on, I already know what's going on before I present it on my show. Because you know what I do on my show is we come with receipts. So if Adam MOUclearly is talking about it, it's going to come with receipts. You dumbass. Oh, I see you haven't said anything else since he put up receipts. See, that's where you dummies get the game messed up. That's where you dummies always get twisted in the game. But let's be real clear.
Controlled or influenced by Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, as well as Trump's former campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, and Trump's former presidential finance director, Meredith O'Rourke. So all of these people in his circle, in his bubble, that have worked on his campaigns and have helped him get elected, he is now granting contracts to in a no-bid manner. A network of organizations controlled or influenced by Trump admin officials have had money funneled into them so they could put on their own shitty version of this fair. These grants represent the vast majority of the nearly $126 million in federal contracts awarded since October of 2025 to fund this summer's 250th anniversary celebration. Throughout this video, I've been referring to the $103 million that were given directly to Donald Trump's allies, but the total budget for this entire America 250 was $126 million. So the question then becomes, where did this money go? Where did this money possibly go? Here's Caroline Leavitt doing a Fox News interview yesterday to a completely empty field behind her. And look at, even when you see these buildings, it looks like there's pillars built. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. They built some sort of Roman pillars. No.
They call that Trompe-l'oeil, the to fool the eye in painting. See what I see? See, I know, I think that is, I think that is French. Trompe-l'oeil, to fool the eye. That's what that is called. To make the shadows and the arches right here, to make the shadows back here, to make the pillars look like they are actually away from the wall. Trompe-l'oeil.
It is a Looney Tunes ass, Roadrunner-esque fake wall behind her. Take a listen.
What is your biggest takeaway now that you have seen the state fair that is happening during 250, that is happening during the FIFA World Cup, which has a fan zone right over there?
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is a remarkable. The team did a remarkable job. I'm blown away. The Ferris wheel looks so fun. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm about to. And it's so cool to have.
Wait, are we for real here? Did they just flash a photo of the FIFA fan zone, which is entirely separate from the fair? And they tried to paint this as if it were the fair. They're getting so desperate to try to plump up the crowd numbers that they're showing different areas of DC.
I'm about to. And it's so cool to have all 50 states represented and people from all over the country that have traveled to enjoy our nation's 250th birthday.
Yeah.
Nobody from all over the country came out to this dry ass shit.
Yeah, they're saying there's at least one person from every state there, all 50 people. I like how it's completely barren behind them. Not barren as in Trump, but barren as in a barren wasteland, except for this one guy just wading through the grass. But to continue right here, yesterday, the Great American State Fair was closed down prematurely because the weather got increasingly worse and they didn't have the proper infrastructure to deal with it because the money is gone. I mean,
They had $130 million. There was nowhere to wait out the rain at this stark naked event. How many pockets and bank accounts do you feel are not going to be stark or naked with all of the money that they got for this peddly little shit? I wouldn't even shit. There's no way I would equate this with any type of fair that I have actually been to. This is some bullshit.
I'm not able to sit here on the show and say definitively that this money was laundered because that opens me up to a bunch of lawsuits. But allegedly, in my opinion, what I think is going on here is Donald Trump is doing the same thing he did with the reflecting pool and the same thing he's doing with the ballroom. He creates situations in which he can build something, but then he gives no bid contracts to his close friends to take care of. He even admitted this with the reflecting pool. He said he's giving the contracts to some guys that he knows. And guess what? After $20 million was spent renovating the reflecting pool, they had to drain it once again, and Trump blamed agitators, vandalists. Did the vandalists go and steal the entire crowd at the state fair too? Then we had the National Guard saying it was closed. Ain't no way. We then have a video of them all being kicked out.
Okay, so we've been there. All right. That is the Great American Fair. Now, it seems to be a problem in the White House. It seems like your president is in some type of distress. The Supreme Court came back with 3 rulings this morning, and I think I may leave you guys with the 3 rulings.
This reporter causes Donald.
One ruling is that the E. Jean Carroll case, he's going to have to pay E. Jean Carroll. He had that. He was appealing that and had appealed that case up to the Supreme Court. So let's see what Trump is melting down about in the Supreme Court.
Donald Trump is not happy this afternoon after the United States Supreme Court handed him multiple losses. In the E. Jean Carroll case, he will forever now have a verdict of sexual assault on his record, owing her millions.
He will forever be and have on his record that he SA'd E. Jean Carroll. You know, he wanted to pretend like, oh, it doesn't count because I'm back in office. So, Supreme Court, take care of this. Is that enough? Now, we got to make sure you understand that we do have some leverage over you. No. We will fuck up America, but we will let you know that we can yank your chain as well.
And millions of. In the mail-in ballot case, well, Trump won in mail-in.
Trump took the mail-in ballots to the Supreme Court and tried to have the Supreme Court say that having mail-in ballots was unconstitutional. How did that work out for Trump this morning? He lost that case.
Ballots to be essentially disregarded. To a Carroll case, he will forever now have a verdict of sexual assault on his record, owing her millions and millions of dollars. In the mail-in ballot case, well, Trump wanted mail-in ballots to be essentially disregarded. To eliminate mail-in voting, the Supreme Court said absolutely not. In the Lisa Cook case, Supreme Court said you can't fire Lisa Cook. Now, they did rule for him in a major case, which I'll talk about shortly, overturning 90 years of precedent. But right now, the president is lashing out at the United States Supreme Court. He's not happy because ultimately, based on what legal experts thought, today's rulings completely were different from what many thought. Many thought that he would win in a number of these cases. He did not. So like, comment, share, get the word out. And if you can, subscribe to my Substack, link below to support my work. So I want to begin by showing you the president's remarks to the Supreme Court's ruling.
Okay, Lisa Cook is the one who worked for the Federal Reserve, who Bill Pulte went in and tried to say that she had did something nefarious with her mortgage, and then Donald Trump tried to outright fire her. A lower court said that she would get her. She is not to lose her job. They stayed that ruling because the Supreme Court wanted to weigh in on that, and now the Supreme Court has weighed in on that. You know, Bill Pulte, who's over the Department of National Intelligence. Yes.
Rulings today. First up, the E. Jean Carroll case. He says, surprisingly, the Supreme Court declined to review a fake case brought against me by a woman I never met. Decades-old celebrity photo line standing with her husband does not count. I will continue the fight against this weaponization and lawfare case against me, including the ridiculous claim of defamation, with all of my power and strength, he says. This case is really against the United States of America.
How are you going to continue to fight against her when you've already taken it all the way to the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court refused to even be bothered with it, to refuse to hear it. But he's going to continue to fight.
And all it stands for, and should never be allowed to happen to another president or candidate to be. New York State created a law for
it should never be able to happen to another president or candidate to be. Okay.
An instant speck of time going back many decades in order to wrongfully nab me. It was tailor-made, he says, and this injustice cannot...
He said to nab me. They nabbed me. They went back too far. And I was wrongly nabbed.
Be allowed to stand. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Well, this will stand. The Supreme Court's ruling is final. Now, the Supreme Court didn't rule on the merits of the case, didn't even touch it, didn't even want to touch it, because it was in a lot of ways a pile of garbage, a flaming pile of garbage, I would add, because the Supreme Court doesn't take cases simply because there's an evidentiary dispute on a lower court. And that's all this was about. This was only about evidentiary issues. Now, a lot of people have asked, well, Aaron, doesn't he have an $83 million verdict against him too for defamation? Yes, he does. That's a separate case. That's a second case that E. Jean Carroll brought. That verdict is making its way up to the Supreme Court. That's another chance for the court to hold against Trump as well. But that won't happen for a little while. This ruling, though, is more of a stain on his legacy rather than a stain on his pocketbook. $5 million to the president is not much money, considering he has enriched himself to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. But he will forever have been found liable of sexual assault, and he's obviously not too happy. He's also not happy about the mail-in ballots case. He says, in light of the tremendous loss in the Supreme Court today concerning voters' rights and the fact that people's votes are allowed to be counted long after an election is over, it is more important than ever to pass the Save America Act, he says, which is, quote, all voters must show photo ID, all voters must show proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. There is no excuse for a politician or otherwise to be against the above three requirements. There is only one reason to oppose. cheating. The House of Representatives has approved this vital act 3 times. The United States Senate seems unable to do so in a time when there is a powerful communist movement taking place in our country, one more dangerous than World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or September 11th.
There's a strong communist fawning over our country. There's a strong communist movement that is taking the country by storm. You know what that is? Because people that were endorsed by Zoran Mandami won. And they're like, wait a minute. Hold up. I know the Democrats are not finally going to wake up and understand, hey, it's time to get people in here who are actually going to represent you and what you vote for. I thought that the Democrats were stupid and they didn't understand that people like Chuck Schumer and people like, what is this dude's name? Hakeem Jeffries are not just errand boys for Israel. And you know what I'm really I'm really starting to question? You know what I'm really starting to question real hard? AOC. Because I have never seen AOC so tongue-tied in my entire life. But AOC says she is definitely going to back Hakeem Jeffries as the if the Democrats win the House. She's definitely going to back Hakeem Jeffries, as she said 10 or 15 things about everything that Hakeem Jeffries does that she don't like. She didn't say it was about Hakeem Jeffries as an individual, but all of the things that she said she didn't like in the party could be directly attributed to Hakeem Jeffries and his bullshit, his strongly worded letters, and him never taking actions. But I digress. Let's get back into this.
All Democrats and our 5 Republican Senate holdouts, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, Bill Cassidy, and Mitch McConnell, must vote to save our country. There can be no excuses. Thank you for your attention to this matter. A couple of things here. Number one, the SAVE Act is not going to pass. They don't have the votes. They don't have the support. And it's pretty interesting to see him continue to push this, even though he knows it's not going to pass. That's number one. Number two, the fact that he calls a, quote, communist movement more dangerous than World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or September 11th just shows you where the president's priorities are at today. He's not happy that the Supreme Court ruled that essentially mail-in ballots could be counted days after an election, after election day, so long as they are postmarked and postmarked by election day. They don't have to be received on election day. They can be just postmarked on election day. It's a major loss for him, a major victory for Democrats in a lot of ways who support mail-in ballots. That's not the only decision he lost. He lost the Cook lawsuit. Lisa Cook, Board of Governors at the Federal Reserve, he tried to fire her without cause. He says, well, the Supreme Court today said you can't do that. He says the Cook lawsuit having to do with her suitability and sitting on the board of the Federal Reserve was sent back by the Supreme Court on a strictly procedural basis. We will take appropriate action immediately to make sure that someone who has committed wrongdoing will not be making vital decisions concerning the welfare of the United States of America. Now, this is an interesting case in a lot of ways because at the same time, the court also ruled to overturn Humphrey's executor. In a separate case, Trump versus Slaughter, the court essentially gave Trump ample power to do whatever he wants when it comes to independent agencies like the FTC, FCC, NLRB, National Labor Relations Board, USPS Board of Governors, FEC, and others. They essentially removed the independence of these agencies, overturning 90 years of precedent in a ruling that Justice Sotomayor says gives Trump more power than the King of England has. It is a massive, massive ruling, one that conservatives have been asking for a long time. They had been seeking out an effort to try to overturn Humphrey's executor, and they got it today. It's a major ruling, a major victory for conservatives, and Trump was happy about it. He's not happy, though, about the fact that the state fair isn't doing so well. He says, do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair at the National Mall, packed with happy people and everyone loving it? Ask yourself the simple question. Do you think that Obama or sleepy Joe Biden could have done it? The answer is no. People aren't at the state fair. Even Fox News showed it.
Yes, it's typically hot in the summer, but it's not this hot in the summer. That's it from here for me. But a guy who knows all about places that are hot, Lawrence, LJ, you're over in Texas, I think, where it's always hot out there.
As you can see, he's literally broadcasting from an empty state fair. Now, the Supreme Court's rulings are being implemented as we speak already. The TPS ruling is happening in real time. Here's what Mark Wayne Mullen said.
Protective status is over. They have to go home. Now, they don't have to go to the country that they came from. If they're not feeling safe, they can go someplace else, but they cannot stay here. Your TPS, temporary protective status, is over. So we will help assist you in leaving if you would like. We'll buy you an airline ticket. We'll give you $2,600 to reestablish yourself someplace else if you don't want to go back to the country you came from, but you have to leave, and we're going to assist you in doing so. And if you choose not to, then we'll pick you up and force you to leave.
All right. Just quick. So the country, wherever you're sending them, that country has to agree. Is that correct?
To some degree, yes, but we're not. Remember, this wasn't that they came over with status; they came over with TPS. So we always knew it was temporary to begin with. We can send these individuals back without actually extraditing them to there. So this isn't a court system that they got to go through with some people that came to the country illegal. The Supreme Court has already ruled that the temporary protective status doesn't apply. So if they could fly here, they can also fly home. This isn't the same thing as extraditing them there.
Well, and many of them came from.
That's the latest right now. Like, comment, share, subscribe to my Substack to support. Link below. See you soon for more.
This link is in my description box. I think.
I have been researching one of the.
Before we go here, I think I want to go somewhere else to really. I think his name is David Pape. Pape. David Pape. He is a professor.
That Trump's playing a game,
and he is well versed on war games. Because that's what he does. If you are familiar with Mr. Pape, he is talking about what a situation that we are in with this war in Iran. Let's get into it. All of those former links that I just played for you are in my description box under 3 SCOTUS rulings, 3 Supreme Court of the United States ruling that last video is under. Now, this video will be in my description box under where are we in this war? Where are we in this war? I want to share this with you because a lot of people think that, everything's just going to be okay. Everything's just going to be okay without taking to account.
Because I saw Trump being asked about this on the.
Without taking into account that Trump has no idea what he's doing in this war. The Iran war expert. I simulated the Iran war for 20 years. Here's what happens next. I think his name is David Pape. Let's get the introduction. He always does a great introduction. A very intelligent man. Here we go. What happens? The war. What's next? This would be in my description box.
You've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, every strategy for 20 years, and it's playing out right now. So I can tell you that we are losing control of the situation. Like, we don't know where that nuclear material is, but they have the material for 16 nuclear bombs, and we've given them every incentive to develop them.
Professor Robert Pape might be the single most important.
Robert Pape.
incredible person we all need to listen to right now.
The supreme leader that we took out was against nuclear weapons. The new supreme leader, he's way more aggressive.
He's advised 2 decades of presidents in the White House.
President Trump is really stuck, but he thrives in chaos.
And spent 30 years building the curriculum that trains the Air Force for the exact type of war that's taking place now in Iran. And one of the most mind-blowing things I've learned is that there are 3 stages to this conflict. Unfortunately, Professor Robert Pape, who has 2 decades of being correct with his predictions, gives a 75% chance that Trump is about to escalate to stage 3. In this episode, we're going to explain exactly what this means. Guys.
Okay, so this link will be in my description box. I would advise you to go over there. I do not want to play the entirety of this man's video, his work. Go over there and check this out. Let's see. Let's start right here. I think we'll start right here.
And they said, okay, well, if you don't like the son, who would you pick? And he says he's one to expect, if not leading, and the guy. He's been in charge of the Bazi, basically the police that like to go and kill the protesters. He's been the guy who's been very strongly supporting, if not leading, that particular effort.
And last night it was announced that he has been appointed as the new leader.
He's the new supreme leader. Okay?
Did Trump expect this?
I think that he expected it because he kept trying to talk the Iranians out of it. This is what he meant by last week when President Trump was saying that he wanted not this guy. He specifically said not the son. And then he had a problem because people kept pushing him. And they said, okay, well, if you don't like the son, who would you pick? And he said, well, it is a problem because when we killed the supreme leader, we killed around the leader 20 or 30 others who we actually thought were better. So we actually took out the best alternatives when we killed when the supreme leader was killed. And so everybody's scratching their heads going, what are we talking about here? So we actually helped by killing the competitors to the son. We made it more likely the son. And so what I'm trying to explain, Stephen, is this adapts, okay? So that you're not really taking these pieces out. You're rearranging them and you are moving up. In this case, you're moving up.
The next supreme leader?
Well, there's the supreme leader, but what we're not showing here, you're seeing the target sets that are being discussed. You're not seeing the Revolutionary Guard.
What is that?
That is part of the army. Iran has 1 million men in arms. 1 million. That's as many as we have in our 300 million people. They have 92 million. They have 1 million in arms. And about 150 or 200,000 of them are what are called the Revolutionary Guards. These are the most aggressive, the most well-trained. These are the most dedicated to the regime. The son who we just took over is the prime candidate for that group. So when we took out a link here, it's not just being replaced by another cog. It's being replaced by a very aggressive individual who's backed by some of the most aggressive part of that 1 million man army. So this is what I was trying to explain in my Substacks, where when you take out the leader, you may kill the leader, but you get in its place a harder regime, a more resilient regime, a tougher regime that wants to lash back even more aggressively.
Because you killed dad.
You killed dad. And also, if you don't lash back, how does the new leader get his credibility with everybody else? If he's a wimp, why doesn't he get a bullet in the back of the head? You see, just because he's appointed a new leader, he's still just like when you're the head of a new company. Like, let's say you take over, there's a company that's in shambles and they get rid of their CEO and they bring you on. Okay. Well, you got to have a plan, you see. And if you don't have a plan to turn that thing around pretty soon, Elon Musk had to have the big plan. If you don't have that plan, guess what? You're out. Same here. So you have incentive structure here for not just replacing, not just wimpy replacements, certainly not pro-American replacements. You have incentives for lashing back against the attacker, which is why when we tried to kill Gaddafi in 1986, he lashes back and takes out Pan Am Flight 103, killing 271 civilians, 190 Americans. When we try to take out the Milosevic regime, to degrade it in March 99, Milosevic lashes back, sending 30,000 ground forces in to cleanse, that is, get rid of 1 million civilians in Kosovo. This over and over.
I mean, you have written books about suicide terrorism.
That's right.
I've got one of them in front of me here called Dying to Win. So, I mean, you know a lot about this subject. And this is one of the concerns that actually my fiance had said to me. She said, I explained to her, I was like, you know, Iran, they really just have drones at the moment. So I think that's fine. And then she posed a question to me. She was like, yeah, but what about suicide terrorism?
Let me just explain. So here we are. It is, here is, of course, Iran. And imagine it's back in June. So I'm going to start the story in June. This is the beginning of the smart bomb, the escalation trap. Stage 1. We hit Fordo, which is right around there, and we hit Natanz and some other sites right around here. And what does Iran do here? They lash back, and who are they lashing back against? Israel here. They have their missiles focused on Israel. They're not really hitting our bases here. They're hitting Israel, and they send 3,000 Israelis to the hospital, the most since the 73 war. So a long time. That is stage 1. Okay. Now what happened when in February 28? February 28, they're lashing back a bit against Israel for sure, but now
let's also remember during that strike that he just talked about, that was the June strike when no one saw it coming. But if you had been over here, I had told you that that strike was coming because Ken Klippenstein, who has his own Substack, had said that Iran, Israel and the United States were doing some missions real close to Israel using B-52 bombers. You were warned. Nobody saw it coming. But let's see what happened in February of this year.
they're at stage 2. This is why I published this piece today in Foreign Affairs about how Iran's winning the escalation war. So it just came out just a few hours before we came on. And what's happening here is called, I call it horizontal escalation, because what they're doing now is they're using drones, mostly a few missiles, but mostly drones. This was almost all missiles, no drones. And they're using their drone capacity, which they have a lot of, and it's precision. These drones are like precision guided weapons. They go right to the target. And what they're trying to do is break this coalition.
For anyone that can't see at the moment, they countered with horizontal escalation against Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
The coalition that had been formed against them, they're trying to break the coalition, you see. And they may well do that.
Why would they want to break that? Why?
Because
my friends are escaping Dubai at the moment. I've got a friend staying in my house in Cape Town because he doesn't want to be
because they want these countries to kick the Americans out of their country.
Okay.
Get rid of the embassies, get rid of the bases.
Exactly. Where has Saudi Arabia turned to? Saudi Arabia, it has been reported, has turned to China and said, fuck you, U.S. We don't need your protection, your bases, no, your nothing. Kick rocks. You know, Saudi Arabia, the same people who gave Jared Kushner $2 billion after the first Trump administration, the same people that Jared Kushner was over there trying to get $5 billion more dollars out of, it has been reported, Saudi Arabia. The same one, Saudi Arabia, who after one or two of these bombings that hit Saudi Arabia, they shut down the Live Golf. They shut down Live Golf tournament. They totally shut that down. You know, that big golf franchise that they had was supposed to that they were trying to steal golfers from the PGA to come over and play for Live Golf. No, they shut that down. It's like, fuck you and all of this shit that you're talking about, Donald Trump. There's that.
If you can, then we don't have the platforms to plaster them. You see, these are our basically ground-based aircraft.
I thought they were attacking Saudi Arabia, for example, because that will make Saudi Arabia call Trump and say, listen, stop, please, we're losing our tourism, we're shutting our airports.
Well, they are threatening the tourism, hitting the economic nodes, they're hitting hotels, they're hitting the airports. What they are trying to do is, by threatening tourism, which varies from 5% to 10% of the GDP of these countries. This is not trivial amounts here. They're basically trying to drive wedges between these countries and America. And America right now, I don't see any movement through Congress. Where is this $100 billion going to the region to make up for their lost tourism? I don't remember seeing that bill come through Congress last week. So I'm just putting it a little humorously to point out, these countries are losing a fair bit right now, and that tourism may not come back for a while.
I've got friends that have moved.
Yeah.
I've got friends that one of my friends was thinking about leaving, is now in my house in Cape Town, and he's been there for 5 years. He's leaving and he's going to move to America. I've got so many friends that have called me.
And imagine that we have 500,000 American citizens here, and we have the State Department on CNN. Call this number. We'll help you escape.
It's good. Even the media in the UK, you see it. It's like, they're showing, like, the BBC is showing like evacuations of UK citizens as they're being greeted in the airport, putting microphones in their face.
So this is putting a lot of pressure here. And there's something else that's not widely known, which is there's a big gap between what the leaders of the countries want, willing to support the U.S. and Israel, and their publics. You see, this coalition that's been built against Iran here is not clearly going down well with publics. These are publics. They may not like Iran. They may be Sunni and Iran Shia, but they don't want to be part of an Israeli expansion plan where Israel is going to conquer more and more territory, and so forth. And so this is where the soft underbelly here of this isn't just about the tourism. That's the short term. The longer term is bottom up pressure. Sadat, he was a leader of Egypt in the 1970s. He cut a deal with Israel. It's called the Camp David Accords, peace for land. But it was very favorable. Well, after Sadat did that, the president of Egypt, in 1981, in a military parade, his own security guards at the military parade marched with their guns, came up to his place, and they shot him dead. So this is the real world here. So this is very, very dangerous for these leaders. Now, that's stage two. Now, what happens if we decide to have one of these limited ground deployments here? Because after all, we still don't know where this material is.
What does that mean? So for anyone that doesn't know anything about the war, what does a ground deployment mean? Because I saw Trump being asked about this on the plane yesterday, and he didn't seem to deny it was going to happen.
It means you try to control a limited amount of space, say the space around Fordo or the nuclear facility that you bombed in June. And you would send the, say, 82nd Airborne in to control the space.
What's this? I don't know what any of this stuff means.
I see. So 82nd Airborne is a division that we have that's especially equipped.
Now, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this mysterious pilot that went down, who we don't know who his name is as of yet. Do you know that they lost F-80 or 30 military plane that can hold up to, I think it was 100 and some passengers? Kind of look like this. Why is it that these types of planes were sent out to rescue a single pilot? And then they had to leave them on the ground because they were destroyed by... They wanted to say that they destroyed them themselves because they had to leave them on the ground. That could hold two of them. That could hold over 100 soldiers each. Why were they put on the ground to look for one missing pilot? These are huge planes. And strangely enough, they landed somewhere over by Fordo, where it is suspected that this nuclear dust is. Come on, people. Come on, people. You don't remember that big fight? Now, with SITCOM and the Pete Kegbreath sitting up here lying about the injuries to soldiers, trying to say that everybody who were injured damn near are back on duty, as many of them are in the hospital, and some of them are at what is that? The hospital where 4547 goes quite, what is that? Andrews Air Force Base, that hospital. The last time your president had to go in for one of his 4 annual physicals this year, and it's only June. The last time your president went to one of the annual physicals, they asked him why hadn't he visit the injured war fighters who were sitting in the hospital waiting on treatment. That the military is refusing to give any neurological doctor or screenings on their brains. Do you notice that your president that went to war for nothing, he even refused to visit the veterans that he is denying health care? They needed health care. The health care that is not being addressed. Sometimes when you have healthcare issues that are not addressed, you are not long for this earth. When things are not addressed, it can create problems, especially problems in your brain. You can get a blood clot, have a stroke, die. Get an aneurysm, bust, dead. That's how life goes if you have issues that go untreated. So why is your Pentagon and your president downplaying the injuries of the soldiers that have gone to this war and gotten injured? And I'm very curious, as if there was not already an attempt to get this uranium under the guise of we overshot the aircraft overshot, so we were over 100 miles away from our target, and we were supposed to believe that this target was injured in his arms and his legs, and he climbed up a mountain, and then even though the aircraft overshot 100 miles from the pilot, they were able to rescue the pilot that has still gone without a name. Come on, people. It would not have been the first time you have been lied to by your government.
To go into hostile area and land and control, say, airports, control space. Think about controlling all the size of LAX. So if you want to control LAX, you bring in the 82nd Airborne. They will have 5,000 men and women, not just guys now, and they will come in and they will control that space, LAX. But they will also be doing this probably not for a day, not for even a week. They're going to have to spend weeks and weeks to search for that material because we don't know where it is, and it's all deeply buried, and a lot of the stuff has been, the entrances have been blown up. So this means long-term presence there. You might also take some of the oil fields to cut off some of the money here for the regime. That is where that book comes in.
Do you think it's likely that America will put boots on the ground, American soldiers in Iran?
I think it's at least 50-50, if not immediately. So people keep expecting the escalation to be continuous. And then when there's a pause, as there was between June and February, they think, oh, it's over. I'm going to go now worry about something else. And believe me, there's plenty else to worry about. So we got Minneapolis. We got plenty to worry about here, even with violence. But that's not how escalation operates. Escalation can have a ratchet effect that's spaced out by months of what seems like peace, only to come right back, and you're stuck in that escalation momentum.
Which is what we've seen.
Which is exactly what we've seen. And for the reason I'm telling you, we don't know where that nuclear material is. That has been the $64,000 weakness in this entire idea of using air power, and not just in the last 10 days, going back to June. It's not just even about the regime change. It's about how are you going to get that nuclear material out? We had a deal, this deal with Obama. Trump did not like it, but with that deal, that held, and Iran took out almost all, virtually just only a tiny bit was left. Not enough for a bomb, all out of the country. And we watched it. We monitored it. We had 24/7 cameras to monitor this. We had human on-site inspections to monitor this. 2018, Trump just ripped it up, walked away unilaterally. And from that point on, it's been pedal to the metal by Iran in upgrading that enriched uranium. And that's how you got to that material that would be enough for the 16 bombs. And right now, we don't know where that is.
So yeah, stage one is...
Okay, stage one, you are beginning the escalation trap. In this case, it's a smart bomb trap, but because it's with smart bombs, where you have tactical success, near perfect. Call it 100%, because it really is. But that doesn't mean you have strategic success. Tactical success plus strategic failure. Then that strategic failure weighs on you over time because the enemy still got the thing that you wanted to get in the first place. Now you do stage two, which is regime change. Because after all, you've already hit the targets. You can make the rubble bounce, but what more? That's why we didn't bomb them in the last 10 days. We might go back and bomb Fordo some more, okay? But we already bombed it. So there's no way watching the bubble. But now we're at stage two, because what are your options? The only other option is, well, let me get rid of the regime, because then the regime I will control, and the next regime will just give us the material. That's not working now. And you hear today, Trump is dancing, trying to figure out what to say. He doesn't want to say the war's over. Okay. He doesn't want to say the war's going on. But the bottom line is he won't even be clear about why we're fighting the war anymore. And I'm telling you, there's a real problem. The nuclear material is still there, and it can still be fashioned into those 16 bombs over time. So this is where then you get this horizontal escalation, where now they've really working on this, because now it's a long war.
They start attacking their neighbors
and try to make it the consequences go on for months. So just imagine, when are your friends exactly going to move back? So let's say the war is over tomorrow. Are they moving back tomorrow?
No.
And when was last time, have you started to plan for your next vacation in Dubai? Well, I've been to Dubai.
I was planning speaking there in a month's time, but it's been cancelled already.
Well, just start to think about that. And, minor thing like a drone attack could suddenly come out of nowhere. You think it's,
yeah.
I'm just trying to point out that this is the world now that a lot of people, this was a luxury market. This was the playground of the rich and famous here. This is really now changing, and it may come back a year or two from now, but it took 2 years for air travel to come back after 9/11. Just think about that. Now, we haven't gotten to stage 3 yet, which gets to your girlfriend's point.
How do we move from stage 2 to stage 3?
Oh, well, because you still don't know where the nuclear material is.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to move to stage 3 this week. We could do it a month from now, 6 months from now. The problem is we've now put in place a much more aggressive leadership, much more aggressive regime. We've taken away some of the what may have been guardrails. We can't say for sure for the nuclear weapon. This new regime, much more likely, and we've given them every incentive to develop the nuclear bomb. We're killing them. So what exactly is their incentive? Their best way to survive is to have a nuclear weapon. And you'll say, well, we're going to kill them. Well, we're already killing them. So we've taken away their incentive not to have a nuclear weapon. So we will start to worry as each week goes by, not because we have great intel, not because our human, it's because of the opposite. We don't have the exclusive exquisite intelligence we had with the Obama deal to know we had frozen the program. Now that we have Swiss cheese at best, and what we will see in the holes of the Swiss cheese are indications of nuclear development. And that will make us worry, because what happens with the nuclear weapon? Is it going to go to Hezbollah? And is Hezbollah going to help put it in Haifa? What's going to happen with these? Are they going to give it to the Houthis? So these are the kind of worries we will have that will push us to the ground options. And that is with stage 3, the retaliation approaches the homeland.
Is that realistic?
If ISIS, with its 30 to 40,000, remember, ISIS was not a state. Iran is an actual state with 92 million people. So if ISIS can foment command-directed, inspired suicide attacks and other attacks in San Bernardino, just to kind of bring it a little bit closer to home here, across the United States, Paris, remember the big Paris attack? So why exactly is Iran not? ISIS was a lot weaker than Iran.
Do you think in Iran at the moment, they're working on that? They're working on a terrorist attack?
Well, I think that my work tells me that it's most likely to come with the presence of the ground forces by us. Doesn't mean it's a necessary condition, but it's just most likely. Russia in 96, with our help, we played a trick on them, assassinated the Chechen leader. It's a leader of its republic in Russia called Chechnya, Dudayev. Only 1 million people. And Russia killed the guy. And we actually have pictures of him seeing the missile hitting him, because we can put the cameras right in the nose cone. Then the new guy took over. His name was Baziev. And he launched, within 3 months, not the next week, Operation Jihad. And his Operation Jihad was much more vicious tactics, kicked the Russian forces. Russia's a big country, almost 200 million people compared to this little. People.
So you think I'll just genocide?
I don't want to use those terms because I've written about that. That has certain very specific, so that's a whole conversation here. But I just want to point out, how is it that Israel got itself into the idea they were going to cleanse, expel large portions of the 2 million out of Gaza? That happened because they got into stage 3 of the escalation trap in Gaza. So this isn't just about America. So we're only talking about the escalation frameworks with respect to this one conflict, really. It applies much more broadly. I've developed these since I taught for the Air Force because I needed to find a way to help our government, our military, understand how the transition from the bombing or the military piece to the outcome. And what's in the middle is the military, the bombs change politics. They change politics in the enemy. They change politics for us. For us, we don't want to lose. And that's why we got stuck in 2 forever wars. And now we may well just get right back into another one. Not because Trump wants to. So he's being sucked into it.
So what happens after stage 3?
After stage 3, this is what America has faced in Vietnam, and President Biden faced this in spades here. When you try to pull out after you're in stage 3 and end these ongoing conflicts here, usually it ends poorly for your legacy. And you saw that with Johnson, and you saw that with President Biden. President Trump is the one who was negotiating with the Taliban to pull out, but President Trump wouldn't leave, not leave. He didn't leave before. Who did he hand it off to? He handed it off to Biden. Biden pulled out. And what has Biden's legacy been? It's been negative ever since. If you look at his opinion polls, President Biden, you will see he was riding high until he withdrew from Afghanistan, and he never recovered. Yes, inflation hurt too. The bigger hit was the Afghanistan problem. And this is why President Trump is really stuck. You see, he's on that horns of the dilemma. Does he want to accept the short-term price, which is real, or does he want to go and double down? And then you face the potential long-term price of becoming LBJ and President Biden.
It seems like we're there already. So I'll go over there and check this out. I have one. I will leave you with this. Let me leave you which I believe is this one. Yes.
Now, an update on the CBS News investigation on the Iran war. For nearly 4 months, we've been looking into allegations that the Pentagon failed to make plans to protect American soldiers at a command post in Kuwait. 6 were killed and more than 20 injured in March. It was the deadliest attack of the war on the U.S. forces. So we're now getting a clearer picture of what some of the wounded soldiers say were gaps in their care. Jonah Kaplan joins us now with the story. Jonah, good morning. You've been doing some great reporting on this. Good to see you.
Gail, good to be with you. Those 6 fallen heroes and those 20 or so wounded, they're all from the Iowa-based 103rd Sustainment Command. And among the survivors was Chief Warrant Officer Rodney Bierman. His wife is speaking out for the first time now, telling us she thinks the Pentagon misled her about the true nature of her husband's injuries.
57-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Rodney Bierman has deployed overseas 5 times. His wife, Amy, told us she understands what to expect.
I knew that if anything ever happened, I would receive either an official phone call or an official visit.
That call came on March 2nd, one day after an Iranian drone struck this tactical command post in Kuwait.
They told me that my husband's injuries were classified as not seriously injured. He was treated and released back to duty.
Not seriously injured. Those are 3 great words for you.
That was the hope that I was hanging on to.
But Rodney was among the more than 20.
And this is why President Trump.
Now, an update on the CBS News investigation on the Iran war. For nearly 4 months, we
killed 6 U.S. soldiers.
Those are 3 great words for you.
That was the hope that I was hanging on to.
But Rodney was among the more than 20 wounded in the attack that killed 6 U.S. soldiers.
He took a lot of shrapnel from his head down to his legs.
Military medical records reviewed by CBS News show Bierman also suffered a concussion, hearing and vision loss, and blast lung, a condition caused by shrapnel damaging his lung tissue.
Some of those injuries he's going to have for the rest of his life.
The Biermans are among several survivors and their families who told CBS News they weren't being treated by the military as combat casualties, hindering their access to care. It's a claim the Army strongly denies.
Your wife was also told that you had a minor injury?
Yeah. Your husband was injured. He has a minor jaw injury. He's going to be returned to duty.
Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks was ripped apart by shrapnel from the blast and underwent multiple emergency surgeries at a Kuwaiti hospital. He's now in rehab at Walter Reed Medical Center in Maryland.
4 months in, I still haven't even seen neurology for my brain. So I've been raising flags with doctors and asking, hey, I still have headaches.
Concerns over gaps in care are the latest in a string of failures uncovered by our CBS News investigation. Soldiers say the Army disregarded warnings about thin defenses and ignored requests for medical supplies. Now they question the claim that the injured are back on post.
90% of those with injuries in this conflict have returned to duty.
Do you think the Army, the Pentagon, have tried to downplay this incident?
Absolutely, I think they have.
An Army spokesperson told CBS News the care and well-being of our soldiers is of the highest priority, and any assertion that the Army seeks to downplay a soldier's injuries is simply not true. Last month, Amy Bierman reached out to her senator, who passed along her questions to the Army. In a response, a top general defended the not seriously injured determination.
Let's go back and read that. With Army Regulation 638-8, not seriously injured. is defined as the casualty status of a person whose injury or illness requires medical attention, may or may not require hospitalization, and a medical authority classifies as less severe than seriously ill or injured. This technical classification is in no way intended to minimize the CW for Bierman's contribution and sacrifice. We are unable to comment on the phone call Ms. Berman described. We are unable to comment on the phone call Ms. Berman described. Oh, so no comment on the phone call that she told y'all about, as the matter is presently under investigation. Furthermore, due to operational security, we cannot disclose the scheduling and frequency of casualty evacuation flights. So, nothing. We can't say.
Do you accept that assessment?
No, that assessment is unacceptable.
The Army tells us that designation, not seriously injured, isn't what it may sound like. By the Army's definition, a soldier who is seriously injured is someone who is at risk of dying in the next 72 hours. As for Chief Bierman, he applied for a spot and got into a rehab unit.
Wouldn't that be critically injured? Wouldn't that be critically injured? Huh. Not seriously injured means that you are going to be hospitalized for and need some therapy to get you back to your everyday life and skills, if ever. Not seriously. Okay.
Fort Bragg, North Carolina. His wife, Amy, tells us, Matt, there is no timetable for when he can be home.
I think clearly, Jonah, there's some quibbles about.
With no timetable when he will be home. Not seriously injured. Thank you for your service, though. This is in my description box as well. So let's get to our last bit of news that I wanted to make sure you were aware of.
I have been researching one of the...
This is what happens when Peter Thiel builds his own government. Are you aware of this? Well, let's check it out. Y'all know I give you information whenever I can about Peter Thiel, who does not know if the human race should continue to exist. Who as long as it has some type of technology in it. That Peter Thiel. Y'all remember Peter Thiel. Come on. J.D. Vance is a boy.
Weirdest stories that I've ever looked into. It's about a once fringe movement among the tech elite that aims to replace governments entirely with corporations. Privatized societies run by CEOs built for profit, not for people. Almost like they wanted their own little worlds, playlands, built just for them based on their desires. I eventually pulled away from the story because it seemed a little more silly than anything to be concerned about. But then I realized they might already be getting their way. Just look at Doge and Palantir replacing or breaking the basics of the government. The plans for a futuristic, privatized new Gaza. AI infrastructure growth that seems immune to public opinion, and invasions of countries seemingly at random. A new power
immune to public opinion. No matter what you say, they don't even ask you anymore about these AI data centers that they are saying, oh, well, you may as well get used to the data centers. You may as well get used to that data centers.
Structure in society that will overcome the existing democratic power structures when
introducing or breaking the basics of the government, the plans for a futuristic, privatized new Gaza, AI infrastructure growth that seems immune to opinion, and invasions of countries seemingly random.
A new power structure in society that will overcome the existing democratic power structures. When billionaires suddenly have a tremendous amount of power and democracy has been proven to be exceedingly vulnerable.
So I decided to dig back in. What is this movement? Where did it come from? How did the people involved get so powerful? Where is it going? And importantly, what can we do to stop it? Let's go back to the weird origins of all this. In 2008, Peter Thiel first got involved in philanthropy, if you can call it that. He opened the Thiel Foundation, a nonprofit that invested in building the world Peter Thiel believed in. And one big investment sticks out: the Seasteading Institute. The Seasteading Institute was started by Patry Friedman, the grandson of Milton Friedman, the famous economist who gave politicians the academic backing to rip off the global working class. The goal of TSI was to build self-sustaining societies at sea, ruled by new governments on newly constructed land. This was particularly appealing to libertarians who wanted to escape the constraints of modern governance.
The question of whether seasteading is desirable or possible, in my mind, is not even relevant. It is absolutely necessary.
Peter Thiel provided the seed money for this project and set up TSI with some office space in a conference room in the Palantir office. He also hooked Friedman up with one of the co-founders, Joe Lonsdale.
You know, we're the guys who create institutions that are changing the world, and we've changed a lot of industries so far here in Silicon Valley, but we haven't been able to change the government. That's a pretty hard one.
Silicon Valley changing the government is exactly what Thiel wanted. I spoke with one of the people who's been following the rise of this movement better than anyone else, Gil Duran, journalist and author of The Nerd Reich, to get a better understanding of the philosophy behind all of this.
There's a long history of people seeking to escape democratic societies or else to bring back monarchy or authoritarianism. In 1997, there was a book that came out called The Sovereign Individual. It argued that in the 21st century, two technologies would result basically in the overthrow of democracy.
Keep on thinking this is a game, but they are deadly serious about this.
And the demise of nations like the United States. Cyber currency, which we would call crypto today. And the other one was advanced automation that would create a world without jobs. And that wealthy individuals who are savvy investors.
A world without jobs for some. And what is the world going to be for others that they don't want in that world without jobs? Do you think that these apartheid raised South Africans give a fuck about you living in their same world without a job? Do you think that black people have any space in this world for these people who wants to have a world without jobs? See, let's start talking. Since they want to talk about the world without jobs, you notice they never talk about the people who actually have to work jobs for a living. They always try to act as if it's some grand fairy tale. What was it? The OpenAI guy said, people will have a time for hobbies and to do things that interest them. They always make it seem like some utopia that you should be happy to experience. But you notice they are really, really short on the details of these highly detailed, intelligent tech bros. I can't tell you this, the simplified side of what's going to happen to the other 99% of the Americans.
Could profit from this coming doom and prepare for it by making the right investments. This book had a major impact on Peter Thiel.
And of course, it influenced the people Thiel was paying. Joe Lonsdale got to work. He started a nonprofit, California Common Sense, allegedly dedicated to transparency in government spending, so that voters could make a difference if they found things they were unhappy with. On the surface, that sounds great, but two founders of that nonprofit started a for-profit, OpenGov. OpenGov is a software service for government agencies to manage data. The idea of replacing democratic processes in the hands of all of us with technology in the hands of few was becoming less fringe, and other nonprofits with similar goals started popping up.
But while the idea of using technology to make a decentralized country had some illustrious backers in the mid-2010s,
I'm going to leverage technology to create a new country. And yes, I did say country, not company.
it never really materialized on a serious level. But the think tanks would herald a few successful versions of their privatization plan.
Like Sandy Springs, Georgia, famously the first city in America to privatize nearly all government services. It was the darling of the libertarian press. Everything for profit, nothing public, and a consulting firm making a little cash off the taxpayers at every juncture. Those extra taxes for corporate profit started adding up, though. Eventually, Sandy Springs unprivatized, saving taxpayers millions of dollars a year.
There are also nascent communities focused on Christian values that the network state media heralds.
Battleground Washington, where a data center billionaire is buying up all the property to own the town, the mayor is on his payroll, and Highland Rim, a series of developments in Appalachia run by the investment firm New Founding. And that's not even including the California Forever Project, a proposed tech city in Solano County funded by Mark Andreessen, Reid Hoffman, Sam Altman, and other billionaires. But what if this was never really about these little mini governments? Here's Peter Thiel saying the quiet part out loud in 2010.
Technology is this incredible alternative to politics. And the task in this world where politics has become so broken and so dysfunctional is to find a way to escape from it.
Tech instead of politics. We already had Doge and Palantir becoming the operating system of the United States, with a stated goal of being more powerful than the governments using it.
How can we help the government stop the bad guys while also putting systems in place to make sure nobody within the government was doing anything inappropriate? So you have to have systems that watch the watchers.
After leaving Palantir, Lonsdale, through his firm 8VC, continued investments in what's called GovTech, tech for government clients. That's surveillance tech, AI drones, AI weapons, even tech to replace 911 with AI. All aim to replace, privatize, and profit from tasks normally attributed to democratically accountable officials.
What's happening now, though, is that the companies are becoming more powerful than the governments they serve. We suddenly have all these billionaire oligarchs spending so much money, they were able to actually capture the federal government with Trump. So it's this interesting moment now where we're getting a glimpse of what government by technology company would look like.
And Lonsdale is working to convince you that we need this by making you scared. Lonsdale founded the Cicero Institute, a think tank that pushes anti-homeless messaging. Not anti-homelessness messaging, but messaging attacking the homeless themselves. And even legislation creating concentration camps where unhoused people would do forced labor.
You actually can go into states, you can partner with governors, you can pass laws, Cicero's in 15 states.
Didn't I just talk about this earlier in the show where they are doing this in Utah? A long time ago, I gave you the blueprint of this man creating of this to go into different states. Yes. And I just reiterated this earlier in the show. This is the brainchild of making homeless people slaves.
We're getting dozens of laws passed, and then we're going to teach people that and go to the national level.
Riling people up is definitely part of their game plan. That's what we saw in the San Francisco recalls. San Francisco had a spike in crime during the pandemic, but so did almost every big city in the United States. Only in San Francisco, which has extremely low crime rates compared to most cities in red states, did they create this massive panic using social media and doom influencers to convince everybody that everything was worse than it had ever been.
And as Lonsdale got into nonprofits and think tanks, Patrice Friedman, remember him, Milton Friedman's grandson, started his own VC firm with backing from Peter Thiel called Pronomos Capital, existing entirely for investing in privatized governments. In Honduras, Pronomos invested in the first government run entirely by a for-profit corporation, Prospera.
Prospera is this little...
Did we not do a whole thingamarole about Prosperous several different times? Have I not talked to you about Prosperous? Yes, I have.
enclave on the island of Roatan in Honduras that claims to be its own little charter city that was funded by American venture capitalists and has been touted as the flagship project of the network state movement.
But the real flagship project is something bigger: the entire United States government. It shows in policy. Remember the whole thing about taking over Greenland? That idea emerged and was celebrated by the people we've been talking about.
I think having a frontier is very healthy. I think part of America being great is that it's great.
I would be remiss if I did not tell you, once again, early on, I told you that the takeover of Greenland was some Peter Thiel-ish. So Peter Thiel they wanted to separate different hemispheres in this Western hemisphere. I already talked about this, and Peter Thiel was looking at Greenland because of under all of that ice that Greenland has. Greenland is abundant in rare earth minerals. Yes, they are. We talked about this. Yes, we talked about this.
Growing and creating more wealth for everyone. If the people in Greenland want to be part of us, if we can use those resources better and make sure Russia and China don't get advantages in the Arctic.
The Freedom City as a name didn't really gain momentum, but the idea is there. And the influence in the administration is clear. Joe Lonsdale helped staff up the Trump administration, and just recently accompanied administration officials to the Philippines to christen a new regulatory zone.
Just last week, we signed a historic deal with the Philippines, 4,000 acres, right next to Subic Bay, where we're going to build a first of its kind AI native industrial park.
I was there for a day in the Philippines with everyone. They're excited what you guys are doing.
That sounds a lot like a startup city. They've also embedded themselves with the rest of the right-wing movement.
I could not have envisioned that J.D. Vance, a Peter Thiel protege, would be the vice president of the United States. And so when Vance got onto the ticket, then it became real that this stuff could travel to the White House. In September 2024, there was a conference at Fort Mason in San Francisco called Reboot 2024. And its website announced that we were now in a new reality and that Silicon Valley was waking up and about to become this powerful force in politics. And the guest speaker was Kevin Roberts of the Heritage Foundation, who is the guy who had shepherded Project 2025. So here you had tech VCs in San Francisco and Kevin Roberts in the same venue proclaiming the new reality. And the new reality is where we are today.
And that's showing in actual policy, like the administration's quietly announced plans for maritime prosperity zones, districts on American soil with fewer regulations for corporations to build ships and reinvigorate the industrial base. Then there's the New American Industrial Alliance, a tech industry interest group, pushing for unrestricted data center growth. They were listed as co-sponsors of the Blueprint for America, lobbying for prosperity zones on American soil, a plan to sell federal and public land to private companies to build low-regulation, low-tax havens for progress. Their co-sponsor on the blueprint was the company behind Prospera in Honduras, whose lobbying disclosures show they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars pushing for prosperity zones. But they also spent big on begging the American government for handouts of your money. They've lobbied on refunding the U.S. International Development Financial Corporation, a government organization run by Epstein associate Ben Black, that uses tax dollars to invest in American companies abroad. That's privatized foreign aid. And they might finally get their way.
Black went to Honduras and promised investment in real estate and technology there, including an investment in La Ceiba, which is slave.
So wouldn't that be the same Ben Black that appeared in the Epstein files? That he said that he and Epstein only had some type of financial dealing to refuse to answer any questions regarding all of the NDAs that he has appeared in a relationship with him appearing in the Epstein files and just marched out of that informal meeting that James Comer always makes sure that anyone of any wealth or value or any type of political promise don't have to answer questions under oath. And they have also subpoenaed him to come back under oath. These people have been planning this for a long, long time. And while we sit around and are not paying attention at all, this is what they have in store for you. And no one is asking the question, what's going to happen to the regular American citizens? They're going to steal your money. They're going to get your tax dollars. And they're going to prop up all of their stuff off of your money, and your private data is going to train this AI. And they want you to believe that, hey, well, it's nothing you can do about it. It's nothing you can do about it. You're 99% of the U.S., more than 99% of the U.S. population, and we want you to believe that we're rich, so there's nothing you can do. You have no power. People, we better get together and understand that we have a lot of power, and we need to put our power together.
To be absorbed by Prospero.
But it's more than just government handouts. It's war crimes.
So we did a master plan, and we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones.
It was sort of insane to see it all come together in this way. But again, wherever you look these days with Trump or with these tech guys, there's always the idea of a new city that they're proposing. And it's not clear why we need these new cities. Gaza should be rebuilt for the Palestinians, but these guys see it as an opportunity to take the land. And so that shows you the degree to which this thinking is starting to imbue everything that they do.
Look at how the people in this fringe movement reacted to other invasions. In 2019, Mark Lutter, leader of a Peter Thiel-funded New City think tank, said that overthrowing the Venezuelan government would be an opportunity for these projects. And when the invasion did happen, Lutter suggested America establish a Florida or Texas-style government there. He cites America paying for a wholesale development plan after regime change, which is exactly what we're doing in Iran today, to the tune of $300 billion. Palmer Luckey, Lonsdale and Thiel associate and founder of AI defense contractor Isareal, pictured here in cosplay, suggested a privatized city on Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, which President Trump also threatened with invasion.
Again, nobody wants this. They know that. That's why they hate populism. That's why they hate democratic representation, despite all of this being couched in freedom.
What they're asking for is to exit entirely from any government structure. But that's just not how it works, especially when most of these guys are government contractors and are still wanting to have the benefits of our society without having the responsibilities of our society.
These are people who don't like being told no. They're angry.
These are the people who want you to believe that you are the taker, when they are the ones who are living off the government teeth. These are the people who want you to sit around and work your entire life and say that you are looking for entitlements when you collect your Social Security. You know, the thing that you paid into. These are the people who are not even born in the United States, contribute nothing to the United States, takers from the United States, but they want to put, they know what gets some people going, fear. Fear gets some people going. It's time that people see this for what it really is.
At the pushback against data centers, that we don't want AI to take over everything, that no one supports annihilating a civilization to replace it with one they can profit from.
People need to understand that the billionaires have become radicalized against democracy, and they're in the process of using everything they have to try to destroy it. And that's the battle of our moment. That's the battle of our time.
It's not too late to push back. Public response to data centers works. Many of the governance as a service startups are starting their work in towns and states where you can still have a voice to stop them. The billionaire class wants to turn your home into their playland, completely change how everything is run to funnel more wealth to themselves, create chaos, and then when everything is all fucked up, walk away with their winnings to their own private enclaves, all under the guise of fixing a broken government, a government that they broke. And yeah, sure, the government is broken, but it's not because of democracy or lack of corporate privatization. It's because of corporate power. We need more democracy and less corporate control.
All right, guys, that's all I have for you guys today. Think about it. All the links are in my description box. Go over there and avail yourself to the real information. If you have not gone to More Perfect Union, it is very informative. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Please hit the like button on your way out. A comment, a share, and I'll see you guys back on Wednesday. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. Melissa, it is always good to see you. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.